Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Sage in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, Lightning 2. Your present circumstances don't determine where you can go, they merely determine where you start. Nido Kyubian. Around 1,000 of your ninja years ago there was a man, likened to a traveling holy man similar to the monks of today. Naruto grinned at that, already having a feeling for who the Kyuubi was talking about. Like me. The great fox merely leveled an irritated gaze at him, clearly telling him to shut up. However, he was far more than just a monk. He could see things others couldn't, use powers others found impossible. It took him a great many years to understand his abilities. By the time he was done, a great evil had arose in the lands he lived in. It is greatly simplified, but the most you need to know is that it was a terrible beast known only as the Kyuubi. Naruto blinked at that, remembering back to the time he had been first told of the sage and that illustrated monster he was fighting. Many events occurred that are a long story for a different time, however it culminated with the sage defeating the monster, sealing its energy within himself and becoming the first Jinchuriki. Naruto was also surprised by that and couldn't help but start drawing parallels between himself and the sage. He became known as a great hero, hailed by many as a god for his unworldly abilities that even before becoming a Jinchuriki surpassed many of your so-called legendary shinobi of today. The fox snorted to himself. Even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha paled in comparison to the power held by the long-dead sage. However, even the sage had his limits, like all you ninja, and eventually, despite the overwhelming power he had accumulated, he was forced to face his own mortality. He feared that the creature he had kept locked away within his body would be released upon his death, so he took precautions. When he was old and frail, merely a shadow of his former self, he released the energy within him, shaping it, and molding it into 9 separate beings. At that, Naruto gained a sudden look of understanding, to which the Kyuubi only nodded once. You aren't as simple as you appear, ninja. Yes, all 9 Baijuyu are simply an aspect of our progenitor, the Kyuubi, given new form and mind. As a final precaution, the sage sealed the great beast's body within an enormous construct of stone before throwing it into the sky. I believe your kind call it the moon. Naruto at this point nearly had his jaw on the ground. In a figurative sense, everything he was being told was just incredible. Wait, that actually happened? The Kyuubi just narrowed his eyes at the small blonde, daring him to interrupt again. Yes, the sage's power even on his deathbed was unrivaled. I believe he used the land that once occupied what you know as Mizu no Kuni. The fox seemed somewhat repulsed. He was forcing himself to use these human terms just to tell his story. However, that is irrelevant. Shortly after giving us life, the sage succumbed to his own humanity, leaving only a legacy in the form of his 2 sons, progenitors of the Senju and. The fox grimaced as if the next words might poison his mouth. Uchiha clans. The beast took a moment, seemingly trying to rid himself of the foul taste that word left in his mouth. For a time, there was peace. Many remembered the teachings the sage had passed on in his times. Slowly the shinobi system as you know it today came into existence as people twisted ninjutsu into weapons, with more and more ninja learning to harness chakra as the sage once had. Of course, all paled in comparison to what he had been, but that never stopped your pitiful kind from trying. The fox let out a low rumbling sigh as he dropped his head back onto his paws, its eyes losing focus slightly as it remembered the times back then. Then, as ninja always inevitably do, your kind tried to reach beyond their grasp. Tales of the sage faded into legend and myth, and the origin of my own kind was lost to the devilish tongue of man. You kind sought mine out, looking to kill us and be proclaimed heroes for vanquishing us like the demons you saw us as. You could not comprehend our power, so naturally you either tried to take it from us, or extinguish what you could not understand. The fox sighed loudly, suddenly sounding more like a weary old man than an impossibly powerful construct of chakra. I was forced to watch as one by one the rest of the Baijuya were enslaved or captured, forced into vessels of human flesh and bone. However, I was unconcerned. My power was much greater than theirs, my tales greater in number, my pride was my downfall. I believed myself to be the greatest being in existence since the sage himself. The Kyuubi's furred fist slammed down suddenly with rage in its eyes as it glared at Naruto, or more specifically the race he represented. And I still am. It took a deep rumbling breath before settling back down on its stomach, the fire still burning in its eyes. However, even the mighty fall when they underestimate their opponent. I was foolish enough to believe that the single ninja that dared challenge me was just like the rest of your kind, destined to be crushed beneath my tails. However, Madara Uchiha. Again it spit the word out like it didn't even deserve to taint its tongue. Possessed something the rest did not, the Sharingan. The great fox growled lowly as Naruto remembered his time in Konoha, those people with the red eyes who would glare at him just like the rest of the village. An aberration of the sage's Dojutsu that he used to enslave me in the most humiliating manner. That cursed man forced me to fight his battles like some common pet. By now the Kyuubi's eyes were alight with rage, its tail swaying ominously. However, he too overstepped his bounds, fighting a man greater than himself, Urashadame Hokage. Like with Madara, the Kyuubi didn't seem to like the taste of that all too much, however he spoke with slightly less spite. Then, like the rest of my kind before me, I was imprisoned, chained down in a vessel of blood and ink. That lasted for a few more decades, and when I finally smelled my freedom in the form of my jailer's death, it was ripped from me. I was traded to a new host, passed down like some piece of jewelry you ninjas find so fascinating. I did not believe it was possible, but the next decade proved to be even worse than before. The fox rubbed its paw lightly as if remembering some phantom injury. I was chained in the dark, impaled all over my body with those accursed chains, unable to even move. When I finally tasted freedom, I only awoke to find myself sealed inside of you, some frail pathetic child that couldn't even stand under its own power. It glared at Naruto for a moment, but the blonde didn't even blink. Then I discovered that this jail was different. I could catch fleeting glimpses of the outside world. The creature snarled for a moment, looking away into the darkness of its cell. You say I attacked your village? The Kyuubi snorted loudly in both disgust and sickening amusement before returning its steady gaze to the blonde. I don't remember it, but I assure you I would have taken the utmost satisfaction in destroying your wretched village for my humiliating imprisonment. There was a long silence before Naruto realized the Kyuubi was finished. It just lay there with its head on its paws, staring at the young monk intently. Naruto stood up from where he had been sitting cross-legged, making the Kyuubi raise its brow slightly in curiosity. The blonde simply walked forward, leaving his Shakyujiao behind on the ground as he walked right up to the bars of the Kyuubi's cage. He didn't stop there though. In a move that surprised the great fox, the young monk slipped through the bars and continued walking forward, all the way until he was right in front of the fox's enormous muzzle, never once breaking eye contact. Finally he stopped, smiling lightly at the fox, which only looked back with steeled and wary features. I am Naruto Uzumaki, monk of the Fire Temple in Hinokuni. I cannot speak for the entirety of my race, nor can I profess that they would even support me if I did. However, I would like to offer my most sincere apology for you and your kind's treatment. And with that the young blonde bowed, his head touching the floor in a fully submissive pose before the great Byakuya. The fox thought about how easy it would be to simply crush the human, a flick of its paw, a sweep of its tail. It would be no harder than swatting a fly. Of course he would have to wait a year or two for his body to reform and a decade more for his full strength to return, but the possibility was certainly there. This young boy, barely out of his childhood, was bowed before him, not as a servant or in any form of fear, but as an offer of trust. The great fox would deny it if ever asked again, but at that exact moment its maw slipped into the smallest of smiles before immediately returning to its neutral grimace. The Kyuubi merely snorted once, the winds nearly bowling the young blonde over. Stop bowing, ninja. One who bears the sage's eyes should not debase themselves like that. Naruto immediately stood up, the small but genuine smile still present at not being crushed where he stood. It was a gamble he had taken, but he was glad it had paid off. He felt as though this was a real turning point in his relationship with his tenant. The fox was stoic as ever, lifting its head up high over the much smaller human to look down with rather apathetic red eyes. Do not mistake my intentions, ninja. We are not friends, nor are we comrades. I do not like you, nor has my opinion been changed on your worthless race. The great fox inhaled deeply before looking away, like a nobleman might when forced to apologize about something. They would do it, but that certainly didn't mean they would like it. However, I will admit you are somewhat different than the rest of your kind. Now leave my cell before I change my mind and crush you like a speck of dust. Naruto just nodded, still maintaining that smile as he quickly slipped back between the bars. The blonde returned to his sitting position by his Shakyujiao, amusedly drumming his fingers along the wooden staff. So different in a good or bad way. By now the fox had returned to lying on its stomach, not even bothering to face the small blonde anymore. Naruto just figured it was acting more aloof than usual to compensate for its momentary lapse of not being the pinnacle of destruction and rage. It turned its head so that one narrowed red eye calmly gazed at the young monk. "We shall see, Ninjin." Naruto sighed a little. He had hoped the Kyuubi would at least call him by his name now, but it seemed the great fox was still just as stubborn as ever. "Any chance of me learning your name then?" The fox snorted loudly. However, for once it wasn't in abject disdain or indignation, it was more of a neutral snort. Naruto blinked for a moment at how ridiculous that sounded even in his own head, but when the Kyuubi's main go-to response was a snort or a growl, he had to start discerning meanings in them. "Do not push your already frail luck, Ninjin, now be gone, this has grown tiresome." Naruto just gave a curt nod with the same small smile before fading from the seal, taking Shukaku's cage with him to leave the Kyuubi in darkened solitude. It slunk back into its lonely cell, curling up around itself on the floor, closer to the gate than it usually did. "He is an unusual one, it seems he has inherited more than simply Urai's father." The next week for the trio was fairly peaceful. Naruto noticed they were still watched by the Umbu, but he didn't mind that too much. They weren't actually doing anything wrong after all. However, what the Special Ops members didn't know was that they were mostly following hunged shadow clones around all day. It had worked in Suna, so Naruto saw no reason why it wouldn't work in Kumo. It turned out he was right. During the day he would divide his time between helping out Shizuka where he could with her elemental training, trying to master his own lightning exercise, and sparring with Fu. In the evening he would send a shadow clone to help out at various shinobi supply stores, cleaning up for what money the shopkeepers could offer him. It wasn't a great amount, but it was at least enough to tide them over on their journeys. Right now they didn't have to buy much, although Naruto sometimes felt guilty for playing on the old monk's hospitality. Currently he was sitting in that same plateau that had become somewhat of a favorite training ground of his in the short time he had been in Kumo. Umwa had come by a few more times as well. They would talk, he would exaggerate, and the young shinobi would talk to him about his village, his teammates, and the like. Nothing classified or that could be considered dangerous, just generic banter more for the sake of conversation more than anything else. The two had become quick friends. Naruto missed having a guy friend to talk to, being surrounded by two girls all day every day. Fu was nearby, practicing a familiar hand seal as increasingly healthy, but still frail clones appeared next to her, only to be banished away in clouds of smoke. Naruto had figured with the Jinchuraki's stamina and reserves the shadow clone technique would suit Fu well. There was also the fact she was not limited with how many she could produce like Naruto was, meaning if she was careful with the mental feedback she could use them for training. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Another large puff echoed around the plateau as a slightly pale and shaky Fu appeared next to the original. Naruto smiled at her accomplishment. She had finally made one that could stand. She was definitely getting closer. She had been working at it for the last 2 hours. Of course Naruto had gotten it down in one, but he had the benefit of having Sora challenge him to see who could master it first. Naturally he had come away the victor from that little challenge. He had the advantage of being the full Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, not just its chakra. He just continued on with his lighting manipulation. By now he could separate his hands by about 1.5 feet with a few healthy arcs of lightning bouncing between his palms. He might have been imagining things, but he could have sworn each element was becoming easier to master as they went along. Perhaps he was just getting used to separating his chakra into the individual elements, or maybe with each element he mastered it was simpler to separate the remaining ones out of his normal chakra. After a while Fu walked over, looking rather haggard from the intense chakra usage, with a victorious smirk on her features as she sank to the ground beside him. "That is truly an impressive technique. I can't imagine how fast one could learn something using their memory feedback." Naruto just nodded as another bright arc of electricity jumped between his hands like a little azure laser. "Yeah, but you have to be careful. Sora got really bad headaches when he let too many clones dispel at once." The blonde chuckled at the memory. His friend had practically been comatose the next day, but at least he had learned a valuable lesson about restraint. Fu just nodded in understanding, falling onto her back from the exhaustion. Even as a Jinchuriki, splitting her chakra so many times between clones was tiring. She was sure she would be feeling the strain she had put on her pathways in the morning. advanced healing or not. I'm surprised more people don't attempt the training method. The possible gains seem to outweigh the dangers. Naruto let his arms drop, wincing a little as a stray bolt of lightning arced out and burned his arm slightly at his loss of control. Maybe for me and you, but from what I've seen, Jinchuriki seem to be a somewhat special case. I don't really know how to describe it, but our chakra seems denser than others. It means we can split it more safely as our bodies can operate with less than others. Normal people can't, so they're limited to maybe 20 clones at the very most. Beyond that it's just dangerous. There's also the problem of maintaining them long enough to be of any use. The longest I've ever held a clone is about 10 hours, beyond that they seem to become unstable. Add that to their frailty and they lose their value as training tools. Fu just nodded understandably. Despite her status as Jinchuriki feeling like a curse most of the time, she could at least accept it gave her certain advantages over others. I understand, from what you describe they seem more suited for reconnaissance. Naruto just nodded. From what Chirika had told him, that was exactly what they were for. Suddenly the two were interrupted by a scrabbling sound. They turned to see Shizuku descending the mountain towards them rather quickly, an excited look on her face. She skidded to a stop in front of them, panting slightly from running but grinning all the same. Naruto, I found them. The aforementioned blonde just quirked an eyebrow as the girl straightened up, catching her second wind before elaborating. You know, you told us about that sage guy, the one who had the Rinnegan before you. Naruto winced at how loudly she had said it. Luckily the Umbu were off chasing his shadow clones, but Shizuku probably didn't know that. You said he had a lot of objects that he put his power into, like your staff. The blonde wanted to correct the girl that it was a Shakugao, not a staff. However, he was too interested in where this was going to stop her. Well, they're here. In Kumo. The blonde just blinked in surprise before asking the obvious, getting to his feet from his cross-legged position in the process. How do you know? Shizuku smiled proudly as she produced a small leaflet from a pouch of hers she kept around her waist. Naruto looked it over quickly. It just seemed to be an ordinary museum pamphlet, advertising the various attractions the place had to offer. There were exhibits on the origins of Kumo, a weapons display from the Warring Clans period, and a special exhibit on the Sage of the Six Paths. He looked up in surprise only to see a grinning Shizuku, almost looking like a dog waiting for its master to pat it on the head. Wow, great find, Shizuku. He moved forward, quickly sweeping the girl into a spinning hug, much to her embarrassment and Fu's unnoticed chagrin. He finally set the blushing girl down to reread the pamphlet, but it didn't have much more information besides the times the museum was open. Did you get a look at anything? Shizuku quickly shook her head, still looking a little red from the unexpected hug. No, I ran right over here when I found out. Naruto just nodded absently as he continued to scour the leaflet. Fu walked across the small plateau, glancing over his shoulder at the piece of paper before staring at his Shakugao. Why would Kumo keep something as powerful as the sage's tools in a museum? Why not actually use them? Naruto finally looked up from the pamphlet, a small grin on his face as he shook his Shakugao lightly, getting it to jingle. Well, if they're anything like this, then hardly anybody would be able to hold them, never mind use them. Really only a Kage, a Jinchuriki, or a Rinnegan user would be able to properly use them. Fu just nodded. She had once held Naruto's staff out of curiosity, and despite her enormous reserves she was sure even an hour holding that simple wooden staff would drain her dry. It made her appreciate it all the more that Naruto could carry it around all day with no visible drain on his chakra. It was truly made for a Rinnegan user. But Kumo has two Jinchuriki as far as the other countries are aware, the Nibi no Nikomata and the Hakusabi no Kyujiwa. Naruto just shrugged. He couldn't really say why the village wouldn't utilize such powerful tools. Maybe the tools just don't fit with their fighting styles. Nobody really had an answer for him. They knew just as much as he did on the subject. Perhaps he could get something out of the Kyuubi, but he was being especially sullen and unresponsive lately. It was actually rather amusing to see the great fox acting petulantly. Well, I guess we know where we'll find the answers. The Kumo Museum was a surprisingly small building, until of course you realized that since it was built into a mountain most of the exhibits were in the lower levels. It did stick out a little though, being built out of a shining white marble as opposed to the normal gray-hued materials the rest of Kumo was constructed from. You could tell the whole place was built for the express purpose of attracting tourists. there was even a little gift shop selling replica headbands and other Kumigakure memorabilia. Inside it was cool and well ventilated to make up for the sometimes cramped spaces filled with people that would otherwise make it stiflingly hot. The Sage of the Six Paths exhibit was on the lowest accessible level of the museum, everything below it being maintenance or storage. The trio had a surprisingly good time looking through the other displays. Naruto especially enjoyed a display on the Haxabi and its various attacks on the village. There was even a small model of Kumo with a to-scale Haxabi in the middle of destroying it. There it is. The blonde felt a tug on his sleeve and turned to see Shizuku pointing out another hallway with a sign designating it as the Sage's display. They quickly made their way inside, not really finding anything all that different. All the displays were still set into the wall or on tables in the center of the room. Naturally, Naruto gravitated over to the large panoramic window that held the tools themselves. They don't look all that impressive. Naruto found himself agreeing with Fu's hushed whisper. It was an odd collection of items. The first was possibly the most impractical sword Naruto had ever seen, the label marking it as the Shishizaiken. It was a wide metal blade that folded around a thin central metal pole. The information mentioned something about severing word souls or something of the like. It didn't make a lot of sense to the young monk. Next along was the Kaukinjo, a long golden rope, supposedly used to bind and draw out one's word soul with some kind of verbal command. Again Naruto was confused by the phrase, wondering just what a word soul was. It seemed there was no actual information on it. Obviously Kumo didn't want people knowing how their treasured tools worked. The blonde just shook his head. Communication was the first step towards understanding. Hoarding knowledge never ended well historically. The item after that was a large crimson gourd that reminded Naruto a little of Gaara's sand container, except it didn't have a Suna headband wrapped around the middle. It was the Bena Hisago and apparently completed the word soul trio, capturing them within itself after they were severed and drawn out. In all they seemed like strange group of items and it looked like you would need all three to get any use out of them. However, due to the bulky gourd and unwieldy sword that seemed highly impractical, it would make more sense for two people working in tandem. The fourth item was different to the rest, an enormous and colorful fan made of unidentifiable bird feathers, the Bishousen. It confused Naruto though, as the description said it allowed the user to generate all 5 chakra natures. That made no sense. Due to the Rinnegan, Naruto was already able to use all 5 elements. Why would the sage need this? The more Naruto thought about it, the more he began to think these tools were not actually for the sage. He wondered if they had been gifts like his own Shakugao had been at one point. He feared he might never get an answer though. Finally there was the item in the center of the room, cordoned off by both velvet ropes and a thick layer of glass. It was a huge stone purifying pot with a thick white rope wrapped around the top and a stylized version of the kanji for lightning imprinted on it. Naruto quickly guessed the mark was more recently added. The pot was supposed to be able to seal anything inside, merging it with the liquid inside. In fact, it had been used on 3 separate occasions to capture the Haxabi before it was transferred to a Nujin hierarchy. Yeah, the only thing that looks useful is the fan and you can already use all 5 elements. Shizuku suddenly spoke from his left, looking intently at the large stone pot. Naruto just chuckled at his 2 companions looking at each object with curious gazes. Actually, none of these are of any use to me. The 2 girls just looked around, blinking in confusion. I don't understand, they were created by the Sage of the Six Paths, they have to have at least some use. Naruto just shook his head, motioning with his arms in a sweeping gesture that encompassed the room. No, I mean all of these are fake, there's no chakra in them. Fu and Shizuku just nodded in understanding. If there was anybody who could tell if something belonged to the sage or not, it was Naruto. I see, these must be replicas. The real ones are most likely better protected somewhere else. Naruto just nodded. He had been thinking the same thing as Fu. There was no way Kumo would just leave all the treasured tools out like this, even with the security and barrier seals on all the glass. Naruto simply shrugged as he began to walk for the exit, having lost interest in the fake display. Fu and Shizuku quickly followed him and soon the trio were outside the museum, sitting on a low bench across the street. So how are we supposed to learn anything about the sage if the items on display are all fakes? Not surprisingly, it was Shizuku who posed the innocent question, quickly met by matching smirks from Fu and Naruto. The purple-haired girl just groaned into her hands. She could already imagine what her friends were thinking. Can we please not make another enemy out of a hidden village? Naruto just shrugged while Fu didn't seem to care in the slightest. Then again, she was already being hunted by one hidden village. You worry too much, Shizuku. The girl just looked at the blonde with a stern expression which made the boy grin sheepishly. You're planning on stealing the tools, aren't you? It wasn't really a question, so Naruto didn't really feel like answering. He just got up off the bench and started walking back to the temple. Fu quickly followed him while Shizuku just looked at the two with her eye twitching slightly. Naruto. The boy just kept walking, waving back to the Miko-esque girl cheekily. Naruto. She raced after him. She already knew whatever he had planned would be a bad idea. Shizuka was right, it was a bad idea. Thankfully Naruto didn't plan on attempting to steal a practical national treasure of Kumo, at least not yet. For one, they didn't know where said treasures even were, the real ones, and they had no idea what kind of protection they might have. Of course that only made the blonde monk see it as a kind of challenge, something that only increased Shizuka's fears. She knew that when Naruto had a goal he would move heaven and earth to see it accomplished. That did not bode well for them if Kumo ever found out what they were planning. However, right now everything was returning to normal. Naruto was still practicing his lightning manipulation, having recently gotten the second stage from Amwa. Shizuka was still refining her control over water, and Fu was doing whatever it was Fu did. Honestly, the mint-haired girl was a little bit of a mystery to Shizuku. She would wander off into Kumo off half the day only to come back around lunch, spar with Naruto until she was tired, then wander off again. Shizuka had no idea what the girl did or where she went. As far she could tell, Fu just liked her peace and quiet. The Violet figured it was her own way of proving her independence after having her every move controlled by Taki. Unfortunately right now Fu seemed rather aimless. She lacked a goal other than to follow Naruto and protect him. It was obvious though she was looking for something, trying to find a purpose in her life where she previously had none of her own. Shizuka's inner monologue was cut short as Naruto strode into the temple, a large grin on his face as he walked forward, picked Shizuku up into a brief hug and span her around before walking on into another room. The girl had to shake off her sudden goofy trance at the intimate hug before quickly following Naruto into the other room where he was muttering to himself quietly but energetically, almost like he was having a conversation with himself. Naruto? As much as I enjoyed the hug, can you tell me why? The blonde just looked around with the same victorious grin. For a moment Shizuka feared, and somewhat didn't mind, that he might pull her into another embrace. I've got it, I know how we can get the tools. Shizuka blinked. She might have been against attempting to steal priceless relics from a very powerful hidden village, but she couldn't help but be interested. It didn't help that Naruto had naturally infectious good moods and she was getting swept away in his glowing grin. Really, how? If anything, his smile stretched even wider, his steely purple eyes almost glowing with chakra. I'm going to learn how to turn invisible. Chapter 22, Lightning 3. The only way of finding the limits of the possible are by going beyond them into the impossible. Arthur C. Clarke. Ag. This is impossible. Naruto sat dejectedly in his favorite training ground, his hands clasped in the ram seal which was supposed to aid the drawing out and subconscious molding of chakra. Fu sat to one side, calmly reading through a scroll on the basic fundamentals of chakra. Naruto had found she was the type who always reverted to studying the basics when she was stuck on what to do. Without any access to jutsu scrolls or taijutsu techniques and without Naruto being willing to spar, she didn't have much else to do. Then are you going to look for another way? Naruto just shot Fu and pointed look that clearly said he wasn't. Of course not, I'm going to find a way to turn invisible if it's the last thing I do. Fu just tilted her head in that same cutely innocent way that just spoke of how little she had been taught when she was younger. But didn't you just say it was impossible? Naruto sighed slightly, leaning back on his hands and catching himself before he ran a hand through his hair. That was becoming somewhat of a habit lately. It's just the frustration talking. I know it's possible, that old pervert back in Yu no Kuni could do it. That's part of where I got the idea from in the first place. Fu quirked an eyebrow but didn't say anything else, preferring to return to her scroll. She took solace in her reading. In fact, most days they spent in Kumo now she would devote at least a few hours in the public library. To her it didn't particularly matter what she read, as long as it allowed her to escape her world and memories for just a few hours. She had particularly taken to fantasy novels, enjoying the action and otherworldly adventure the protagonists got up to. In a way she could sometimes relate her own life to some of the stories, the lonely maiden in a destitute and unfair life, whisked away by the cavalier prince on a mystical adventure. Of course she didn't quite understand many of the aspects in these stories, the romance in particular both confounded and intrigued her. She didn't understand why people skirted around issues such as love or attraction. Then again, having never particularly felt those emotions, at least to her knowledge, she found she couldn't relate all that well. She had a lot of time to read lately, what with Naruto taking upon himself the crusade of becoming invisible. It was something he had been trying and finding only partial success in for the past 2 weeks. It was sometimes both amusing and incredible what the boy would come up with in attempt to circumvent vision. More so as his ideas become more and more ludicrous with each passing, and failing, attempt. His first answer had obviously been genjutsu. Unfortunately there already existed many countermeasures to such methods. He had the chakra control for it, as well as the imagination, however he just simply wasn't skilled enough to fool anybody above Chunin level. It wasn't a fault of his own, but the skill took a lot of time and dedication to master, time he didn't really have and couldn't replicate with shadow clones fast enough. His next attempt had been slightly more basic, an adapted version of the henge that could literally change as he moved. It worked to an extent. He simply hung every part of his body into an image of what was behind him. Surprisingly, the problem did not lie in the chakra control, although it was extraordinarily high. It was the fact he could just simply not think quickly enough to compensate for the changing image. Therefore there was slight lag in the technique. It wasn't noticeable if he was moving slowly, but it would give him away at even a normal walk. Fia had been interested in it, however, even though she lacked the immense control required to use it, likening it to how a chameleon worked. That was when the blonde's next bout of inspiration hit, quickly summoning a chameleon to study, only to be surprised to find they too had a summoning contract. Interestingly though, their boss summon had not been seen in quite some time and their last summoner had died, meaning the contract scroll itself was lost to them. Most had long since believed they would never be summoned again, prompting them to be quite accepting of the young monk. He had studied with one of their kind for a while, a large chameleon by the name of Shiro's Haku that was about the size of a large dog. Unfortunately the lizard had no real idea how their own pseudo-invisibility worked. It was more of an instinctual power like Naruto's Rinnegan abilities. However, even though they became completely invisible and their chakra signature vanished, they still had a weak scent, which mean they weren't completely undetectable if someone worked at trying to find them. Near the end of that particular venture, Shiro's Haku had suggested Naruto could just summon a larger chameleon and hide inside of it. Needless to say, Naruto quickly but politely turned that proposition down, saving it for a last resort. Even though it turned out to be a dead end, Naruto had made rather good friends with the chameleons, promising that if he ever discovered their leader, Shiromori, he would do what he could to send him back home. Next, Naruto had turned to space-time ninjutsu. That was quickly abandoned as well. He had quickly discovered that the sheer skill, time, and patience that went into creating such a complex and powerful technique was just staggering. His original intention was to create a technique that was able to somehow teleport the light hitting him to the other side of his body, effectively rendering him invisible to normal light. However, while that was a dead end, or at least such a long end that it might as well be dead, it did give him other ideas. Instead of subverting the light like he had planned, he began to toy with the idea of bending light around his body. There were certain impracticalities associated with it though, highest on the list being that it would render him completely blind for the duration of the technique. Naturally, no light hitting his body also meant no light hitting his eyes, meaning he wouldn't be able to see. He didn't expect a floating set of eyes would be all that discreet, however he stuck with the idea for a while. He found there were actually a few ways to bend light, such as the fact it was subject to gravity like anything else in the universe. However, the extra forces of gravity required to bend light to any useful degree would probably start rending the planet before he could get any use out of it. He put that in the Plan B column. He also knew you could refract light through certain mediums. That in particular interested him. For the first time in probably too long, Naruto began to think about the properties of chakra again. He supposed that it was a substance of sorts. It could be visible in high enough concentrations like a gas, it could flow and move like water, it could even be corrosive and poisonous at the extreme end of the spectrum. He began to experiment with it, manipulating his chakra into a thin covering around his hands, trying to find the exact point when it became visible. He had almost shouted out in victory as he noticed a slight distortion around his hand. The chakra was actually refracting the light to a certain degree. Now it was just a matter of finding a point at which he could cloak his entire body in it, all at the correct angles that he would probably have to be adjusting on the fly as he moved, and therein lay his problem. He had certainly found a method of turning invisible, without the noticeable drawback of the others, but for once it was actually his control letting him down. That was why he was currently on the verge of ripping his hair out in his training ground, his arm semi-translucent and rippling like water as he manipulated the chakra, covering it like a shroud. At least one good thing about this technique was that it didn't actually waste any chakra. When he was finished he could simply reabsorb the thin layer around his body. It meant he could train literally as long as he was awake, which he had been doing for the past 5 days. Right now he was actually thinking of ways he could extend how long he could stay awake, mostly to avoid having to think about the impossibly difficult task he had set himself. He sighed again in abject frustration as he lost control, more of his forearm returning to the visible spectrum. So far only his fingertips could stay completely invisible. It was actually rather unnerving as it looked like they had been chopped off. Right now though, Naruto was just trying to extend the technique over his entire body, as opposed to just one arm. It hadn't all just been one frustration after another though. Naruto had interestingly found out that at the perfect angle chakra didn't just refract light. He couldn't explain the physics behind it, nor probably would he ever. But it seemed chakra was a rather unique medium. Just like it technically lacked form until molded or gathered in high enough quantities, it also lacked any kind of smell. That meant that when using the technique, if he could ever get it to work properly, he wouldn't just be rendered invisible, but nigh undetectable. Only sound or touch would give him away, and Naruto could already use chakra to muffle his movements to a certain degree. Fio looked up from her scroll as Naruto groaned in frustration yet again. She couldn't decide whether or not his determination in the face of such odds was amusing or admirable. She would never have the control to even attempt what the young monk was trying to do, never mind come up with the concept or a reasonable method to achieve it. Watching Naruto go through idea after idea without once even thinking of giving up had been somewhat of an eye-opener for her. She wanted that. She wanted a goal to believe in so much she would do anything to get it. Perhaps you just need to rest. Give yourself some time to relax and think things through. The verdette was actually rather surprised she had spoken, having preferred to stay quiet most of the time and simply observe the blonde as he practiced. However, he just looked so wound up and agitated that she couldn't help but intervene. She had seen it many times with shinobi on teams she had been assigned to. Frustration only led to a lack in concentration, and that led to mistakes. I can't stop now. I know I'm close to a breakthrough. He spoke with such passion that it brought a small smile to the min-haired Jinhiraki's face. She tucked her scroll away, having already read it more than a few times through, and walked over to him, laying a soft hand on his shoulder. If you remain stressed, you will only continue to frustrate yourself. After training one's muscles, you must give them time to recuperate. The mind and the chakra system are no different. Naruto was about to argue with the girl, but there was something about the way she spoke that made him falter. She didn't speak with condescension or like she knew what was best for him. She only recommended as a friend with his best interests in heart. He sighed at her soft, steady voice and nodded with a small smile, getting to his feet and stretching out his stiff back with a satisfying click. Maybe you're right, I think I'll go for a walk. Umwa told me there are some impressive sights just outside of the village, and with all this training I never really got around to checking them out. He grinned at the caramel-skinned girl, eliciting a warm feeling in her stomach she couldn't explain. It made her wonder if she was ill or something. She just nodded with a small smile and began to walk back to the temple. The only reason she was out here was to watch Naruto's progress. She much preferred to read somewhere quiet and homely. Naruto found himself wandering rather aimlessly. His thoughts were still transfixed on the problem that had been eluding him for the past week. He knew he was supposed to be relaxing for the express purpose of losing those thoughts, at least for a little while, but ingrained habits don't break that easily. However, as engrossed in his thoughts as he was still able to cast an appreciative eye about his surroundings. It was one of the many places Umwa had recommended to him in their conversations, among various onsen, a large hanging garden, one of the oldest shrines in the elemental nations, and the enormous stadium where Kumo hosted their Churyunin exams. It was built out of the hollowed-out crater of a large dormant volcano. However, Naruto had decided first to visit what had been affectionately dubbed the Stone Garden. It was a network of enormous stone pillars that rose up out of an even larger lake, surrounded on all four sides by some of the largest mountains in Kaminari no Kuni. Some were pointed at the top while others were flat or even blossomed out like rocky mushrooms. It really was an impressive place to just wander through, especially considering Naruto had the luxury of simply walking across the water's surface. It gave him a unique perspective to look up at the towering pillars and spikes of stone. He continued to wander and think, drawing a random path through the almost labyrinthine network of pillars until he found himself near the center of the construct. He met a strange sight there, what looked to be possibly the remains of one of the stone pillars, a perfectly circular slab of rock just above the water level. Behind it a set of ornate stone steps with bright golden barriers flanking them as they climbed the mountain behind it to a small temple. Curious, Naruto climbed the stairs, feeling the lingering chakra of whoever had been training here. They were obviously very powerful to leave such dense chakra hanging in the air for any amount of time. He stopped at the top, admiring the simple but well-maintained building with two canvas flaps flanking the doorway. Almost as soon as his foot touched the last step, a man emerged from the building. Yo, it seems the mighty Killer Bee's got somebody up and visiting me. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the very strange and obviously rather eccentric man before him. He had the traditional dark skin that most Kumo residents possessed, as well as a large muscular build that offset his otherwise goofy appearance. He wore sunglasses with an almost all-white outfit including a flak jacket, scarf, headband, shin guards, and fingerless gloves. Other than that, he wore dark blue pants and had the kanji for iron tattooed on his exposed shoulder. Hello, I didn't realize anybody was actually here, I thought the temple was empty. It was a small lie, but he didn't need this man knowing he could sense the lingering chakra in the air. Standing in front of him though, Naruto realized why rather quickly. He was a Jinchuriki, there was no disguising it, or at least the man lacked the control to disguise it. Baijuyo chakra was radiating from him in waves, he had obviously been practicing with it recently. Man, you must be a real out-of-towner, now ain't that a downer, cause everybody would agree this is the home of the mighty Killer Bee. As the man talked, he would occasionally move his head or arms to a beat only he seemed to be able to hear. It was actually rather amusing. It's nice to meet you, Kirabi. Naruto inclined his head slightly. It would do good to make a nice first impression on his fellow Jinchuriki. Surprisingly though, the large man placed a hand on his shoulders with a beaming grin on his bearded features. Now little monk, get out of that funk, cause there's no need for the pleasantry between us fellow Jinchuriki, ya fool. He bobbed his head to the silent beat again, making Naruto smirk before grinning sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his neck. Huh, really that obvious? The large man just nodded with his own smirk, eyes sparkling with amusement behind his dark shades. Oh yeah, mighty Hakabi-sama's brewing up some real drama when he felt he host of Mr. 9 approach our little shrine. Naruto raised a surprised eyebrow at that. He didn't realize he could not only detect he was a Jinchuriki, but for which Baijuyo. He was just glad the Kyuubi's presence seemed to override Shukaku's, that might have thrown up some awkward questions he wasn't sure how to answer. He wondered if the Kyuubi could sense his fellow Baijuyo in the same way. So you can talk to the Hakabi. Kirabi just nodded as he began to walk inside the temple, Naruto quickly following him. Inside it was surprisingly spacious, the entire room hollowed out of the mountain's stone. The blonde had a feeling Kirabi had not built this place himself. There were many murals on the wall, some of the Hakabi and a few of what he could only assume was the Nibi. Yeah, me and Hakabi-sama have faced all kinds of trauma, we're partners, you see, making me the perfect Jinchuriki, ya fool. Naruto ignored the last part as he thought about what he meant by a perfect Jinchuriki and if he could attain that. So you and the Hakabi have a good relationship? Kirabi nodded again in his strange manner with his arms crossed and his body leaned back slightly. At first me and the Hakabi were all fighting and was my enemy, but we got to some serious rappin', and I found out he didn't like I was trappin', we. Naruto just nodded. The Kyuubi had told him many times of his dislike of being caged inside a worthless ninja. So we worked out a deal, Hakabi-sama and me, and the rest is history, cause we're the mighty Eight Tails and Killer Bee. Ya fool. The large man just stood there for a moment, as if basking in the cheers of some invisible crowd which the blonde actually found rather unnerving. So Mr. 9, you be looking mighty fine. Why'd you come find the killer bee when last I heard you were in the big tree? Naruto could only assume Kirabe meant Konoha by that. With his strange manner of talking he could only guess these things. He suddenly had an epiphany that this must be the bee-sensei Mwa talked about. Small world. Actually, I had no idea you were here. A friend told me this place was a good spot to visit and I was frustrated about something, so I came out here to relax. Kirabe just nodded again in that same eccentric manner as the two sat down on the floor, both in cross-legged positions. Naruto could tell from his ease at the position that the large Jinchuriki was no stranger to meditation, at least if his posture was anything to go by. It may have also had something to do with finding a comfortable position to sit in with 7 swords strapped to his back. Ain't no place fresher to clear your head and no place better to get my rhymes read, we. Naruto just nodded. He had noticed as he walked that the air just felt cleaner around here. It was like his mind had been in a haze before and it had only just begun to clear. He felt refreshed and rejuvenated after all the tension of the last week's training. The blonde looked up, unsure of how to broach his next topic. Honestly, he hadn't expected to run into one of the Jinchuriki of the village so soon. So, how is it in Kumo? It was an innocent question, but he got a feeling Kirabe understood what the young monk was trying to say. In essence, he was asking if the older Jinchuriki had been mistreated. As far as the blonde could tell, having to come so far out of the village for peace wasn't a good sign. Well, ain't that cute, little Nine be worried about the killer bee. Well, you don't have to because nobody would be hidden on me. Yeah, fool. Naruto just nodded with a pleasant smile. It was good to meet at least one Jinchuriki who wasn't hated by their village. His previous conceptions about Kumo before coming hadn't been all that good, tainted by Konoha propaganda. There were the last wars, the Hyuga incident, and a few others that put them in a bad light in Konoha. However, after living there he realized it was just like everywhere else, with people just trying to get by in life. I'm glad. B nodded in his half-sagely, half-rapper way, looking off at some invisible crowd even though Naruto knew his eyes were firmly on the blonde beneath his shades. Yo little monk, you look a little down, you saying it was the leaf that made you frown? Naruto just smiled wanly as he leaned back on his hands. He hadn't had any contact with Konoha in over 5 years. With a start he realized it had really been that long since he had run away from his former home. No, I have a good life, strong bonds with my friends, and a stubborn but at least knowledgeable fox in my gut. Anyway, I've mostly been on the road for the past year. The leaf hasn't had anything to do with my frowns for a long time. He chuckled at that but kept it as vague as he could. He wanted to trust his fellow Jinchuriki, but this wasn't few. Kirabe did not hate his village and was in turn not hated. He had to remember that. While he did not agree with the whole balance of power the Byakuya represented, he at least acknowledged this and didn't want to start a war between Kumo and Konoha. That's tight, yo. A good friend on your back that can help take the flak is all you need, we. Naruto just nodded with a small smile before standing up, Kirabe copying the action. I know this is asking a lot, but is there any way the Raikage won't find out about me being here? I don't want to cause a war or anything. Kirabe just smirked as he moved forward, arms still crossed over his chest. "Na man, we cool, anything else would just be cruel. Gotta stay tight with ma fellow Jinchuriki or my name ain't the mighty killer bee. We. You don't gotta worry about ma bro finding out, it's like you were never here without a doubt." He finished by moving his hand across his mouth in a zipping motion before holding his hand out, fist clenched with the knuckles facing Naruto. The blonde just gave a smile of his own before bumping fists with the eccentric, but at least friendly Kumo shinobi. "It was really good meeting you, Kirabe. It's nice to see a Jinchuriki having a good life." Kirabe just nodded, sporting a similar smile as opposed to his usual grin. The two stayed and talked a little while longer, sometimes about training, sometimes about Kirabe's rapping. Naruto even mentioned Fu to him, and the older Jinchuriki expressed that he would like to meet another of their small group. Naruto had parted with the dark-skinned shinobi, promising to bring Fu around sometime. He honestly thought the girl needed more people to talk to besides him and Shizuku. Naruto left the stone garden feeling oddly lighter, refreshed and relaxed in comparison to how he felt earlier. He had a small but genuine smile on his face as he wandered back to the temple. It seemed a bit of rest was exactly what Naruto needed. In the next week he made astounding progress in his technique. He could now effectively cover his entire body in a thin layer of refractive chakra. Now all he needed to do was work on refining it to reduce his visibility entirely. However, as it was, he was undetectable by most means. His chakra signature vanished, he couldn't be smelled, and when he applied a soft layer of chakra to his feet he couldn't be heard by probably anyone less than an Inyazuka. All in all, he was rather satisfied with his self-created technique. For the first time he felt like he was doing something for himself as opposed to just following in somebody else's footprints. It was liberating, and Naruto wanted to continue the feeling. He figured it would only get better once he had completed the technique. He had a lot of fun sneaking up on his companions and startling them, which continued to irk Fu. Surprisingly, he seemed to have sparked something in her after one of his little pranks, and she had resolved to find a way of counteracting Naruto's invisibility. The blonde was actually rather glad. She had been a little aimless recently, and now she had a fire behind her eyes and purpose in her step. It was relieving to see Fu finally doing something other than just sit around and read or spar, although she didn't stop doing those either. He just hoped the verdette didn't take it too far. As he wandered through the shopping district earlier, he had heard a few people talking about a sudden insect problem. They didn't need attention drawn to them when they were about to commit a crime against the village. However, it did spark Naruto's own curiosity about how the girl might go about finding somebody who couldn't be seen, smelt, or heard. He had also kept his promise and taken Fu to meet Kirabi. He couldn't say the two were instant friends, but they seemed to have an understanding. Kirabi knew never to stray too close to her past, and in turn Fu never commented on her annoyance with the way the older Jinhiriki talked. Kirabi had offered them both a few pointers on controlling their Baijuyo chakra, however they had both declined. Naruto felt uncomfortable taking the Kyuubi's chakra when he was finally starting to see some change in the fox. He wanted to build a better foundation in the relationship between them before he went after anything like that. That was if he even needed it. The Sage of the Six Paths defeated the Kyuubi under his own power. Naruto had his goal already in mind. Fu, on the other hand, already had experience with her inner power. She just didn't want anything to do with it anymore. Taki had controlled her and the creature inside of her for too long. She would become strong under her own power, not on what she borrowed from somebody, or something else. Other than that, the last week had gone rather well. They all seemed in high spirits, although Naruto would emphasize seemed. He had noticed something was up with Shizuka lately, which was why he was currently up on the roof of the temple with her, lying back on the ceramic tiles and staring up at the sky. They had both sat in relative silence for the last 5 minutes, just content to allow their eyes to roam between the various pinpricks of light. "How many do you think there are? Stars, I mean." It had been so quiet that Naruto was nearly startled when Shizuka suddenly spoke up, her soft melancholic tone affirming his suspicions she was not as happy as she appeared. He didn't turn, just kept his eyes up at the darkened sky, mostly focused on the intense white disk hanging up there. "I don't know, but I bet people have tried to count them." Shizuka absently nodded, her eyes not straying from the sky either. "I still can't believe how beautiful it looks." Naruto smiled softly. Shizuka really hadn't been happier than their time in Kumo. Being able to see the sky as opposed to dreary rain clouds was still just amazing to her now, as it was the first day. "You know, sometimes I still think that, even after all these years." It was true, there was just something peaceful about the sky, to look up at it and know that everybody else in the world saw the exact same stars, the same moon, the greatest equalizer. "Do you think I'll always have this curse?" Naruto sighed, suddenly realizing why Shizuka seemed so sad recently behind her happy demeanor. She was worried about leaving Kumo, returning to her place under the clouds where it could rain on her again. She didn't want the sky to be taken away from her now that she had a taste. "No." Shizuka sat up and looked around, a little surprised at the firmness in Naruto's tone. It was so definite, so certain. The blonde also sat up, turning to Shizuka with a small but confident smile. "What makes you so certain?" Her voice was quiet, unsure, contrasting greatly with Naruto's more secure tone. The blonde just smiled as he got up and moved closer the girl, sitting back down with an exaggerated sigh. "Remember the promise I made to you?" He turned with the most brilliant and genuine smile Shizuka had ever seen on his face. "I never go back on my promises. One day you will be able to look up at the sky whenever you want and see the stars, or the sun." He turned back to the sky, the smile settling down but not losing any of its previous energy. "Hell, If I have to, I'll just take you to Kaze no Kuni, even if it rains you'll just be doing the residents a favor. They both chuckled at that, Shizuka finally gaining some confidence in herself, but more importantly, in Naruto. Thanks Naruto. The blonde just waved her off sheepishly, his smile becoming slightly more embarrassed. He still didn't do well with positive interaction with people. It's no problem, you're my friend. He was surprised when Shizuka grabbed his head, tuning it so she could look him in the eye. She hesitated for a moment as his faintly glowing purple orbs locked gazes with her own before shaking her head quickly and smiling. No really, without you I would still be in that bandit camp, or sold off to some slavers. She shuddered a little as her features once again became melancholic. Or worse. Naruto just lay a comforting hand on her shoulder which instantly brought her back around. But you saved me, and showed me things I never believed I would ever get to see. Her smile became a grin as she made a sweeping gesture to the sky. Case in point. They both chuckled again before Shizuka brought Naruto's head back around to face her. So thank you Naruto. With that she leaned forward and planted a small chaste kiss on his lips. When they parted both their faces had a tint of red in them and Shizuka was smiling lightly. Naruto was a little dazed by the contact which made the violet giggle as she got to her feet carefully and climbed down. Naruto spent another 10 minutes up on the roof just thinking about things, not even noticing the absent smile playing across his lips. Chapter 23, Lightning 4. If you're going through hell, keep going. Winston Churchill. The darkened and quiet back room of a small inauspicious temple somewhere near the usually bustling center of Kyumigaku, a single pair of glowing Rinnegan eyes cracked open. They appeared out of seemingly nowhere, just floating there at the center of the room, as if suspended by strings. It was only the faintest ripple across an almost invisible surface that gave any sign they were attached to a body of any kind. A set of shining white teeth appeared in grin that would put the Cheshire Cat to shame as the air rippled slightly again. Through his clone's eyes Naruto observed the area where he knew his actually body was. He was more than pleased to say that his chakra signature was completely gone, as if covered by some insubstantial screen. In fact, even with his Rinnegan, he was sure he would never spot himself unless he knew exactly where to look. At least he hoped that was the case as he planned on taking the artifacts tonight. If everything went to plan he would sneak into the Raikage's office, a daunting task in of itself, find out where the sage's possessions were kept and quickly leave Kyumo with it. Hopefully he could do all of that without being detected long enough for he and his friends to leave the country, or at least the area around Kyumo, safely. Fu and Shizuku, along with a clone of Naruto, had left the village earlier in the day. Luckily it had been enough to fool the guards as they were less concerned by people leaving than those that might be trying to break into their village. They hadn't been all that happy with leaving Naruto in the village alone, especially Shizuku, but without being able to perform the invisibility technique they couldn't offer much aid anyway. Shizuku had been especially worried for him. He had noticed, her gaze constantly flickering to him as they left. Ever since the kiss up on the roof almost a week before things had become, not awkward, but different between them. They started to read into actions that before had seemed perfectly normal and innocent, and Naruto had begun to overthink just about everything when it came to his purple-haired companion. Even so he had ritualistically cleared his mind of all distractions tonight, he would need it for his technique. He found that the use of his camouflage technique was surprisingly dependent on his emotions as they directly tied in with how agitated his chakra was. The thin shroud around his body needed to remain near the perfect angles to properly refract the light so any slight disturbances could give him away to any sensors or those with a keen nose. Another problem that might give him away was sound. However, he had been practicing his ability to remain silent and, as a monk, he was rather proficient at it. His main concern would be his Shakugao that, despite Fu's protests and concerns, he had insisted on taking with him. The jingling of the rings alone proved it wasn't the stealthiest tool, but it would be useful as a suppressant if he was actually caught. Anyway, Fu wouldn't have been able to carry it out of the village with her all the way to their rendezvous point, even she lacked the chakra for that. Of course Naruto had conveniently not reminded her that his clones shared his ability to use the Preta path. Naruto stepped out of the temple, the darkness of the moonless night casting the village around him into shadow. He wore a long shapeless cloak over his usual clothes. The technique was much easier with less angles to work with in the form of his arms and legs. The hood was pulled up over his face, just in case his technique failed. He didn't want to be recognized. He also wore a mask over the lower half of his face to again try and smooth out any angles on his body. Boidogaku no Jutsu. His voice was barely a whisper as, starting from his feet, his body quickly vanished from sight, only a slight ripple remaining in the air that was disguised by the darkness. His trip through the village was uneventful, if not highly nerve-wracking. He had tested his jutsu a few times on Fu and Shizuku, but there was a large difference between them and skilled jounin. He stuck to the streets in case he were to have a run-in with any roof-hopping shinobi out late. While it provided him with better cover, it meant his trip was slow-going. He at least didn't have to deal with any crowds. Kumo had a strict curfew enacted after midnight. Only shinobi were allowed out, and even they needed a valid reason if any suspicion was drawn to them by the Umbu. Even with all that, it took around 10 minutes for Naruto to reach the Raikage Tower, jutting out on its lofty mountain perch. The climb up the winding staircase to the building itself was even worse than the trip through the village. The stairs were wide enough for 2 people, but only barely. If anybody came down in the opposite direction, he would have to press himself up against the wall of the mountain and hope they didn't brush past him. He might have tried to climb straight up the mountainside, but he didn't quite trust himself to keep his invisibility jutsu up while surface clinging, at least not yet. Finally, with a small and he hoped inaudible sigh of relief, he crested the last step, quickly ducking into the building. Unfortunately, he knew that was the easy part. Now he actually had to infiltrate Akage's office, undetected. His progress through the tower was slow going as he was forced to skirt around a few shinobi and office workers on their late shift. However, he finally reached the door to the Raikage's office. It said as much in large golden lettering printed on the door. To the right of the office was a small but tidy desk. A large stack of what seemed to be completed paperwork lay to one side while a woman's head occupied the other. She was a woman in her late 20s with the dark skin that was so prevalent for Kumo and contrasting silver hair. Due to her position passed out on the desk, Naruto couldn't make out much more than that about her, but the small name placard on the desk read Mabi. Obviously she had been working late to complete all the paperwork and had fallen asleep right there at her desk when she was finished. Naruto didn't mind. It just made his job easier as he quickly slipped inside the office, softly closing the door behind him without so much as a click. He turned around only to nearly cry out in surprise, nearly biting down on his tongue to quell the potential giveaway. The Raikage was sat at his desk, grunting with each rep on his barbell as his other hand hastily scribbled across various forms on the desk. Naruto breathed a small and once again silent sigh of relief that he hadn't been noticed. Looking around, he noted the fact there were no Umbu in the room. He found that strange. Even though it was the Kage, the strongest person in the village, he would have thought the man might want some protection. Was his ego that large? The blonde just slowly skirted around the back of the room, making absolutely sure he was making no sound whatsoever. The brawny man at the desk didn't seem to notice anything amiss. Naruto hadn't gone into this blind. He knew very well the prowess of the Yondaime Raikage. He was the current fastest man alive now that the Yondaime Hokage was dead. He was supposed to be peerless in taijutsu and speed, and his lightning cloak was said to make him nearly invulnerable to harm, even from most wind attacks, despite it being the superior element in the cycle. Naruto had no misconception. The man before him could crush him before he could even realize what was happening, which was why the element of surprise was so important. Slowly, slower than he had ever moved in his life, the young blonde crept up behind the enormous Kage, gently raising his shakujiao in front of him, base level with the dark-skinned man's neck. And just like that, it was over. He gently tapped the man's neck with the base of his staff. The Raikage's eyes lit up in a mix between alarm and rage before rolling back as he slumped forward onto his desk. To all the world it would simply look like he had fallen asleep and there would be nothing about his body to say otherwise. However, he would have a rather nasty headache in the morning. Naruto's body slumped forward as all the tension left him. That was a stressful situation he would rather not repeat. The man must have been seriously overworked or tired at the moment, because Naruto just couldn't believe he had just pulled off that he had. Before his ego could swell any, he quickly reminded himself of why he was here, moving to the back of the room where a row of filing cabinets lined the wall and quickly disabling the seal guarding them. Hurriedly skimming along them with alert and anxious eyes, he stopped, nodding once before pulling out the S cabinet. He flicked through the many manila folders he found until finally pulling out the one marked Sage. He scanned the document as fast as he was physically able, not wanting to be in this room for any longer than he needed to be, committing most of it to memory as a frown passed over his features. He slipped it back in where he found it and silently shut the cabinet, thankful it moved without squeaking. He cast one more curious glance around the spacious office, noticing with an amused smirk that two of the windows that overlooked the village were smashed in, seemingly from the inside. He had heard rumors of the Rakich's eccentric manner of leaving rooms, but he hadn't really believed them before now. He made his way over, looking out over the peacefully dozing village with a small smirk. He just shrugged his shoulders once before launching himself from the jagged hole, suppressing his urge to cry out in exhilaration. Another stealthy walk through the village and Naruto found himself staring at the tightly locked entrance to the museum. Apparently Kumo thought they were safe in the knowledge the artifacts on display were fakes. The real ones were actually kept in an underground storage facility beneath the museum. Unfortunately for Naruto, that only meant one of the artifacts, the Kohaku no Jouerhei. All the others had been lost to Kumo with the defection of Ginkaku and Kinkaku, Kumo's gold and silver brothers. He didn't know much more than that, about the artifact's location or the brothers, because their files were in a different cabinet and the blonde had felt he was pressing his luck as it was. For now he would look for information on the two elsewhere and instead focus on the remaining treasure Kumo still possessed. He slipped inside the museum only to immediately pull back out again as quickly as he dared. He had nearly walked right into two patrolling shinobi, a tall blonde-haired one he recognized as Shi and another dark-skinned one he didn't recognize. Shi's partner wore the traditional Kumo flak jacket over a dark high-collared shirt that brushed the edges of his messy white hair. He had an overall bored demeanor, reminding Naruto somewhat of an older Amwa, except much deadlier if his confident stance and large sword said anything. Naruto flattened himself against the museum wall as the two walked out, seemingly on a routine patrol. However, the blonde blanched as Shi suddenly stopped with a frown on his face as he looked around the area. Naruto nearly ran for it when the man's eyes drifted over him. It may have been a trick of the fading light, but the blonde could have sworn the Kumo shinobi's gaze lingered on his position for a moment. "What is it, Shi?" The blonde's partner tried to look at where his teammate was so intensely staring but saw nothing but the wall of the museum they had been patrolling. The light-skinned ninja just stared a moment longer with a frown before shaking his head dismissively. "It's nothing, Darui, just thought I sensed something for a moment, but it was weak, probably just a rat or something." The bored-looking man just shrugged as he turned to continue their patrol route. He hated the museum, it was too dull for him. She lingered a moment longer, casting a backwards glance at the spot he swore he had sensed something in. It was the briefest flicker of a chakra signature, no larger than a small mammal, but just the fact it vanished so quickly disconcerted him. Inside the museum, Naruto panted, releasing the pent-up breath he had been holding as Shi intently stared at the position he had been standing. He had taken the first opportunity to move as he could, the moment the shinobi looked away to talk with his teammate. While it was good to know his technique could stand up to an obviously powerful sensor type, he didn't want to go through something so nerve-wracking again. He had no intention of fighting his way out of Kumo and no illusions he would make it on his own power. He let out another sigh before righting himself, quickly making his way through the various levels of the museum, disabling the various security seals he came across. It would leave a sure trail of where he had been, but he had no intention of staying long enough for any Kumonin to capitalize on it. Once again he passed through the fake artifact display, casting a slight glance at the large and false pot, replicating the object he was here to steal. He had actually fought a rather long and painful struggle with his conscience in order to go through with this. Technically the Kohaku no Jouerhei was a part of his legacy, however it was technically Kumo's property. Then again, they weren't really using it, it had only ever been used to seal the Hakabi away between Jinhiriki anyway. Right now they had Kiribi and he was as stable a Jinhiriki as they came, minus the strange fixation with rapping. Even then, over 4 years of monk teaching had been hard to suppress in order to do this. However, if he wanted to understand more about his ancestor, with Kyuubi so unwilling to talk, he needed to study the man's possessions. These thoughts kept him occupied as he snuck into the maintenance area of the museum, only to be faced by 2 standing shinobi in front of a large vault-like door. Unfortunately for them, Naruto didn't approach them with nearly the trepidation he did the Raikage, and soon they were on the floor, blissfully snoring in unconsciousness. Sometimes he just loved his Shakugao. It took him surprisingly little time to break through the many complicated and numerous seals covering the surface of the storage facility's door. All seals really did share the same flaw that made them so useless against him. It would be amusing if he wasn't completely nullifying one of the most prestigious fields of the shinobi arts. After about 5 minutes all the seals were drained and succinctly useless, the door sliding open like it was covered in grease. Naruto's eyes nearly bugged out of their sockets as he gazed into the room. It was filled to the brim with shelves upon shelves of ancient artifacts. The time periods seemed to range from the Third Shinobi War stretching back way beyond the warring clans period. It was truly an impressive sight, but not one that would detract Naruto from his goal. It was sitting rather high up on one of the larger and sturdier shelves, in order to accommodate its weight. The Sage of the Six Paths really lugged that thing around? Seems rather impractical. His thoughts weren't all that wrong. The pot itself came up to his waist and when he lifted it he nearly threw his back out from the strain. He carefully set it back down, wiping his forehead a little and suddenly realizing he had miscalculated slightly. He wasn't sure if his technique would be able to envelop the large sealing pot completely. A giant floating purifying pot wasn't exactly discreet after all. However, before that he looked intently at the large lighting kanji inscribed on the pot, reconfirming that it had been added later. Not only that, but it contained a few seals worked into the ink. He couldn't tell what they did, but he could only assume it was for tracking the pot, especially after the other tools had been stolen. It only took him a moment to remove the seal, watching with a little satisfaction as the ink dried up and peeled off, leaving the pot unblemished, as it should be. With a grunt of exertion and a healthy amount of chakra reinforcing his muscles, the young monk managed to maneuver the pot onto his back, groaning slightly from its weight. Luckily for him though, his technique was just about able to cover both him and the pot, although he was seriously stressing his control now. He was just lucky the Kohaku no Jouerhei was mostly smooth, or his technique might not have been enough. That would have been awkward. After another quick trip through the museum, Naruto once again found himself outside, the cold mountainous air brisk against his skin. He jostled the large artifact on his back into a more comfortable position before setting off into the village, feeling somewhat like a snail with his pace and the large object on his back. This time he passed a few shinobi in the streets, doing his best to avoid them and mostly relying on his technique to see him through to the village's gates. However, he failed to notice one Kunoichi in particular as he passed her. Her ears twitched ever so slightly and she gently sniffed the air with a curious and slightly confused expression. Naruto panted slightly in a large rocky clearing some distance from the village. It was about a mile away from the rendezvous he had agreed on with Fu, a small village to the south of Kumo. He straightened up, stretching out his spine with a few wonderful cracks that left him with a contented grin. He had dropped the invisibility technique by now, instead devoting the chakra to his arms, legs and back in order to support the Kohaku no Jouerhei better. His relaxed posture went rigid though as an almost sixth sense-like ability kicked in, allowing him to turn in time to halt 3 kunao aimed for his back as if they had struck some invisible surface. He blinked in surprise, not having detected anybody following him all this time. Nonetheless, a woman dropped down from her lofty perch in the rocks above him, her long, tied-up blonde hair fluttering in the wind as she fell. Well, that was an impressive technique, especially for a monk. Naruto immediately recognized her as the rather playful Kunoichi he had met on the first day in Kumo, Yujito if he remembered her name right. The smaller blonde just grinned cheekily, placing the pot down on the ground with a small thud. It wasn't like the woman could just pick up the pot and go, it was too heavy and chakra draining. Even so, the same applied to him. He knew it would either be suppress this woman or abandon the sealing pot, not both. Trade secret, I'm afraid. Yujito smirked outwardly, however inside was a different story as her gaze drifted to the Kohaku no Jouerhei. She had followed her instinct on a hunch, her enhanced hearing picking up very soft footfalls from where she couldn't see anybody walking. There was also a scent she could detect, but it was almost like somebody was suppressing it like one might their chakra, which just sounded ludicrous. I guess I'll have fun working the answers out of you. She licked her lips seductively in an attempt to throw the boy off a little. Disappointedly, it seemed he wasn't affected at all. He was all business right now. Naruto just grinned, slowly gathering his chakra around him in preparation for anything the woman could throw. He just hoped there wasn't any backup waiting. You can try. Along that same line of thought, Yujito now wished she had brought backup. She always was too brash for her own good, as Darui-sensei would tell her. When the boy had finally dropped whatever invisibility technique he was using, which impressed her for one so young, she finally saw why he was running away. At first it had amused her, simply thinking the boy would drop from his chakra being drained after a few minutes. However, he had just kept going, he didn't even look tired now, and he had been running with the pot for about an hour. Just the thought of how large his chakra reserves must be almost frightened the Jounin. "Oh, I intend to, little monk." Deciding not to play around anymore, Yujito quickly flared her chakra. Almost instantly her nails grew out about a foot in length, sharp as razors. She dropped into her four-legged stance the same moment Naruto moved into his own after planting his Shakyujou into the ground. "Mizu no Mai." Yujito cocked her head a little, noticing that the stance was eerily reminiscent of the Hyuga Jutsu style from Konoha. However, this boy did not look like one, although she could not see his eyes. She rushed forward, lashing out with her claws in a very straightforward, but very fast lunge that was supposed to leave the boy impaled on her claws. She would like to play around with him a little, but stealing precious artifacts from Kumo was a serious offense. Naruto surprised her by moving with unbelievable grace, slipping to the right of her attack and almost gently nudging her clawed hands up and away from his body. When she rounded, she noticed Naruto raise an eyebrow at her in curiosity that quickly shifted to understanding. "You're a Jinhyuriki, aren't you? For the Nibi, right?" Yujito faltered in the attack she was about to perform, looking at the young blonde incredulously. She quickly shook her head of the surprise. Her status wasn't exactly secret in Kumo, at least to the shinobi, and if this boy could find out where the Kohaku no Jouerhei was kept, he could quite easily gain information like that. She recovered in time to launch a quick offensive, this time being more measured in her movements. She came forward with a barrage of lethal slashes, making sure to keep her footing light and mobile so she could attack from many angles. However, the boy's body flowed like water, she couldn't even touch him. Occasionally he would use a hand to divert her away from the wrist, and each time she came away she felt oddly tired. Deciding to take a different approach, she leapt back, flashing through hand signs in the air to finish on the tiger seal. "Katon, Gukaku no Jutsu." With that she breathed out an enormous stream of bright blue flames that took the shape of an enormous sphere. She watched as it barreled down on the young monk, making her smirk as she prepared for her next attack. However, she watched on, surprised as the boy made no effort to dodge in any way, quickly being engulfed by the technique. Yujito just shook her head in wonder. She had been sure the blonde would be able to dodge that. It wasn't the fastest technique even if it was supercharged by the Nibi. She had planned on him dodging so she could catch him in the air where he couldn't dodge. Shinra Tensei. In her shock she had let her guard down slightly. Even if she hadn't, little could have prepared her for the enormous wall of invisible force that crashed into her body. She flew limply through the air, watching as the sphere of flame dwindled down to nothing, absorbed into Naruto's outstretched palm as his other was pointed towards her. Luckily her reflexes kicked in, allowing her to twist impossibly in the air to land back down on all fours in a pose that reminded Naruto of a cat. It was fitting, he supposed. Yujito made the logical leap that any of her other fire techniques would be just as effective as the first, and given the fact Naruto only had a few singes on his clothes, she didn't think that was very. Just to be sure though, she began to run forward, keeping a trained eye on Naruto's hands in case he tried that repulsion move again. As she ran, her hands flashed through seals that, while Naruto's Rinnegan could clearly see and memorize, would be just a blur to a most. Raiden, Jian. She held out both palms in front of her and immediately a bolt of pure lightning shot out like a laser, on a direct course with Naruto's body. It was so bright that the surroundings actually seemed to dim in comparison with the vibrant white bolt. Naruto simply stood there, once again making no effort to dodge the technique. This time her vision was unobstructed, so Yujito was clearly able to see the jutsu get absorbed once it reached a certain distance from his body. Wow, now that's impressive. So are all ninjutsu just as effective on you? Naruto's only reply was a slight smirk as he raised his hand up. He didn't call out the name this time, but Yujito was ready nonetheless. However, she just happened to be ready for the wrong technique. Instead of dodging the invisible wall of force like she had planned, she suddenly found her body moving towards the blonde against her will at a shocking speed. She tried to twist her body and claws to use this sudden momentum to her advantage, but Naruto seemed to preempt this. He twisted his body out of her path at the last moment, her claws uselessly scraping air as he dropped the technique, allowing her forward momentum to carry her straight into a large boulder. However, she wasn't a Jinhyuriki for nothing. Her durability outright beat most elite jounin, and she was able to quickly jump to her feet, agilize, scanning for danger. However, Naruto was just standing there, arms crossed at the center of the clearing with perfectly even breathing. He didn't even look remotely tired. If anything, he looked slightly more refreshed than when they had started fighting. Unfortunately, Yujito couldn't say the same. Usually she would have energy to spare in fights, but those mysterious touches of his seemed to just leech away her energy. That wasn't to say she was out just yet, but with his ability to absorb ninjutsu and her inability to get close, unless he wanted her to, she found herself rather stuck. She was always appalling at genjutsu, she lacked the control for it and had never even touched on fuinjutsu, that was heavily discouraged by the Raikage for obvious, but not unjustifiable reasons. Hegaki, you're pretty good, I'll give you that. Unfortunately, I have some stuff to do back home, so I'll be wrapping this up now. She felt slightly humiliated that she had been forced to use her trump card against a kid that probably hadn't hit his teens yet. Unfortunately, in the shinobi world, you just had to acknowledge there were opponents that were both younger and stronger than you, even if such a fact stung your pride more than just a bit. Naruto just watched on in interest, curious to see what the other blonde would do against him. Yujito suddenly dropped down on all fours, chakra radiating from her body like a beacon as blue flames began to lick her skin. The sheer pressure snapped the bandages holding her long ponytail together, allowing her hair to flare wildly about her. Naruto was slightly worried now, however, not because of the copious quantities of chakra radiating off of her. The more chakra she used, the more chakra he could absorb. No, it was because with all this Baijuyo chakra being thrown around, Kumo was sure to have noticed. You didn't have to be a sensor to feel this, no more than you needed great eyesight to sense if the sun was out. However, Yujito managed to surprise him. Instead of using the Baijuyo cloak like he imagined she might after hearing about it from Fu, she instead erupted into an enormous sphere of blue flames. And there, standing before him a few moments later in all its flaming glory, was the Nibi no Nikomata, staring at him with one green eye and one yellow. Naruto just stood there, observing it for a moment as it exhaled a huge fireball, much larger than the one Yujito produced. Of course, Naruto just stood there and took it as chakra. No matter where it came from or how dense it was still chakra. Then again, he wouldn't like to test that theory against anything like a Baijuodama. From what he had heard from Fu and her training with the violent attack, it was rather nasty. All he knew was that after training with it for the first time, Tani no Kuni had a few extra valleys to its name. When the Nibi realized its attack had no effect, it roared at Naruto aggressively, ready to charge forward and crush him with its tails. Naruto just stood there uncaringly. He had a lot worse from the Kyuubi, whose chakra was both more potent and more terrifying. However, before it could attack, Naruto opened his eyes, fully. The enormous cat immediately stopped, staring into those rippled eyes like it was hypnotized. Naruto had been prepared to throw it back towards Kumo if he had to, but stopped himself as the flaming cloak began to recede, the enormous feline dissipating into blue flames. All that was left was a panting and weary Yujito in the center of a still smoking crater, her head lolling about tiredly. She just looked up at Naruto's calm, unscathed form as he walked towards her, a hint of fear appearing in her eyes before she succumbed to the stress of using her Baijuyo's chakra and fell unconscious. Naruto was about to grab the Kohaku no Jouerhei and hightail it out of there, but looked back at Yujito's prone form. He estimated Kumo Shinobi would reach his position in just under 40 minutes. With a brief internal debate, he nodded resolutely. That was enough time. Chapter 24, Lightning V. Friendship is a single soul dwelling in two bodies. Aristotle. Shizuka was worriedly pacing the small shack they were in. It was old and in terrible disrepair, but it at least had a roof and wasn't going to fall apart anytime soon. Fu was just curled up in the corner, a book on her lap as her eyes schemed across the pages absently. In honesty, she wasn't actually reading. She hadn't turned a page in over an hour. However, she wasn't the type to pace out of worry. He's taking too long. Something must have gone wrong. Fu just looked up a moment, her deep orange eyes peering over the top of her book before flitting back down. You're worrying too much. Naruto-san is strong and you know how good that technique of his is. Shizuka nodded with a frown but didn't stop pacing. Her footsteps seemed to fall in time with the rain outside, pattering lightly on the wooden shack. But what if something went wrong? Or his control slipped? Or somebody bumped into him? Or Kumo has some really powerful sensor type? Or dash she stopped when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Fia had moved across the room without her even noticing, her book conspicuously absent. Naruto-san is strong. Her eyes were steady and determined, it was a wide leap from her usually expressionless mask. Shizuka had noticed that the only times Fia seemed to gain any kind of emotion was when she was talking about Naruto or a book she was particularly interested in. The violet nodded again sadly. No matter how confident Fia's words were, she would always worry about Naruto if she could. Well, I might not go as far as strong, but I do my best. The two girls spun so quickly Naruto feared they might have left burn marks in the floor. He was standing there, dripping wet, with the Kohaku no Jouerhei by his side and a sly smirk on his face. Naruto-kun. He suddenly found himself bowled over by a flying purple blur that left him in a heap in the floor with an excited and relieved Shizuka straddling his chest. Wow, what a warm welcome. He grinned slightly as Shizuka blushed and quickly dismounted him, backing away with red staining her pale face. The blonde got up, looking around the small tattered shack the girls had been staying in. The wooden planks holding it together seemed worn but not moldy, and everything was tinged with a hint of moisture. Masaru seemed to like it the most, hanging lazily from a high rafter by his tail and looking down on the new arrival with the occasional curious chitter. So this is the Kohaku no Jouerhei. Fia looked at the large stone pot curiously, briefly wondering how Naruto had managed to lug something this large all the way out here from Kumo. She touched it experimentally, feeling how her chakra was immediately absorbed into it like Naruto's Shakugou. It's definitely one of the sage's tools. Naruto just nodded as he patted the enormous purifying pot on the side. So how does it work? It was Shizuka who asked, staring curiously at the unassuming, but definitely old-looking sealing pot. Naruto raised a hand up with his mouth open, only to frown and look back around at it. Actually, I have no idea. Shizuka and Fia immediately sweat dropped as the blonde sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. I guess you just open it. Fia raised an eyebrow at that as Naruto went to lift the small wooden lid covering the pot. Isn't that dangerous? Naruto just waved her off as he tentatively raised the lid just a crack. All three were holding their breath at this point as Naruto moved the lid further and further up. Finally he pulled up to reveal exactly what was supposed to be inside of a purifying pot, a dark nameless liquid. Naruto just stared at it for a moment, half expecting it to do something. When it didn't, he just shrugged and replaced the lid. Is it broken? Shizuka was curiously looking over the large stone container, careful not to touch it though. She had learned that she had larger than normal reserves for her age, but nowhere near enough to hold Naruto's staff for more than a few minutes. Again Naruto just shrugged. He probably should have learned how the pot worked before taking it. That was an error in hindsight. How are we going to carry it around? It's hardly inconspicuous. Again Naruto drew a blank, suddenly realizing how little he had thought this through. It had seemed so simple before, or at least as simple as stealing a highly prized artifact from both the Raikage's office and a secure vault in Kumo could be. It wasn't like they could share the burden, only Naruto and Fia could carry it safely, and in her case it wasn't for all that long, maybe an hour at maximum. Well damn. Naruto slumped to the floor, seriously considering the possibility of just cutting their losses, leaving the Kohaku no Jouerhei and just running for it. He was sure by now Yujito would have woken up, and that meant they knew who had stolen the artifact and would be scouring the area for them. In a fit of frustration Naruto smacked the pot with his staff, only to join Fia and Shizuka in watching amazedly as the pot shrunk before their very eyes. The stone seemed to contract on itself, any slight cracks that had been there before fading away as the entire artifact condensed into a small pot that might fit in somebody's palm, the thick white rope now better resembling string. Well, that's convenient. Naruto just blinked as it suddenly made a lot more sense for the sage to carry this around as opposed to its hulking counterpart. It made him wonder if the other artifacts had different forms they could turn into. It made him look at his staff appraisingly. Fia just nodded with a skeptical eyebrow, wondering where that fit of luck came from. Suspiciously so. Naruto just shrugged with a pleasant smile, picking the now considerably smaller pot up from the floor. Right now it didn't look all that special. Kumo certainly wouldn't recognize it, which was a plus. Hey, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. He quickly fixed the pot to his belt, hanging it by the white string which was just about long enough to keep the priceless artifact secure. Strangely, even with its reduced size, the chakra it tried to draw from him was exactly the same. It would still be unsafe for most to hold, never mind use. He looked up with a grin. This made things a lot easier for them. Well, that's one problem dealt with, but we should probably get going. Kyumo's going to be scouring this village in probably a few minutes. Fu's eyes widened at that. She had expected a response from Kyumo with one of their most precious artifacts stolen, but not so soon. You were followed. Naruto just nodded with a sheepish grin, already heading for the door. He smiled when he noted the Kohaku no Jiao didn't hinder his movement at all. However, like with his Shakujiao, he was having to use the Preta path consistently so it didn't slowly drain him of chakra. It's a long story, I'll explain on the way. And with that the trio took off into the rain, making their way south as fast as they could go. Naruto was sure there would be Kyumo Jounin faster than them, especially with Shizuku, but without them knowing where they were going exactly they would have to spread out and search, slowing them down considerably. His only problem would be if a sensor picked up his trail, which was why he was using his Boidogakuer technique on and off to confuse any would-be pursuers. They reached a small coastal town on the south shore of Kaminari no Kuni around an hour later, stopping atop a large hill overlooking the shore. The sun was beginning to rise on the horizon, sending a shimmering orange glow across the calm waters as far as the eye could see. They had purposefully picked the town due to its out-of-the-way, but still close location. The plan was to hire out a boat from here as quickly as possible that could take them south to Mizu no Kuni. It had been Naruto's original plan to go to Tsuki no Kuni after Kaminari no Kuni, due to it being next on the elemental cycle. However, that would involve them passing through an area where Kyumo had very high presence, either that or skirting around the area, which would give Kyumo Shinobi enough time to pin them down. Naruto figured they could always go to Tsuki no Kuni another time anyway. The original plan was more like a guideline anyway. The trio found a small abandoned cottage that looked like it had been completely ransacked a long time ago. The roof was just barely holding its own weight and the stone walls were missing more than a few of their rough-hewn bricks. Anything of value inside the tiny building had long ago been taken or stolen, only a few pieces of rotting furniture remaining. Luckily there were no leaks they had to deal with, not that they planned on staying long. All right, you two know the plan. He handed the pouch containing their money to Fu, who simply nodded and strapped it onto her belt beneath her traveling cloak. The idea was for Shizuku and Fu to go out and find a boat that would be willing to take them over to Mizu no Kuni for as little as possible. Naruto would stay here in case he was accidentally spotted or recognized. He also had something to do while they were gone, but he felt as though he could leave that out until they had more time to talk safely. Fu and Shizuku gave their own small nods as they quickly set off from the dilapidated cottage, Shizuku giving him a quick glance over her shoulder as she went. When he was sure they were gone, Naruto returned to the driest part of the building, setting himself down in a comfortable meditative position and closing his eyes. It didn't take him long to steady his breathing. It had been an integral part of his training to learn how to use his Boidogakuer technique. Soon enough he felt his consciousness slipping away into that same familiar place. For the third time in his life Naruto found himself standing in the halls of his seal, standing comfortably with his Shakujiao in hand and the Kohaku no Jiao Urhei at his hip. Once again there was a new pipe running the length of the ceiling, larger than his own and Shukaku's but still completely dwarfed by the Kyuubi's. He noticed with a wince that this new pipe was leaking, even worse that Shukaku's had. He had known that before. It had felt like a weak acid had been running through his blood all the way back to the rendezvous. However, he had kept a straight face for Fu and Shizuku's sake, only now allowing his face to show the weariness and pain he was feeling. In that instant a few years seemed to fall on his shoulders, his eyes holding experience that nobody his age should ever have to endure. He quickly straightened himself out, exerting his will over his inner domain with a trembling hand as he watched the hallway fix itself, the pipes slowly closing up. Once he was satisfied everything was as it should be, he started to make his way along the corridor with its well-memorized twists and turns, no rush in his movements. He did note with a grimace though that it had taken considerably more control and time for his Preta path to fully assimilate the new chakra source. It also didn't escape his knowledge that even now some of his power was being diverted away just to keep the raging chakra within him in check. The passages of his seal had become almost second nature to him now. He had often gone wandering in the seemingly random corridors to see where they led, often hours on end. It turned out though that they really did only represent his natural chakra pathways. the only places of note were the slightly widened area he presumed represented his coils. That was why it only took him a few scant minutes to turn into the large open area he had become so familiar with, even if it had undergone yet another change. Instead of the pentagonal room he had been used to since the Ichibai had been added to the seal, an entirely new cage occupied an equally new wall, changing the room into a hexagon. That made Shukaku's cage on the left as he walked in, the Kyubai's on the right and the new cage directly in front of him. Even as he walked in he could hear the standard argument between the great sand construct and the enormous fox, however there seemed to be a new voice added into the mix. "Damn it! I don't care about either of you assholes or your petty squabbles." That was quickly followed by the telltale sound of cage bars being beaten on, in futility of course. "I had a good thing going with that idiotic ninja, and now I find myself locked up in this place with my two least favorite siblings." Another scream of frustration echoed through the corridors of his seal as Naruto watched the proceedings with veiled amusement. Why couldn't it have been Isabu or Kokyao? At least those two are quiet. Naruto was rather surprised to find the new voice was rather feminine, despite its loud and booming timbre that came with the size. The little kitty got locked up as well? Ah, this is just too good. That was a voice Naruto recognized all too well. Shukaku's insane laughter boomed through the area even louder than the first voice. "Shut it, Shukaku. Once I break out of here I'll rip your sandy neck out, I swear it." A deep chuckling followed that which Naruto knew belonged to his resident fox, obviously enjoying anything that had to do with Shukaku in immense amounts of pain. "And you, Kurdash," the new voice was finally cut off by an immense and awe-inspiring roar that thundered through the seal to the point where everything was vibrating for a few moments after it stopped. "Don't you dare use my name, you pathetic feline." The Kyubai's tone was a lot deeper and menacing than usual. Even Shukaku had been somewhat shaken from his insane laughter and was now quivering slightly under the pressure exerted by the Kyubai's will. "Not while he is here." As if to emphasize his point, the great fox cast a disinterested eye over to Naruto's form, who had been content to remain silent and just take in the interaction between the three Byakuya. Naturally Shukaku was the first to recover. "Father." Naruto had to spend the next minute rubbing the great tanuki's head until it contentedly fell asleep against the bars of its cage. All the while a set of yellow and green eyes watched him carefully from the darkness of their own cell. When Naruto finally moved back into the center of the room and descended to a meditative position, the new addition finally made themselves known as it walked out of the darkness of the cell. "So I wasn't wrong, you truly bear the Rinnegan like our father." The Kyuubi snorted but said nothing, giving time for Naruto to observe the Nibi no Nikomata. There wasn't really all that much to say about it besides that it was an enormous two-tailed cat made entirely of blue and black flames. It had heterochromic eyes, one being a bright shining yellow, the other being a more subdued green. Out of all the Byakuya he had met so far, which to be fair was only 3, it had the most feminine appearance and voice. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, it's nice to meet you." The great flaming cat smirked, baring its sharpened canines slightly as it lowered its body to lie in a similar fashion to the Kyuubi. "My, aren't you an interesting and polite ninja? How fascinating." The large cat looked at Naruto for a moment, its decolored eyes seemingly piercing right through him. "I am Matatabi, the Nibi no Nikomata." The Kyuubi growled dangerously from its cell at both Naruto and Matatabi, sneering in both disgust and anger. "The little respect I had for you is crushed, cat." It spat the word angrily with narrowed eyes, almost making its fellow Byakuya flinch under the steely gaze. "To so willingly debase yourself and hand away your name in the same careless manner that ninja do. I had expected you to be better than that insane tanuki, instead you practically hand yourself away to this mere child." It growled once more before closing its eyes, ignoring the world for a now in disgust and apathy. "What do you mean? What is so wrong with me learning its name?" The Kyuubi barely cracked an eye, although it was still filled with rage and something else Naruto couldn't fathom. "I do not expect a ninja to know the value of words, especially a name." With that the Kyuubi closed its eye again, settling down on its paws away from the cell door. Naruto turned to the Nibi for an explanation only to find it smiling at him, and not in the cruel manner the Kyuubi did or in the insane way Shukaku managed. If anything the large cat looked pleased, as well as that emotion fit on a 2-story tall flaming cat. "Do not mind my brother ninja, he has always been too prideful for his own good. I warned him it would someday bite him in the tails, and look where he is now. The only response was a small but still deadly growl from the fox. Naruto was more surprised to hear the Kyuubi be referred to as a he. He was under the impression Byakuya lacked any defining genders. He. The great cat just tilted its head curiously, or was that her head? We may not have gender, little ninja, but we certainly gained aspects of both our father and our progenitor. Some more masculine. She shot a pointed look at the Kyuubi's cell. The fox didn't even grunt in acknowledgement. So naturally some more feminine. Our father gave us these bodies and minds, only he knew what we really are. Naruto just nodded. It made somewhat sense, it at least made referring to them easier. So the sage of the six paths really was your father. The Nibi nodded languidly, its eyes half-lidded in a lazy manner that at least lived up to the species she emulated. Or our mother, in the sense he gave us life. Another Cheshire smile split the cat's flaming face as it stared at Naruto with those same piercing eyes. And here you are, his successor in the flesh? And over 1,000 years later, unless my sense of time has gone askew during my captivity. I guess that makes you my new master. Naruto wasn't quite sure what to make of that. He had never expected any of the Byakuya to be so submissive. The Kyuubi on the other hand seemed to know exactly what to say on the subject, expressing it with an angry fist slamming down onto the floor. Enough. That mere child will never be a sliver of the man the sage was. The fox's voice only carried pure rage and disgust, its volume nearly enough to wake the peacefully sleeping Ichibai. Our father could stride across oceans, create beings from nothingness, was strong enough to defeat the most powerful being known to the earth, and still strong enough to create us on his deathbed. You would do well to remember that, cat. He finished off with a low sneer of contempt, allowing his restless tails to stop their agitated swaying. Please, fox, he bears our father's eyes and staff, he even looks like him. What more could you possibly want as proof that this is the true legacy our father left to the world? Naruto was starting to become slightly uncomfortable as the center of an argument between two such powerful beings. The Kyuubi on the other hand was unfazed, growling lightly as he lay back down with his eyes fixed in a permanent glare. You always were a pitiful sycophant. At that, Matatabi returned the glare to the Kyuubi, although it lacked the same sheer presence the fox could exert. Coming from our father's personal lapdog? You heeded his every beck and call like it came from the mouth of Kami. The Kyuubi rose to its full and impressive size. It would have towered over the much smaller Hellcat if they had been occupying the same cell. He was more powerful than any of us, he was our creator. This is just another worthless ninja who happened to catch the genetic long straw. Naruto wasn't sure whether or not to be insulted by that. He still didn't feel like getting involved though. The Nibi though simply let out a barking laugh that somehow managed to sound both feminine and powerful despite lacking the Kyuubi's sheer menace. And it had nothing to do with the fact you were the first he created. The Kyuubi merely huffed in contempt, a slightly smug look flickering across his snarling maw. Or the fact he would give you treats when you were a good boy. At that, something seemed to snap in the large fox. His eyes grew cold and filled with fury as he once again rose to his full height. You think you are able to speak so insolently because of these petty bars? Despite lacking the previous volume his rants had before, the Kyuubi's quite rumbling tone lacked none of the menace. You are nothing compared to me. He launched forward, slamming his full weight into the previously unyielding bars that represented the seal. However, to Naruto's immense fear, the great steel bars actually bulged out slightly under the strain. The addition of the Nibi had weakened the seal temporarily, at least enough for the Kyuubi to do this much. Enough. A dead quiet descended over the large room as two sets of enormous eyes turned to stare at the young blonde who had the balls to interrupt an argument between Byakuya. Naruto couldn't sit back idly anymore and risk the seal being weakened further. It actually terrified him to do so, but had no choice but to intervene. That was why he was now floating at the center of the room as if he was standing on the air, Shakujiao in hand and eyes cold. Stop arguing like children. The Kyuubi glared at the boy, his lips pulling back into a vicious snarl as he was about to angrily bark back. However, Naruto simply leveled his cold, unyielding gaze at the mighty Byakuya, using all his willpower to simply maintain eye contact with the enraged fox. The Nibi simply watched this with awe, not having seen anybody but their father stare down the most powerful of the nine like that. Eventually the Kyuubi snarled once before laying back down, closing his eyes in apparent indifference and dismissal, allowing Naruto to let out a relieved breath. Naruto calmly turned his gaze to the flaming Hellcat. This time she actually did flinch slightly, remembering a time when somebody else looked at her with that exact same gaze. It took a lot less time for the lower-tailed Byakuya to relent, weakly lowering her head in submission and respect. In those few moments it was like the sage himself was looking out of Naruto's eyes, and she returned to the easily swayed kitten she had been at the start of her long life. "I'm sorry, Dio-san." Naruto blinked away his surprise at the title before allowing a kindly smile to pass over his features. The enormous cat almost visibly relaxed at that. Some of the best moments in her early life had been preceded by that very same smile. It naturally calmed her. "It's all right." He gently floated back down to the floor of the room, quickly settling into a seated position as the Nibi did the same, with her two tails swaying slowly behind her in perfect sync. Naruto was about to fade away from the seal when a thought struck him, or more accurately a certain pot dug into his side uncomfortably. "Madatabi." The flaming cat looked up in interest. She hadn't been addressed by her actual name in a millennia, literally. Her last container, Yujito, was friendly, but she only wanted her power. She had not earned the right to know her name. "Yes, Dio-san." Another irritated grunt emerged from the Kyuubi's cell, but he didn't say anything, thankfully. Naruto wasn't sure he had the willpower for another staring match with the most powerful creature in existence. "You wouldn't happen to know how the Kohaku no Jouerhei works, do you?" Surprisingly, the large flaming cat nodded, almost a little too eagerly. "Father explained all his old possessions to us." Naruto raised an eyebrow at that description. All of his old tools were ways he came up with in order to defeat the Juubi. Each one failed before he eventually tried to seal its chakra within himself. Naruto nodded slowly, the seemingly inefficient and unwieldy tools suddenly making a lot more sense now. The sword, rope, and gourd were all geared towards sealing, but in a very strange and unorthodox manner that only made sense if the sage was attempting to do something that had never been done before. The pot you have was his last attempt to seal the Juubi before he resorted to using his own body. It actually worked, but only for about a minute. Our progenitor was too powerful to ever have been sealed within an inanimate object. It works by having the target respond to a call as you send your chakra through it. Any kind of acknowledgement works. Naruto nodded in thought. It was definitely a very useful tool, easy to use and hard for enemies to escape unless they knew how it worked. "What about the Bishousen?" The Nibi nodded slowly, remembering her father showing her the large feathered fan. That was father's attempt to recreate his ability to wield all 5 elemental chakra. He had many allies before fighting the Juubi, but like Yuninjin today they were limited to 1 or 2 affinities. Unfortunately, the chakra cost was too high for anybody but one of his companions to wield. Naruto perked up slightly at that, wondering who the man who stood beside the sage and was able to wield his tools was. He must have been immensely powerful. Who was he? Unfortunately, the Nibi just shrugged languidly, the action looking strange on such a large creature, but then again her smile did too. "I never met him, and the sage didn't talk about him. Father respected him though, a lot." Another angry grunt emerged from the Kyuubi's cell, but it was ignored by both Naruto and Madatabi. "Thank you, Madatabi, I appreciate the information." The large cat preened under the praise from the person she had now adopted as her surrogate father figure. Suddenly though she bowed her head slightly, looking oddly sheepish for such an enormous creature. "Could you?" She trailed off, but Naruto saw her sideways glance at Shukaku as she lowered her head submissively. The blonde just took a deep breath, completely weirded out by everything that had gone on in the seal so far. He was sure that after today nothing would surprise him anymore. He walked forward, reaching his hand through the bars of the Nibi's cell at the same time she leaned her head forward. The blonde was surprised when the flames that made up her body seemed to quell at his proximity, better resembling blue and black fur instead. He quickly rubbed the large patch that he could reach as a low rumbling purr resonated through the room, bringing a small smile to his lips. If it had been satisfying to have the Ichibai quiver under his touch, it was doubly so for the more powerful Two Tails. He left the seal feeling oddly at peace, surprisingly glad for the new arrival. Out of all 3, Madatabi was his favorite Byakuya so far, not that he would let Shukaku know that. Coincidentally, Naruto opened his eyes at almost the same moment Fu and Shizuka walked into the cottage. By the height of the sun he would say it had been around an hour since he had gone into the meditative state. He simply looked up at the two girls with an expectant expression, only to be returned by two equally sullen ones. At least sullen in Fu's unique expressionless way, he had a knack for understanding what she was actually feeling even though she hid it. Sorry Naruto-kun, Kyumo must have sent messenger birds to all the ports. Every ship is on lockdown and can't leave until it has been searched by Kyumo shinobi. Most of the captains wouldn't even accept our money, they know better than to go against their shinobi village. When the blonde looked across to Fu, the mint-haired girl just nodded once, obviously having found out the same as Shizuku. He just sighed as he stood up, walking out of the cottage and into the early morning sun. Well, that's not good. He frowned in thought as he looked out over the ocean, now resplendently lit by the early morning sun. Suddenly something the Kyuubi had said echoed in his mind as a small grin alighted on his whiskered features. Don't worry, there's another way for us to get to Mizu no Kuni. For some reason Shizuku and Fu felt a little uncomfortable with Naruto's mischievous grin, they knew this wasn't going to end well for them. Naruto just turned back to the sea, the grin not leaving his face for a moment. So the sage could stride across oceans, could he? Thanks for the info, Kyuubi. Chapter 25, Water Eye. Book V, Water. Insanity is doing the same fucking thing, over and over again, expecting shit to change. That's crazy. Voss. It was a relatively normal day in the northern region of Mizu no Kuni, so naturally it was raining, the mists were heavy, and visibility was low. Two shinobi were out patrolling the coast, their worn headbands clearly marking them as Kirigaku or ninja. Of course nowadays in Mizu no Kuni that can mean one of two things, loyalists, or rebels. Unlike in Aim no Kuni, it was very well known that a civil war had broken out in Kirigaku ever since the Yondaime Mizukage, Yagura, had declared war on bloodline users. It was a bloody time for residents in the Land of Water, with entire clans of Kekii Genkai users going extinct overnight under the orders of Kiri's Cage. Of course these people were human, so they didn't take it lying down. Naturally a rebellion arose against the current regime, with many bloodline clans banding together against the purists under Yagura's iron control. In this time of war and bloodshed, the once peaceful, if not secluded, Mizu no Kuni had gained a new moniker, the Bloody Mist. Come on Kenji, get off your ass and stop lazing around. One of the shinobi, a lanky man with limp brown hair covered by a loose-fitting blue bandana, was currently waiting for his companion to get up from where he was lounging against the base of a large tree. Calm down Shiroko, it's not like we're in any rush. The man on the ground had a decidedly more laid-back attitude than his more uptight comrade, as evidenced by his slack posture and lidded eyes. He was casually chewing on a senbon, a favored weapon of the Kiri Hunternin, both past and present. Yeah, we have to complete our patrol and report into Shimateku in 10 minutes. The man on the floor just groaned as he lurched to his feet, swaying slightly with his arms hanging limply in front of him. Fine, I don't get why we're even patrolling here, nothing ever happens this far north. Everybody knows all the real fighting happens in the contested zones on the main island. Shiroko's eyebrow merely twitched in irritation as he began to walk off, caring less and less if his lazy compatriot was actually following. You know perfectly well why we're here, it's because you were idiotic enough to make all those inappropriate comments about Mei-sama. Kenji just chuckled into his long sleeve as he languidly followed after his rigid friend. Oh yeah, that was pretty funny. I swear Ao's eye was gonna pop out or something when he overheard. Because of the mist, Kenji missed his companion's face turn an increasingly virulent shade of red. It wasn't funny, we could have been on lockdown for a few weeks for what you said. We're lucky to just be stuck on guard duty up here. Kenji merely waved a lazy hand in Shiroko's general direction, more out of acknowledgement than any kind of apology. You worry too much, at least it's quiet up here. The reports from down south are getting pretty bloody lately. Shiroko merely sighed, adjusting his bandana slightly and tucking a few strands of hair underneath the cloth. Yeah, I guess you're right about Dash. Both shinobi were suddenly interrupted as they heard a faint but increasingly loud whistling sound approaching their position. While Kenji might have been lazy, and rude, and incompetent at times, he was still a trained shinobi and recognized what that sound could mean. Both sets of eyes turned towards the stretch of coast they were nearest to see a black spot in the sky, barreling towards them at astonishing speeds. Incoming! Kenji and Shiroko both took cover behind a set of palm trees, keeping an eye on the shore and the incoming projectile. However, both could only raise an eye when whatever it was drew closer, eliciting another sound. Yahoo! As enormous crash followed as whatever it was smashed right into the water at the shore, creating an enormous splash that nearly reached the two hidden men. When the water finally settled, both were astonished to see what appeared to be a young boy in his early teens crouched in a three-point stance on the water's surface. If it weren't for his unusual arrival in Mizu no Kuni, the two might have mistaken him for a monk. He was wearing the traditional robes and carried a shakujao. The only thing that marked him as any different was the archaic headband on his forehead, the type that hadn't been worn for centuries. Cookios. As if only to surprise the two even more, the boy immediately slammed his hand down on the water, a sealing matrix quickly spreading out from his palm. Once the resulting veil of smoke lifted, the rebel shinobi could see two girls, one with purple hair dressed as a Miko, the other with green hair in more revealing white clothing. The violet looked decidedly ill from the rather unorthodox method of travel, while the verdette merely straightened up, glancing around their new surroundings. The two Kiri shinobi shared a quick look before nodding to one another and dashing off. Their captain had to be informed of something like this. I don't feel too good. Naruto just gave Shizuku a sympathetic pat on the back as the girl leaned heavily on a nearby tree. She sent a scathing look at Fia, who didn't even seem fazed by the summoning. In fact, she was scouting the area in case of dangerous shinobi or bandits. How come she's okay? Naruto just shrugged, careful not to remove his hand from Shizuku's back where he was making light, soothing circles which seemed to be helping. It must be like motion sickness, it just affects some worse than others. Shizuku nodded meekly. She didn't seem all that pleased about it. Her rather green-tinted face said that much. I just still can't believe you made it all the way across in a day. Naruto just grinned happily. It had taken substantial effort in a brief stop at a small island he had passed, but he had managed to cross the sea separating Kaminari no Kuni and the northern islands of Mizu no Kuni. Mostly he had just used his gravity manipulation to make himself lighter and bounded across the open water. It wasn't quite striding, but he figured it was close enough. However, even he wasn't completely immune to chakra exhaustion. Naruto? Naruto? Shizuku managed to catch the blonde as he suddenly wilted on his feet, swaying like a sickly plant before simply slumping to his side, completely worn out. Fia quickly jogged back over after hearing her friend's cries, only to see a blissfully sleeping blonde in Shizuku's arms. A small smirk crossed the caramel-skinned girl's features as she helped her friend get the blonde up onto his feet. He really overdid himself this time, didn't he? Shizuku nodded with a warm smile. She was still feeling a little ill from the impromptu transport, but she had to admit what Naruto did was reckless, even for the container of 3 Baijuya. But I don't know what he would be like if he didn't do stuff like this. Even Fia had to smile at that as she quickly pulled Naruto onto her back, his limp head lolling comically over her shoulder. Shizuku looked a little jealous that Fia was the one carrying Naruto, but she knew Fia was both stronger than her and had greater stamina. We should find a town so he can recuperate. Shizuku shook her head to clear away her green-tinged thoughts with a smile before nodding in agreement, only having half heard what her friend had said. A light groaning announced Naruto's reawakening to the world, or more specifically the little brown-haired girl who was staring at him not 3 inches from his face. She also happened to be sitting directly on Naruto's chest, a fact he noticed through his suddenly labored breathing. They just stared at one another for a few moments, Naruto with an expressionless face and the girl with one of odd curiosity that only children can pull off well. You have funny eyes. Naruto let a small smile spread over his face, stretching out the whisker marks on his cheeks, much to the little girl's amusement. Thank you, I take pride in my eyes bringing amusement to others. The girl just cocked her head slightly, trying to figure out what Naruto meant by that and if he was being serious or sarcastic. Then again, very few 3-year-olds have a solid grasp on sarcasm. In the end, she simply giggled into her hand as she got up off of Naruto's chest and ran from the room with quick, pattering steps. Naruto raised himself onto his arms with an amused expression before looking around to try and see where he was. It was a small but warm room with a very family feel, with its cozy red walls and simple but well-used furniture. There were a few pictures on the wall of a family, the little girl featured in most of them, as well as 2 adults who were most likely her parents given the similar hair color of the woman and eyes of the man. He sat up and stretched his neck as he quickly removed the blanket that had been laid over him, panicking slightly when he realized his clothes and possessions were missing. He relaxed though when he spotted them over on a nearby chair. His Shakujiao leaned up against it. "I hope Tina didn't disturb your sleep." Naruto looked up just as he pulled on the last of his clothes, his robe-like shirt, to see the woman that featured in most of the pictures. He just gave a kindly smile, allowing his features to set into his well-practiced serene expression. "Of course not, she was merely curious." The woman chuckled in a light tinkling tone with a knowing nod. She herself was like an older version of the little girl with the same long brown hair and kindly heart-shaped face. She had a few wrinkles and worry lines, but her eyes held plenty of youth and energy. "May I ask where I am?" Quickly nodding, the woman motioned for the blonde to follow her out of the room. "I'm Minowa, your friends brought you here to our village saying you had fallen unconscious from exhaustion. I let you sleep in the spare room." Naruto just nodded politely. "They are in the kitchen waiting for you." The blonde followed the woman through the small house. It only seemed to have one floor and it only took them a moment to reach the cozy kitchen area. Fio was sitting in a chair to one side, flipping through a book from the countless she had stored away in a scroll, while Shizuka was at the table making funny faces for Tina. However, she immediately looked up as Naruto walked in, her eyes widening as Naruto braced himself. "Naruto-kun." Not one to be caught out twice, Naruto actually managed to catch the girl this time instead of being bowled over, holding her secure in his arms as she hugged her. Fio looked up over the edge of her book, her eyes narrowing slightly as a feeling ran through her chest that she didn't recognize. Once again she wondered if she was coming down with something. Then again, she was a Jinhuriki, she had never been sick in her life before, her advanced healing took care of them too quickly. "Morning, Shizuku." The blushing girl quietly got off of Naruto, suddenly realizing how that might have looked to the others in the room. Sure enough, Fio had gone back to her book, however there was a faint red on her cheeks and Minowa was quietly giggling into her sleeve like a schoolgirl. Naruto quickly turned to the woman and bowed his head slightly, not in deference but in respect. "Thank you for your hospitality, Minowa-san. Is there anything I can do to repay you before we leave?" The brown-haired woman frowned slightly at that, saddened that the people who had gotten on so well with Tina were already leaving. "Must you go so soon?" Naruto just nodded with a slightly sad smile. He didn't know the woman, but she seemed kind for letting complete strangers into her home. "Yes, we're going to Kiri, so it would be better to get moving in the early hours of the day before the mists get too thick." The mists of Mizu no Kuni were somewhat of a legend, they never truly dissipated. The country was always shrouded by at least a light fog, much like how Megakure was always experiencing some degree of rainfall. At worst, the fog could make it almost impossible for you to see even your own hand in front of your face. They tended to get worse as the day went on, so traveling in the mornings was fairly common. Minowa on the other hand just gained a look of alarm as her eyes widened. The two girls had not told her their destination. "Kiri? You're going to Kirigakure no Sato?" Naruto just nodded, slightly confused by the woman's startled reaction. "But you can't. The civil war is worst between here and there." She looked sadly across the room to another portrait of the happy family trio, all grinning at whoever was taking the photo. "Many people are fighting and dying out there right now. And not just those fighting, those caught in the crossfires are dying too." She looked up, surprised to feel a warm hand clasp her shoulder, to see Naruto smiling at her softly. "Don't worry about us, we're a tough group." He nodded politely again, leaving a few ryo, the equivalent for a stay in a nice inn, on the table as he made for the door. "Again, I thank you for the warm bed." With that he waved before ducking under the flaps that acted like the door. Fio and Shizuka quickly following him out into the street after saying their own goodbyes. Tina rushed out after them, slightly saddened to see the funny people leaving but waving with a grin on her face all the same. "Bye, Mr. Funny Eyes." "Bye-bye, nice ladies." The trio smiled at the little girl as they walked off, Minowa coming out a moment later to usher her daughter back inside. Soon they were walking down the street of the village they were in, getting the occasional nod from a townsman that passed them in the opposite direction. Naruto just looked around with a genuine smile. The village seemed peaceful and happy, nothing like Mizu no Kuni had been described to him by one of the monks who had tried to provide aid there. His name was Matoko, an elderly monk who had been with the Fire Temple for all of his adult life since running away from his home as a teenager. He had gone out to Mizu no Kuni when word of the civil war had reached the mainland, of course with Kiri being the isolationists they were. That could have been anything from a month to a year after the war actually started. He had come back with tales of how run-down and desperate the population was, with thieving children and beggars on street corners. In the end he had been forced to leave the country after numerous threats from Kiri loyalist ninja who didn't appreciate him aiding the supposed bloodline lovers. Then again, they were currently in the territory that was more or less completely in the control of the rebels, namely the northern islands and about a quarter of the main island. Beyond that it was miles of contested territory, the territory borders being moved on an almost daily basis as counter-attack after attack was launched between the two sides vying for control. So far the conflict had not reached Kiri itself, but from what he knew the rebels were slowly but surely pushing south, claiming more and more land. So where are we going now? Are we really going to Kirigakure? Naruto just nodded as they walked, the group having already made it outside of the village and into a thickly forested area that would be difficult to traverse once the mist really came in. But why? What about the war? Naruto sighed but didn't stop moving, deftly stepping over various roots that would have tripped a civilian. Because that is where we can provide the most aid. Fu nodded from behind him. She had a chance to talk with Minowa and had gotten a fairly good idea of what it was like in the contested areas. Plus, we need to go somewhere to train mine and your water affinities. Shizuku nodded slowly with a large frown. From everything she had heard she didn't particularly like the sound of Kirigakure. She agreed more with the rebels. Couldn't we go to the rebels instead? I'm sure they could help us just as well. It's not like there is much we could do anyway, we're only 3 people and this war is countrywide. Naruto stopped for a moment, shifting his weight to lean against his staff as he looked around at her with a kindly smile. His eyes were open, a rarity even when it was just the 3 of them, and they had a deep sense of pain about them. It doesn't matter how much we can help Shizuku, just that we do something. With that he started walking again, the soft jingle of his Shakugao strangely reassuring to the violet. Anyway, I want to try something soon. If I can get it right then I think we could help more than you'd expect. Plus, the rebels are already too busy to help us train before their own shinobi. I wouldn't ask for their valuable time anyway, their goal is too important. Shizuka was genuinely surprised at that. She had thought Naruto abhorred all kinds of violence, yet he had just admitted to agreeing with the rebels' point of view. They stayed quiet for a while as they walked. The pounding rain was affecting them more than it usually did. After so long in Kumo with relatively clear days for their entire stay, it was rather depressing for Shizuka to once again be subjected to her curse. It didn't help that as the day slowly dragged on and then moved further and further south, the mist seemed to only thicken and get worse. Soon it was to the point where even Naruto's Rinnegan was struggling to see more than 10 feet in front of them. That was dangerous. An ambush you couldn't see coming was the most likely to be successful, and in a rundown and impoverished country like Mizu no Kuni, especially as they approached the contested areas, bandits were highly likely. That wasn't to say Naruto doubted his ability to defend them should the need arise, but it was likely there was more than just bandits out in the mist. Soon it became too much for them and the trio settled in the next clearing they stumbled across, quite literally in Shizuku's case as she tripped over a jutting root. Once Naruto finished setting up their rudimentary camp, which meant putting up a sand barrier around the clearing as well as sending out his chakra through the ground as an early warning system, they each went about their own business. Fu retired to a corner off the hut and began to read. It worried Naruto a little. She seemed to be becoming more closed off to the world, even around him and Shizuku. Shizuku played with Masaru for a bit while also seeing if she could perform her water exercises on the moist ground, with somewhat limited success. She got bored after a while though and moved over to where Fu was reading, peering over the girl's shoulder to try and see what she was reading. Fu reacted like any normal person did in that situation. She shied away from the girl and moved her book so that Shizuku couldn't see it. The violet merely pouted as she took up her little exercise again. Suddenly she blinked, looking down at the small tower of water she had created. "Hey Fu." The girl didn't move her orange eyes from the book, but Shizuku somehow knew she was listening. "What's your affinity?" At that the girl paused, licked her finger and marked the page she was on by folding the corner of the page. "I have a main affinity to water and secondary one to wind." Shizuku nodded, that had been bugging her for a while, but for some reason she had just never asked. Another thought suddenly struck her as she grinned at Few, motioning to her little tower of moisture collected between her palm and the ground. So does that mean I'm farther on in the elemental manipulation than you are? Few just blinked disinterestedly as she picked up her book again. No, I completed the second stage of both water and wind manipulation when I was 10 years old. Shizuku just frowned dejectedly. She thought she finally had something she was better at than Few. Suddenly her head shot up, confusion evident across her scrunched-up features. Hey, then why haven't you told me what the second stage was after all this time? Few simply looked up once from the book, her face blank and expressionless. You never asked. Before Shizuku could retort, Naruto caught both girls' attention as he sat down across the sand hut from them. Instead of sitting down and meditating lightly like he had done every evening since he was 8 years old, he instead created a single chakra rod and stared at it intently. Few actually glanced up from the book she was skimming through, her thin eyebrows quirked in curiosity. Likewise Shizuku looked over, her control over the very small pillar she had made quickly breaking as it splashed to the ground. What are you doing, Naruto? The blonde didn't look up, his eyes was firmly set on the thin black bar sitting on the ground in front of it. From the way he was just staring at the chakra rod, you would half expect it to simply combust from the intensity of his gaze. He took a deep breath as he picked the bar up, gently crushing it in his hand and allowing the dust to settle in his palm. He closed his eyes, but you could still see the deep concentration on his face as he slowly closed his hand over the dust. Hopefully. His hand clenched even harder as his face tightened in concentration, beads of sweat gathering at his brow. Something. The hand holding the chakra dust was now shaking slightly as Naruto clenched his teeth. If any of them could see his chakra, they would have known enormous amounts had gathered in his palm, enough to act like a beacon to a Byakugan user. Impossible. Spontaneously his right hand erupted in blue flame, pouring out between his fingers like it was trying to escape his grasp. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, he stopped, letting out a long and relieved breath as he opened his eyes and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Tentatively he opened his hand, grinning slightly as he tossed something up into the air, something that had not been there before. He caught it again deftly, blowing off the dark layer of black powder around it to reveal glinting gold underneath. Shizuku and Few's jaws nearly dropped at the sight of a single Ryo coin, the simple gold disc with the square hole through, though the middle was unmistakable. Naruto just looked around, smiling at his friends' shocked reactions. They were just too priceless. What was that? Naruto just grinned and tapped the side of his nose cheekily. Few on the other hand walked over, quickly grabbing the golden Ryo from his hand and checking it over. She felt its weight, cast a keen eye over its size and shape, and even bit it slightly to check if it was really gold. It was common practice for shinobi to be able to tell the difference between real and fake money because sometimes the customers were as sneaky as the ninja they hired. She looked down at it in her palm, her eyes wide and disbelieving, nearly dropping the phantom coin like it would just combust in her hand. It's real. Naruto just kept grinning, although inwardly he was slightly tired from just that small use of the jutsu he had half expected not to work. Few looked down at him, eyes narrowed and coin held in front of her, almost accusingly. How did you do that? Naruto stopped grinning. He figured he had played with his friends long enough. The sage created the Baijuya from the chakra of the Juobi. I think in comparison a small gold coin is slightly more doable. Few just blinked. Naruto had told her of the Kyuubi's brief mention of the sage's ability that allowed him to create life itself. You are trying to recreate the Banbutsu Suzu. The blonde just gave a knowing smile as he stood up, stretching his back out. He hadn't been sitting for very long, but it had felt as though he had been in that position for hours, and all he had created was one golden coin. How does it work? At that the blonde just chuckled sheepishly, absently creating another chakra rod and spinning it lazily between his fingers. Now that I couldn't tell you, because I have no idea. He sighed wearily, allowing the simple rod to disintegrate in his grasp, reabsorbing the chakra he had used to create it. I did it more off a hunch than anything else. The Kyuubi called the rods a cheap imitation, so I figured I would start from there. Instead of trying to create something other than them from nothing but chakra, I would try to convert the rod into something else. The gold coin was just the first thing that came to mind that I could easily visualize. Few nodded thoughtfully, still staring at the little piece of metal that minutes ago hadn't existed, at least in this form. So in theory, you could create anything you visualized. Naruto shrugged, like he said he had been operating off of a hunch. He knew just as much as she did. I guess, if I had the chakra. He looked down, frowning slightly as he plucked the coin out of the verdette's hand, looking at it strangely. But you know, it's weird. In one way I feel as though I've used up loads of my chakra, yet at the same time I feel almost exactly the same as I did before. I don't really know how to explain the feeling. He suddenly looked up, clicking his fingers once as he absently flipped the coin up, the flash of metal catching both Fu and Shizuku's attention. Actually, do you remember when you first started drawing out chakra? Fu nodded slowly. It was a long time ago, but it was the kind of memory you kept with you as a shinobi. It's almost like when you first start to mold chakra but you get the balance between spiritual and physical wrong. You end up messing it up and expelling the chakra anyway, but you used up more physical energy than spiritual, or the other way around. He nodded once, seemingly satisfied with that explanation, before quickly adding. But not quite like that, similar though. Shizuku had been nodding along to this through the whole conversation, and Masaru had been parroting the motion comically. I'm lost. Naruto turned to Shizuku and just shrugged helplessly. That was the best way he could find to explain it. Fu took the coin back. It was strangely warm, and for some reason she felt inherently safe while holding it. It was strange because she had never been all that concerned with money before in her life. Then again, she had never held a coin that had been created from pure chakra before either. Well, I guess we're set for money now. Naruto just raised an eye at the purple-haired girl as he took the coin back, closed his hand around it and concentrated for a moment. When he opened it again, nothing but a fine black powder poured out. He didn't miss the disappointed looks from Fu and Shizuku, although in Fu's case it was for a different reason. That would be highly misappropriate, don't you think? It's basically fraud. Shizuku merely pointed at the blonde accusingly. You were the one who made it in the first place. Naruto just motioned to the now dissolving black powder on the damp floor, causing Shizuku to pout cutely. Well, either way it's not fraud. Fu said it was real money. Naruto just shook his head and sat back down. This strange tiredness, yet not tiredness he was feeling, was disorientating. I'm not going to just create money to make our lives easier. It's irresponsible. Shizuku frowned at the ground, not noticing Masaru sending confused glances around the room, wondering what was going on with the strange large monkeys he had been following. Then how are you going to use this to help people like you said you would? Naruto just smiled sagely as he leaned against his own wall of sand, noting absently that the mist didn't seem to be affecting it as long as his chakra was in it. Money is not the answer to all problems, Shizuku. Now if you don't mind. He yawned into his hand and curled up slightly on his sleeping mat, his eyes slowly drifting shut. I'm going to sleep. Fu and Shizuku just stared at the napping blonde for a moment before both their eyes drifted to the small pile of black dust that had just finished dissolving into bright golden sparkles that slowly faded from view. Chapter 26, Water 2. In such a world of conflict, a world of victims and executioners, it is the job of thinking people, not to be on the side of the executioners. Albert Camus. Hey, I think I'm getting better at this. The trio were once again moving through the thickly packed forests of Mizu no Kuni, the early morning sun helping to burn off the light mist hanging over the group. Fu was walking ahead, using her chakra-heightened senses to pick out the best path south because the map was no help at all. Naruto was walking slower than usual, but he was still helping. His chakra was spreading out through the ground as they moved to warn him of anybody approaching. However, most of his attention was on his hand, which was currently lit with an ethereal blue flame. He had been working on his control over what he thought to be Banbutsu Suzu, refining how much chakra it took to create certain items. He had at first just kept creating coins as they had a simple design and were easy to visualize. However, Shizuku kept looking at them, so he tried other things. Every time he opened his hand, a new object would appear, sometimes a little warped but always recognizable. He still had that strange feeling of unbalance after performing the technique and was trying to figure out what it was, and hopefully how to fix it. That's great, Naruto. Shizuku's deadpan voice was slightly muffled by the mist in the air, but it reached Naruto and Fu's ears just fine. Normally she would be more enthusiastic about what Naruto was doing. It didn't help though that he had been constantly talking about it all morning. It was also very distracting every time his hand would ignite in flame to announce he was using the technique again. Fu's danger senses would flare and Shizuka would become slightly uneasy at the massive chakra usage. No really, say something and I'll make it. Despite his friend's obvious annoyance at him, Naruto's mood just couldn't be dampened. Apart from the weird feeling he got from using the technique, he was excited to be able to do such a unique and powerful technique, at least when he got it right. Shizuka just sighed while Fu gained a small smirk as she deftly navigated through the trees around them. Shizuka was about to suggest something really hard just so Naruto would focus on it for a while and give them some quiet when her rumbling stomach cut through the silence. Some food it is. Naruto's snicker at Shizuka's growling stomach was poorly concealed, even when she shot him a half-annoyed, half-embarrassed look. He just grinned at her in a fox-like manner as he closed his hand again, the small senbon he had created quickly dissolving into the recognizable black powder he was working with right now. A look of intense concentration overcame him as he channeled an enormous amount of chakra into his hand, igniting it in cerulean flames. They had worked out that one instance of Naruto using this technique used more chakra than Shizuka's entire capacity. There. The flames died down, and when Naruto opened his hand it revealed a small loaf of bread which almost seemed to grow out of his palm to a more filling size. He grinned as Shizuka just looked at it with longing eyes, her stomach once again announcing her hunger loudly. She quickly took it, biting into it with a blissful expression. They had provisions, but they tended not to eat outside of mealtimes to preserve their food. Erg. Shizuka's cheeks suddenly bulged as she nearly heaved up the small bite of bread she had eaten, her face turning a rather virulent shade of green. She dropped the rest, staring at it in disgust while Fu and Naruto merely sweat dropped at the exaggerated reaction. The blonde quickly caught the bread before it hit the floor, staring at it and Shizuka with a raised eyebrow. Come on, it can't be that bad. Shizuka's only response was to turn and retch into her hand again, the shade of green darkening slightly. The monk tentatively sniffed the unassuming loaf. It just smelled like any normal piece of bread, it was even slightly warm. He took a testing bite only to immediately spit it out, retching almost as loudly as Shizuka, much to Fu's amusement. The bread was terrible, it was like eating wet sand, gritty and slightly damp. He never thought anything could taste so disgusting. When the two finally recovered, Naruto crushed the bread back into chakra dust, staring at his hand incredulously. I don't get it, I must be doing something wrong. Shizuka just glared at him, her face hadn't quite lost its pallid tinge and she still felt like throwing up. At least Naruto hadn't actually swallowed the abomination he called bread. Maybe you just can't cook. Fu smirked at that. She always found these little interactions between Naruto and Shizuka amusing, at least when they didn't get too close, although she wasn't sure why. I so can too cook, loads of the monks liked my food. Shizuka just raised a disbelieving eyebrow at him. She wondered if the monks were all tasteless or they were simply humoring the blonde. Naruto just growled as a new chakra rod shot from his sleeves, quickly dissolving into the miraculous dust. I'll show you, it must just need more chakra. At that Fu stepped in. She had noticed the beads of sweat building up on Naruto's brow for the last few minutes. Are you sure that's wise? You've been at this for the last hour, perhaps you should regain your energy first. Naruto just waved her off, already focusing intently on his hand. I'll be fine, I've got energy to spare. Plus I can regain my energy with the delicious bread I'm about to make. Fu just sighed and shrugged, stepping back to allow Naruto to try again. Fine, but I'm not carrying you if you faint. She just got another dismissive hand wave as Naruto channeled even more chakra to his hand. This time he didn't just picture the bread, he remembered how it tasted, how it smelled, even how it sounded, the slight crackling of freshly baked goods titillating his memory's ear. With his hand shaking under the strain and an even brighter blue flame threatening to spill out of his hand, Naruto practically bored a hole in his hand from staring at it so intently. Ha! Naruto looked down at the new loaf of bread he had created. It looked exactly the same as the first, if not slightly more golden. I did dash, and promptly fainted backwards. Shizuka rushed over, her irritation almost instantly being replaced by worry as she quickly checked the blonde over. When she found he was fine and had simply overexerted himself, she had to refrain from slapping him over the head, not that it would do much good with him being unconscious. Fu on the other hand just sighed with a small eye roll as she walked over, pulling something out of her pouch. What are you doing? Shizuka looked up with caution at the small glass bottle in Fyu's hand. It seemed to be filled with some kind of dark green herb, all crushed up into a paste. Fyu just knelt down, holding the bottle up in front of Naruto's nose. I told him I was not carrying him to the next village this time. As soon as she finished speaking, Naruto's eyes shot open wider than most would believe possible, considering he always had them squinted or narrowed. He nearly shot backwards in surprise. Instead, scrabbling back on all fours, he accidentally kicked the small loaf of bread right at Fyu, who caught it easily. Gah! What the heck is that? It smells awful. Fyu just smiled a little too innocently as she replaced the lid on the bottle and safely tucked it away in her pouch. Just a small gift from Minowa in case you fell unconscious again. Naruto's eyes just kept darting to her pouch and back, his face slowly regaining color. It was almost the second time in an hour that he wanted to retch. The smell was even worse than the first piece of bread he had made. We should get going now. Naruto just nodded immediately. He didn't trust the all-too-kind smile on Fyu's usually expressionless face. It was just creepy. The trio quickly made their way in silence, this time with Naruto leading as he was too tired for the Banbutsu Suzu right now. Fyu brought up the rear, looking down curiously at the bread in her hand. It looked okay and she had eaten some pretty nasty things during her time. In the end she just shrugged and took a bite anyway. Her stomach might not have been growling, but she was still rather hungry. Her face immediately lit up as she smiled reflexively. The bread was warm, crunchy, and most importantly, delicious. Their trip went on in rather awkward silence until they came across another town. The mists had been rather forgiving today, so they decided to just walk right through and keep going. They were beginning to enter the more contested regions of Mizu no Kuni and they didn't want to get pulled into anything. However, for as long as they had traveled with Naruto, they should have known things were never going to be that simple. The village was very different to that of Minowa's further north. For one thing, the shinobi presence was much greater, or at least more noticeable. It was beginning to look more like how Mizu no Kuni had been described to him, destitute and hopeless. There was a general air of defeat and hopelessness in the air. The residents' movements were sluggish and lacking true purpose or energy. There were even a few people on the sides of the street, their skin pale and their bodies thin and malnourished. It was a heart-wrenching scene to see kids in alleyway, their clothes hanging off their almost skeletal frames, obviously having not seen a good meal in days. It was a good thing most villages and towns in Mizu no Kuni always had a fresh running water source, or there might be many more non-combatant casualties in this civil war. Unfortunately, if Naruto started handing out what little provisions they had, they probably wouldn't have enough food to make it anywhere near Kirigakure. As they were walking down what appeared to be the main street, lined with what few shops were still open for business, they passed a small group of kids. One of them, a small scruffy girl with dirty brown hair wearing a worn blue dress, bumped into Naruto before apologizing in a small timid voice and running off to catch up with her friends. Naruto just smiled sadly at the scene before frowning as he patted where his money pouch was supposed to be. Hey! He turned, only to see the group of kids sprinting off into nearby alleyway. He chased after them, his longer legs and chakra-enhanced movement allowing him to round the corner of the narrow alley only a few seconds later. However, as soon as he stepped foot on the wet cobbles, a makeshift smoke bomb went off at his feet, causing him to cough as he breathed some in. However, it didn't blind him like it was supposed to. He could clearly see the chakra of the kids as they ran off. Banshao Tenin. He held out a hand, aiming for the little girl who had bumped into him. By the time the smoke had cleared, he had a strong grip on her shoulder as she stared up at him with wide, fearful gray eyes. She cowered slightly under his stern look that quickly softened when he saw just how scared she was. Please don't hurt me, I'm sorry. She held out the pouch in front of her, her hand trembling a little at the thought of the rebuking she would receive. She had heard of kids getting caught after stealing from people trained in chakra before, especially shinobi. It was enough to say that Kiri loyalists weren't the most forgiving people, and it was very easy to be falsely branded as having a bloodline if you weren't careful. Look, I'm not going to hurt you. Naruto got down on one knee and smiled as warmly as he could at the little girl, opening eyes so he would appear less threatening. Unfortunately, this had the opposite effect from what he was going for. The girl took one look at his unusual eyes and screamed. You have a bloodline. Naruto was so shocked by the sudden outburst that he didn't resist when she pulled herself out of his now loosened grip and sprinted off, her breath coming out in fearful gasps. Naruto just knelt there, shocked by the little girl's terrified reaction at his eyes. He quickly shook himself out of his shock as he stood, pulling his cloak around himself tighter and swiftly walking out of the alley. His eyes glanced around for any shinobi that might have heard the outburst. Luckily there didn't appear to be any nearby. A few moments later and he had rejoined Fu and Shizuku, continuing on down the street until they were out of the village. All the way Shizuku had been looking at him strangely while Fu was her usual impassive self. However, even through the green-haired girl's expressionless facade there were signs of sadness and pity for the people around her. She couldn't help but compare their situation to hers before Naruto came along, and she wondered if they would have somebody to save them as well. What? Naruto finally broke the tense silence hanging around the group as he turned to look at Shizuku, who simply tilted her head. Do you still believe it would be irresponsible to create money? Naruto just blinked in surprise at the question before firmly nodding. Of course. You shouldn't abuse a power selfishly like that. Anyway, we have enough money to get from place to place. Shizuku just shook her head stubbornly, a frown marring her usually carefree features. Not for us, for them. She motioned behind her in the general direction of the town they had passed through. Don't you think we could help them? Give them enough money to at least buy food. Before Naruto could answer, Fu cut in, her usual monotone voice bouncing slightly in the fog. It would be pointless. Shizuku just looked at Fu, a horrified and disbelieving look on her face. How could you say that, Fu? Didn't you see how much they were suffering? Fu just shook her head slowly with her face remaining blank and unfeeling, at least outwardly. I did, but giving children money that they would just spend on food would merely prolong their lives, not truly help them. Again Shizuku just looked at the girl in disbelief. How could you be so cruel? Even if it only prolongs things, it might see them through to the end of this war. Fu simply shook her head in that same slow, thoughtful manner. Not cruel, simply realistic. And what do you expect Naruto to do? Go through every town, handing out money to everybody and anybody that needs it? Inflation would go up, currency would be devalued, goods would become even harder to purchase, and ultimately the situation would become worse for everybody. Even though her words were cold and logical, there was a hint of remorse in her voice. She didn't particularly like having to be the voice of reason in a mostly emotion-driven group. Then what do you suggest we do? Nothing. Fu sighed, her head tilting down slightly as she walked. In the end this war will stop, one side or the other winning. The country will slowly recover and things will return to some modicum of normalcy. It is a cycle that has repeated through history. You cannot buy the outcome ahead of time. Neither girl noticed Naruto's hand tighten around his shakujiao slightly at that, his knuckles becoming white. But what about the people suffering in the meantime? At that Fu could only sigh. War was not a good thing for anybody involved, regardless of whether you were a part of the conflict or not. They will struggle through. Shizuku just frowned deeply, turning to her blonde friend who had stayed silent through the small debate. Come on Naruto, what happened to offering what little help we can? Naruto finally looked up, his face surprisingly weary and saddened, surprising Shizuku when she compared it to his usual calm but generally happy persona. Unfortunately, Fu is right. It would be pointless if we simply do more harm than good. Shizuku, instead of looking annoyed or angry, simply looked frustrated, her footsteps becoming heavier as they walked. Then what can we do? I want to help those people. Naruto just sighed as he thought back to one of Chikaku's many pearls of wisdom. It is more important to help people to help themselves, otherwise they will simply end up in the same situation again. That's why it's better to teach a man to fish than just give him a fish. His words were only half-hearted though, like Shizuku he wanted to follow his heart and help as many people as he could. However, he also couldn't deny Fu's hard logic, her reasoning and arguments were sound. It was like having the proverbial devil and angel on his shoulders, except neither was wrong in their own way. Okay, then how do we do that? At this point Shizuku was becoming desperate. It felt like her friends were ganging up on her, like she was the only one who really wanted to help. Of course Fu and Naruto both wanted to help, but their emotions were tempered with training, or in Naruto's case meditation and many shogi matches with Chirika that taught him to think before acting. The best way would be to deal with the root of the problem. It was Fu's voice that cut through the new tense silence that had pervaded for a few moments. Shizuku just looked up, confused. She was trying to figure out what the problem was. The war. Naruto's voice came out slightly harsh. Naturally, as a monk he abhorred violence, but wars were the worst end of that spectrum. There were no winners in wars, only survivors, and the greedy people at the top who profited off of others' pain loss. So we should join a side of the war and help try to end it. Naruto just shook his head slowly, as did Fu, confusing the young Violet even further. It's not that simple, Shizuku. The girl just threw her hands up into the air, growling out her frustrations. Then what? Why can't you give me a straight answer? Is that too dash? She was cut off suddenly by a huge explosion that rocked the ground underneath them. They only stayed up by fixing themselves to the floor with chakra on instinct and reflex. All three heads swiveled in an instant in the direction of the deafening noise before they all took off in that same direction. A relatively short sprint later the three emerged into a clearing, although it didn't look like it had been that way more than a few hours ago. Burning stumps were all that remained of the trees that had once occupied this area of the forest. The floor was lined with craters and scorch marks, evidence of fire and lightning ninjutsu being used. Worst of all though were the dead bodies scattered around, all of whom appeared to be ninja from their attire, or what was left of it. However, their bodies were mutilated, some missing limbs of heads, others were too burned or charred to be even recognizable. Shizuku immediately wretched at the sight. She had never seen something so horrific that it could have come straight from her nightmares. Naruto on the other hand was reminded of when he first awakened his Rinnegan, the memory of that crater he awoke in with the two mangled bodies that had once been Uchiha. Of course this was on a much larger and worse scale. With his eyes roaming the recently created clearing he was able to see the lingering chakra that was used in the obviously rather brief fight. More eye-catching though was one particular source of chakra that wasn't fading, or at least not as quickly. There's a survivor. He was already moving before the first syllable came from his mouth, leaping over downed or charred trees to land in front of a small pile of bodies. He looked away briefly, sickened by the smell of burnt flesh and blood that permeated the air. He shook himself out of it though, grabbing a charred body and hauling it to the side while trying not to look at the melted face of what had once been a man. He quickly repeated the process 3 more times until he finally uncovered the person who was still alive. Erg. She was barely conscious, a young woman maybe 3 or 4 years older than he was with burnt orange hair that was taking on a more literal sense considering the ends of her hair were slightly singed. She shifted slightly as the cold air hit her, blinking her eyes open blearily only to wince from her injuries. Naruto quickly pulled the last body off of her, another young woman who didn't get off with just singes to her hair. Stay awake, you need to stay awake. The woman's head was starting to fall limply to the side and Naruto didn't want to risk shaking her and aggravate any injuries she might have. He wasn't sure if she heard him but she looked to be at least making a conscious effort to keep her eyes open. Naruto took that as a good sign as he unsealed a small roll of linen bandages he always had on hand for emergencies. He was lucky he hadn't had to use them before now. Gently he lifted the woman's hand, doing his best to ignore her wince of pain as he uncovered a large wound on her side that she had been covering. It was bleeding steadily and while Naruto didn't know much about medicine he knew that she would most likely bleed out in a few minutes if he didn't stop that. Unfortunately her light gray flak jacket was in the way so Naruto just acted on instinct, applying a light layer of wind chakra to his palm and slicing straight through the restrictive vest. The navy undershirt she wore beneath that quickly followed as Naruto uncovered the woman's pale skin. Luckily she wore bandage wraps around her chest. Not that Naruto would have been distracted in such a life-threatening situation, but it helped. As best he could Naruto began quickly and tightly wrapping the soft white bandages around her torso, making sure they would tight enough to stop the bleeding. It was a temporary measure at best but it would hold the woman over at least until she could get proper medical attention. Who are you? The woman spoke up in a meek voice as soon as he was finished binding the wound, which thankfully wasn't as deep as he had first thought due to her flak jacket lessened the damage. Just a traveler, now you should keep quiet and conserve your strength if you can. Is there anywhere nearby we can take you to be treated properly? At best these bandages will only last you an hour. The woman nodded slowly, the action obviously bringing her a lot of pain as her hand instinctively sought out her side. She had a few more injuries obviously but none that were immediately life-threatening. It's alright, don't move. Naruto raised a hand and the ground around the kunoichi softened immediately before rising up into the air like a floating bed. Once Naruto made sure the woman was secure on her sand stretcher, he got her to point out the direction. If the woman was surprised by the strange ability, she didn't show it. Right now she was struggling just to keep her eyes open. Of course, they had barely taken 2 steps before 3 men suddenly flickered into the clearing, all of them in Kiri shinobi attire. Sorry kids, we can't let you leave here, especially not with that bloodline scum you're helping. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly at the men, or at least they would have if they weren't already narrowed to stop people seeing his eyes. Are you the ones who did this? He motioned in a sweeping gesture to the destroyed clearing and numerous bodies littering the ground. The man at the front of the opposing trio just chuckled harshly, a snide grin stretching across his face. Nah, we're just the cleanup crew sent to deal with any stragglers like that bitch you got there. Naruto's lips twisted in disgust as he unconsciously moved his body between the woman and the 3 men. You come and kill weakened or dying men and women like carrion birds. That's disgraceful. The lead man, who appeared to be the shinobi's spokesperson, just sneered, his patience already having worn out. We don't need a lecture on ethics from some punk kid, especially when you speak like those things are human. Naruto glared at the man for that. It was xenophobia like this that perpetuated so much hatred in the first place. Maybe you do need a lecture, you're obviously ignorant. At that, the man's patience, as thin as it already was, completely snapped. Like I'll take that from some punk-ass kid barely into his teens. He quickly tossed a handful of kunao at the blonde, expecting him to simply fall over dead from the speeding projectiles. To his surprise though, the flying weapons merely halted dead in midair, as if they had hit some invisible wall. They clattered to the ground uselessly. Not a moment later, Naruto's gaze turning cold as he raised a hand. The ground around the men's feet suddenly burst upward, already turning to sand as it enclosed around 2 of them. The first man though was fast enough to realize what was happening and jumped up and away from the ground in time, the sand that would have been his prison closing in on thin air. The Kiri shinobi caught his breath in a tree at the edge of the recently made clearing, not having expected any kind of retaliation like that, despite the blonde's strange headband. Who are you? Naruto just remained quiet as his hand twisted, sand rising up from the floor and lashing out at the shinobi like long tentacles of some unspeakable creature. Naruto lacked the same inherent control Gaara had due to only recently gaining his sand abilities, but his movements were still deft and swift from practice. Unfortunately, the man was obviously a jounin and was able to avoid most of the dangerous earthen whips. Seeing that he wasn't going to get the situation under control like this, and knowing that Yagura would want to hear of this, the man made to leave. Banshao Tenin. Unfortunately for him, Naruto predicted his movements, snagging him out of the air where he couldn't dodge or maneuver. Suddenly the Kiri shinobi was flying towards the blonde, his movement out of his control for the moment. Of course he was still a jounin, one hardened by war no less, and quickly managed to turn the situation to his advantage. He managed to twist his body, pulling the tanto on his back out of its sheath and aiming to take the blonde's head off. Naruto's eyes widened marginally as he cancelled his technique, diving to the side to avoid the potentially lethal slash. The man rolled to his feet, turning to finish the job with his blade. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Fu about to capitalize on him, focusing solely on Naruto. However, before anybody could do anything, the man was suddenly sent rocketing back, hit by an explosive and invisible wave of pure gravitational forces. Shinra Tensei. Naruto slowly lowered his hand, stretching his neck from his uncomfortable landing prompted by his need to dodge the flying blade. He carefully peered into the small line of destruction through the trees the jounin's body had created, only to detect no chakra signature. He stretched out his awareness through the ground only to find the same thing: the man was gone. He got away. Fu frowned while Shizuka looked slightly relieved. For a moment there it looked like Naruto was about to lose his head. He needed to be more careful about what he brought closer when using his second Deva Path ability. Quickly though, their attention was returned to the woman on the makeshift stretcher as she moaned in pain, carefully clutching the wound in her side. Without further delay the trio turned quartet set off into the forest, heading in the direction the woman pointed when she was able. Naruto thought it best to bring along the 2 men he had been able to capture, floating along in similar sand beds, but more restrictive. After about 10 minutes Naruto began to worry that wherever this place was they might not make it in time, however when he voiced his concerns the woman merely pointed again, obviously straining to do even that much. Luckily his fears were unfounded, as not even a minute later 5 masked figures appeared around the group in various body flickers, all staring at them suspiciously. Nezumuro, one of the shinobi, a woman if the slight curves to her armor didn't lie, rushed forward, quickly checking over the orange-haired woman on the sand bed. One of the males in the group quickly walked over to Naruto, as he could see it was that blonde who was maintaining the floating structure. He also spared a quick glance to the 2 men held captive in veritable cocoons of sand, obvious loyalist as he didn't recognize them. What happened? Where did you find this woman? Naruto looked up at the man. He had lank gray hair that was tied back into a short ponytail and had a simple porcelain mask with slits for eyes and a wave-like red pattern across one side. I found her in a clearing. She had been attacked and was leading me to where she could find treatment. The man nodded, glancing over to see the woman still painfully holding her side, the bandages now soaked almost completely through by blood. He seemed to think for a moment, as if weighing up various things in his head before nodding once. Are you able to maintain that bed for another 5 minutes? Naruto just nodded. If he needed to he could keep up this sand for another few hours. Alright then, follow us, but keep your hands to yourselves. If we see any signs you might endanger our camp we will not hesitate to cut you and your companions down. Naruto just nodded quickly, rather anxious to get the woman somewhere with proper medical care. As they walked he missed the same gray-haired man carefully eyeing him up, glancing between him and his companions. Blonde spiky hair, dressed like a monk, green-haired and purple-haired female companions, he matches the report, but who exactly is he and how is he able to manipulate sand like that? Chapter 27, Water 3. All wars are civil wars, because all men are brothers. François Fenelon. It was a few days after the incident involving the Kiri shinobi and the rebel forces, and Naruto was currently sitting in a small tent near the center of a large camp. When they had arrived at the rebel camp, Naruto had been surprised when they were allowed in. He thought they would have been forced to leave in case they were spies. Apparently the captain of the camp, an older man with long dark brown hair named Tsurugi, needed them to stay until his commander came and asked them a few questions. Naturally Naruto and Shizuka had been worried about this. Fia, being her usual self, merely stayed impassive. Of course they were quickly assured that if they meant no ill will towards the rebels, as their rescue of the kunoichi they found had shown, then nothing bad would happen. Of course that didn't particularly ease their worries. Shinobi weren't known to be the most honest people, even if Naruto found their goals to be honorable. He had found out this was one of the many hidden camps scattered through the contested regions of Mizu no Kuni, and that there were even some deep within Kiri-controlled territories. Of course he wasn't foolish enough to ask where these other camps was. That would be far too suspicious, although that didn't mean he wasn't curious. He presumed the camps themselves were hidden by a combination of various genjutsu, traps, and the mists, which seemed to work to both sides' favor and disadvantage. Technically the group was being held captive by the rebels, but it wasn't all bad. They weren't treated poorly, although the shinobi obviously came first. It had also been a prime opportunity to talk to various shinobi, especially about water jutsu and affinities. Shizuku especially loved the extra help from shinobi who were happy to help a young girl with something as mundane as a water affinity. Naruto figured it was a good escape from the fighting. It made sense that training affinities would remind the older and more veteran shinobi of their youth, back before all the war and bloodshed. Under their guidance Shizuku had made leaps and bounds with the second stage, creating a whirlpool with nothing but manipulation of water chakra. Naruto had also begun to practice his own water technique, once again noting that it felt easier somehow with each passing element he mastered. He wondered if by isolating and controlling each of his various affinities it made it simpler to access the rest. It made sense when he thought about it. He smiled at the thought, remembering his original goal of understanding chakra so long ago. It had now been almost a year and 3 months since leaving the Fire Temple. Naruto was 12 and had been for 2 months. That much was for certain, just as it was obvious to everybody else. Decembers were viciously cold in Mizu no Kuni, especially to those that weren't natives. Luckily the further they moved south the milder the climate became, but that didn't stop the thin layers of frost that covered the ground each morning. The torrential and perpetual rain wasn't helping all that much either, which was why Naruto smiled as Shizuku ducked under the flap of the tent. "Hey Naruto, you wanted to see me, right?" The blonde just nodded cheerfully as he stood up from his meditative position on the ground. He had tried speaking to his tenants again only to find Matatabi asleep, something he found she did quite often, Shikaka his usual psychotic self, and the Kyuubi being even more stubborn than usual. Yeah, come on, I want to try something. He quickly ducked under the flap of the tent with Shizuku hot on his heels, the both of them ignoring the rain falling around them. Shizuku practically lived in it anyway and Naruto had gotten used to his after all his time traveling with her. It was just one of those things you learned to live with, at least, before now. Come on Naruto, where are you taking me? The blonde had a cheeky smile on his face but didn't answer, instead taking Shizuku's hand in his own and carrying on. The violet just looked at his larger hand, smiling nervously as she felt his warmth flow into her from the contact. She had to refrain from giggling like a schoolgirl as the young monk led her through the camp to a small area near the outer edge where she had been training in her water affinity. There was a small stream that ended in a pond which made it perfect for her and the space was large and open for practicing jutsu. Naruto simply cast a keen gaze around the clearing, it would suit his needs perfectly. There were various seals set up around both the perimeter of the clearing and the camp itself to stop any usage of chakra being detected by loyalists. It allowed the rebels to practice and hone their skills in preparation for conflicts in safety. Alright, this should do. Shizuku just laughed playfully as they stopped, noticing with a raised eyebrow Naruto had not let go of her hand, not that she was going to inform him. With some trepidation and a flutter of anxiety she noticed they were all alone, the training ground was conspicuously empty. Come on Naruto, should do for what? Naruto just grinned again, making Shizuku's heart do a double take for a second time. Simple, we're going to stop it from raining. Shizuku blinked once, then twice, then she just looked at Naruto strangely for a moment. Didn't you already do that with your gravity abilities? Naruto just shook his head, that same infectious grin splitting his face. Nah, that's too easy. As if to make his point he raised a hand and suddenly Shizuku felt very odd, like there was nothing holding her down on the ground anymore. She had to anchor herself with chakra or she felt as though she would simply float away. More incredibly though the rain around them had stopped falling, the drops just hung in the air like little spherical pieces of glass held up by invisible strings. The purple-haired girl just looked around in wonder at the impossible scene, smiling uncontrollably as she saw the world distorted through 1,000 drops of water. Of course it had to come to an end as Naruto lowered his arm and allowed the rain to fall once more. Wow! Still Naruto's grin didn't dissipate, if anything it grew stronger seeing Shizuku's odd and genuinely happy smile. That's nothing, you're going to stop it entirely. Shizuku just looked around at the blonde, she was obviously skeptical but after that miraculous event she was slightly more inclined to believe him. How? Naruto just smiled as he took her other hand, causing the girl to blush as red steadily overtook her naturally pale skin tone. He sat down, pulling Shizuku with him until they were sat opposite one another, Shizuku with her legs folded beneath her and Naruto in his classic meditative position. He smiled gently at her, reaffirming his grip on her hands before looking up at the sky, uncaring of the droplets of water pattering on his face. Focus Shizuku, I want you to treat this like a normal water chakra exercise. The violet just looked at Naruto strangely, wondering just what he was planning, and why he needed to hold her hand to do it, not that she was complaining. Reach out with your chakra, feel it jumping between every drop of rain and push it back. Shizuku frowned but complied all the same, closing her eyes and imagining just what Naruto had described. She used the droplets of water on her face as a medium, breathing deeply as she pushed her chakra outwards, shifting its nature to water once it left her body. She kept pushing, feeling as her chakra leapt from individual droplets around her in a small sphere of influence about 5 feet wide. Around there she began to struggle, beads of sweat joining the rain on her forehead as her hands trembled slightly from the exertion. She opened her eyes, amazed as she saw the rain around her lightening up while outside her little bubble it was still just as heavy. I can't do any more. Her voice was slightly strained from the stress she was putting into the strange exercise. However she immediately felt Naruto tighten his grip on her hands, the warmth of his skin relaxing her slightly. It's alright, don't give up. Shizuku nodded determinedly, pouring all the chakra she could into holding off the rain around her. She nearly jolted off the floor when a massive influx of chakra suddenly raced through her body. She was suddenly full of energy again, like a fire had been lit deep within her. When she opened her eyes again she only saw Naruto's smiling face. She realized with a start she was using his chakra, the thought bringing a smile to her face as well a rosy blush to her cheeks when she realized a bit of Naruto was inside of her. It was an incredible feeling. Compared to her own reserves, the chakra running through her body felt practically unlimited, like she could use as much as she needed and never feel tired. It was like seeing the ocean for the first time, struggling to comprehend just how vast it was as it stretched out into the horizon. She pushed out again, exerting her control over the new source of chakra and practically bathing the area around them in pure water-natured chakra. The next time she opened her eyes it had stopped raining completely. She couldn't even see the edge of whatever clearing they had made in the downpour. "We did it." Her voice was quiet, as if she still didn't quite believe what she was saying. Her eyes were roaming the area in shock and awe. Suddenly she shot to her feet, throwing her hands up and crying out in joy. "We did it." Naruto got to his feet more sedately, smiling as Shizuku just laughed up at the sky, sometimes pointing as if in defiance. It was the first time in her life she had been underneath the clouds and it had not rained on her. Suddenly her head shot around at Naruto, her eyes fixed on him as her features were locked in an ecstatic grin. Oof. He was suddenly knocked to the ground as Shizuku practically tackled him, something she was beginning to have a knack for much to his chagrin. She wrapped her arms around him tightly, laughing and grinning, obviously trying to crush Naruto to death from the grip she had in him. After a moment or two she settled for just setting her face against his chest and quietly mumbling thank you over and over. When she finally sat back, now straddling Naruto in a rather awkward manner, she still had that same grin in her face, which slowly faded as she noticed the way Naruto was looking at her. Naruto. He was staring up at her, eyes opened and smile gone. It was replaced by a look she had never seen in him before and couldn't place. What she didn't know was that Naruto was simply transfixed by the sight before him. Shizuku for once wasn't wearing her Miko outfit, she had to wash them at some point after all. Instead she had a tight navy shirt and simply black leggings that did nothing to hide her developing body, especially as they were both soaked through from the rain before and the clothes were clinging to her frame. Naruto. He never stopped looking at her as he leaned up, propping himself up on his elbows as Shizuku suddenly found their faces only a few inches apart. For a moment she was captivated by his eyes, the same eyes that had always held her attention. She felt as though she could be hypnotized by the swirling concentric circles. She almost flinched as Naruto raised a hand to wipe off a single drop of rain that was clinging to her cheek, snapping her out of her chance. Naruto. Her voice was quiet, barely a whisper as the blonde moved closer and she found herself mirroring the action. Soon their noses were touching, their breath coming in faster as they found both their heart rates quickening. Then, just like that, their lips met, however unlike last time this kiss was anything but chaste. Naruto found his hand naturally moving to the back of Shizuku's head, trying to deepen the intimate contact while Shizuku placed her hands on Naruto's cheeks. When they finally parted their breathing was even more ragged and small smiles played across their faces. Then, like any good thing, they went back for more. They had to wait a whole other day before the commander finally turned up, a tall man with spiked-up blue hair in the shape of a shark's fin. He wore a battle kimono, the standard attire of a Kiri hunter nin, as well as an eye patch over his right eye. He met Naruto outside of the command tent for the small camp, the only place Naruto and his friends had not been allowed access to besides the armory. Although he did get a glimpse inside when the man came out, managing to spot a table filled with maps and little icons representing troops and bases. He couldn't help but imagine that standing over a table with nothing but a two-dimensional map and some plastic figurines, it would be easy to forget that they represent real people. It was like some large game of shogi, but instead of small pieces of labeled wood it was living, breathing humans who could really die. He shook himself of the thoughts, leaving the strategizing to the rebels as he looked up at the much taller shinobi. "So you're the kid the reports were talking about?" Naruto was slightly unnerved by the man's piercing gaze. Even with only one eye it seemed as though he could see right through the blonde. "I heard you had some interesting abilities." Naruto said nothing, just returning the man's cool gaze with his own calm mask. "What's your name?" Naruto smiled slightly wider but answered all the same. "Naruto Uzumaki." The man's eyebrow rose slightly but he didn't comment. He unknowingly shared thoughts that Naruto himself had a few times. Ao. At that Naruto raised an eyebrow. Before in the camp there had basically been a policy of not telling him or his friends any of the shinobi's names. He had only learned the captain's name from overhearing it when a shinobi had given a report. Ao noticed the look and just grimaced slightly, crossing his arms over his chest. "Trust me kid, telling you my name means nothing, I'm known to the loyalists by description anyway so there's little you can do with it." Naruto just nodded quickly. It wasn't like he was going to report this place to the loyalists. "I'm gonna get straight to the point Gaki, what are your intentions?" Naruto just raised a hand disarmingly. He had left his Shakugao in the tent the three had been sleeping in. "I'm just a traveling monk. I had heard of the situation Mizu no Kuni was in and wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help." Ao just grunted at that. It wasn't a total lie, just as it wasn't completely the truth. It wasn't like Naruto was going to admit he was running away from Kumigaku or Shinobi for stealing one of their most prized artifacts. "Trust me kid, you should just leave while you can. A few people have tried the same thing you have and have either gone home with a couple scratches or not at all." That was something else Naruto already knew, but he just inclined his head politely all the same. "I think me and my companions will stay for a while longer, there are still things we wish to do in the area." Ao narrowed his eye slightly while frowning at what he thought was another stubborn kid who didn't know any better. "I don't think you understand kid, from the reports one of the shinobi you encountered got away. He will most likely have reported to Yagura or one of his superiors by now, that puts you and your friends in danger." Naruto simply smiled softly, surprising Ao with how calm he seemed to be despite the obvious danger to his life. "I wouldn't worry about me or my friends Ao-san, we're perfectly capable of defending ourselves." Again Ao merely frowned. He already knew that to some degree thanks to the very detailed reports he had to go through. Even in a civil war, nobody of a high-ranking position was safe from paperwork. "Yes, the sand ability you were seen using." Naruto simply smiled and waved his hand, a small pillar of earth rising up and deconstructing into the element he was now so adept at wielding. Ao stared at the small construct before Naruto allowed it to drop, peering at it as if he could see through it. "An interesting ability, combined with your large chakra reserves and you could be quite powerful as a shinobi." Naruto just smiled again, having no intention of ever becoming a shinobi. "I didn't take you for a censor." Ao just grunted as a response, something Naruto was relatively used to from his talks with his tenant and knew to mean mind your own business. "Anyway kid, word of advice, when we finally let you leave the base start heading either out of the country, or at the very least east. The fighting's not as bad out there and you should lay low for a while until Yagura's interest in you decreases. He's not somebody you want as an enemy, ask any of the rebels here, he alone has killed more of us than any other loyalist." Naruto just nodded again in thanks for the advice, before pausing in thought. "When you finally let us leave?" Ao just nodded, his interest in the conversation already waning. He had more important things to do like fight a war. "Our camps shift positions occasionally, you'll be allowed to leave when this one moves. We obviously can't let you just leave knowing the position of one of our forward bases." Ao didn't even wait to see if Naruto understood or not, he just gave a curt wave of his hand and ducked under the flaps into the command tent. He couldn't help shake the feeling that this wasn't the last time he would be seeing Naruto. It was finally the day that the three were allowed to leave. The camp was abuzz with activity as people went about their business. Tents were being disassembled all around them, rations and supplies being stored into scrolls for transport and the equipment was being distributed to spread the load when they moved. Naruto was currently ducking around people carrying large poles and pieces of tent to get to the medical tent, the last that would be pulled down. He had visited the woman he rescued, Nezumuro, a few times during their stay with the rebels, however she was mostly too tired or weak to hold any length of conversation. However today she had been cleared to leave her bed and start on some light exercises to get her body back on the track to recovery. Unfortunately in war people weren't too picky about their soldiers, regardless of injury. If they could fight then they were given a weapon and told to fight, for whatever cause that particular side thought was just or right. Of course there were those who genuinely believed in their cause, which was good of course, but ultimately they were names on a list, where exactly that list was got decided at the end of the war. He ducked into the small tent, noting that it was conspicuously absent of people save for one shinobi guard, probably a Chiryunin, and the 3 or 4 patients lying on beds. Medical shinobi were a rare commodity even in peacetime. There were none at this camp. He understood that most of the care or treatment was done by civilian doctors who were brave enough to enter the front lines. He thought they were brave as ultimately medics were the main targets for enemies due to their ability to keep shinobi going for longer. "Hi Naruto." The woman waved at him with a weak smile. The two had gotten along well once she was informed Naruto was the one who saved her. He had been right. Had the woman not received the basic first aid he had given her, she would have bled out minutes after he found her. Luckily the girl hadn't sworn her undying fealty to Naruto or something like that. The blonde wasn't sure how he would have felt with yet another girl in their group. The situation with Shizuka was getting complicated enough as it was. "Hey Nezumuro." He waved back at her with a smile as the orange-haired girl sat up in the bed, wincing only a little from her injury which had gotten substantially better after proper treatment. She wouldn't be able to fight for a few months, but she at least wouldn't be permanently crippled, or worse, dead. "Hey, take it easy." The girl just chuckled as she scooted back in the bed so she could lean against the wall of the tent. "Heh, that's a funny thing to say to a kunoichi Naruto, we don't know how to take it easy." The blonde just sighed with a small smile. From the interaction he had with the girl he was able to tell she was very passionate in everything she did. Be it training, her family or even her pride over the rebellion, Nezumuro never did anything by the half measure. "So we're leaving today, have you thought about what I said some more?" Naruto's reply was a sad smile to which the older girl simply nodded in understanding. During their talks Nezumuro had accidentally caught a glimpse of Naruto's eyes. Thankfully she was grateful enough to him not to tell anybody else. However, it had managed to spark her into asking why he didn't join the rebellion with them when he too had a bloodline trait. Of course Naruto had been adamant that he could not condone or take part in violence except in self-defense. It was enough to say Nezumuro had been very active in trying to persuade Naruto to help. She had seen some of what he could do in the clearing and thought he would be a great help in the fight. "I understand your reasons Naruto, but what we're doing is for the good of the entire country. Mizu no Kuni can never heal from the massacres if Yagura stays Mizukage. If you help us I'm sure we can bring him down even faster." Naruto smiled lightly. He suspected if the girl wasn't injured and had the entire right side of her body bandaged she would be gesticulating wildly as she talked. "I think you overestimate me slightly Nezumuro." The girl just shook her head fiercely, wincing from the action with a small grimace. "No way. I bet if you and my Aunt May teamed up you could easily take down the Mizukage." Naruto chuckled. He had heard a lot about Nezumuro's aunt, the leader of the bloodline rebellion Mai Terumi. From what he had heard she was incredibly powerful, able to utilize 2 elemental bloodline limits in combat. He had also gathered that she was remarkably beautiful, but that was more from some of the lewd comment he had heard being made by the male shinobi around the camp. "I'm just a monk Nezumuro." The girl simply snorted at that, looking straight into Naruto's currently narrowed eyes. "Yeah, a monk with a legendary doji dash." She was cut off as Naruto threw a hand over her mouth, the rest coming out as muffled and indignant protests. "SHH, I don't want people to find out, I've already told you that." The girl simply stared at him with large eyes, unable to talk until Naruto removed his hand. "But why not? You'd get loads of respect and people in the rebellion would look up to you with such a powerful bloodline." This time her voice was quieter, a visible effort on her part to do so as she was mindful of the others in the room. "Exactly, I would have all that attention on me, people might come after me hoping to fight me, or to somehow use me or my eyes to their ends. It would put myself, but more importantly my friends in danger until I am strong enough to defend us." Nezumuro simply pouted, her arms crossing underneath her chest in a very distracting manner. "But you're plenty strong." Naruto just smiled softly, patting the girl on the shoulder. "Not strong enough." The orange-haired girl simply maintained her pout, not understanding why her new friend wouldn't use his abilities to help the rebellion. "But when is strong enough?" At that Naruto's smile saddened slightly. "Hopefully I will never have to find out." With that Fu came into the tent to tell him they were finally being allowed to leave the camp before going back out to find Shizuku. Naruto turned to a now confused Nezumuro, the girl looking at the hand he had on her shoulder. "I guess this is goodbye then Nezumuro." The girl seemed to shake her head on her confusion, smiling brightly up at the blonde. He should have known nothing could dampen the vibrant girl's spirits for too long. Nah, we'll see each other again, I know it. I still have to introduce you to Aunt May, she'll be able to convince you, I just know it. Naruto just smiled again, patting her once on the shoulder before turning and leaving the tent. Nezumuro never lost her confident smile as she settled back down on the medical bed. The trio were back on the road again, or more correctly they were back in the forest, blindly heading east as they had been advised. Now that both Naruto and Shizuku had the means to complete their water exercises, there was no longer any reason for them to go to Kirigakure. There was also the small fact that Kiri was on complete lockdown, nobody went in or out without being thoroughly searched. Without proper identification it was unlikely they would get close, and even if they did, if Naruto's eyes were seen they would instantly be arrested, or at least they would attempt to arrest them. Naruto wasn't exactly sure what to do next. Technically there was nothing really for them to do in Mizu no Kuni, except Naruto still felt as though he had a purpose here. It was like there's still something he had to do, but he hadn't quite found out what yet. Nezumiro's words still rang in his head. He kept wondering if it was wrong to turn down the offer to join the rebellion. It went against his peaceful views, yet at the same time he couldn't deny what Yagura was doing was just wrong. Unfortunately he was hardly a politician, not that there hadn't been attempts at negotiation. Yagura had apparently been unwilling to listen to any of the bloodline clans, and anybody who argued in their defense was simply labeled as traitors to the village and to the country. It had gotten to the point where the water daimyo had to flee the country for his own safety, leaving it squarely in the control of the shinobi village. It had basically been martial law until the rebellion began. They passed through a few more towns and villages on their journey east, each bore the scars of war. Whether it was people on the streets, the increased rebel or loyalist presence, the general air of fear or the hopelessness hanging over the people, the war seemed to be taking its toll on everybody. It actually made Naruto fear what he might find if he went further south. Eventually though they reached the eastern coast of Mizu no Kuni's main island, and Naruto still hadn't come up with their next move. However, looking out over the sea, a bright golden beach beneath them at the bottom of the cliffs they were standing on, he could almost forget the war-torn country behind him, almost. He sighed wearily. They'd had a long journey and each of them was tired. Some relaxation would probably do them some good. The veritable beach of sand made it very easy for Naruto to set up a quick hut, getting them out of the sudden sun that had emerged from the clouds. Shizuku beamed at the sight. She had never thought she would ever get to enjoy a beach in the sunlight and only wished she had a bathing suit. Wow, this place is beautiful. Naruto couldn't help but agree with Shizuku's declaration. He just wished the rest of the country could be as calm and tranquil as this single stretch of sea and sand. It certainly lives up to the portrayal in books. Naruto was rather surprised to hear some actual emotion in Fu's voice. She sounded genuinely pleased at the sight, which in turn raised his own spirits. I guess we earned a day off. Through their travels east, Naruto had worked on his Banbutsu Suzu almost religiously, handing off any food he made to people as he passed. He figured it wasn't like money, he was simply feeding people like he would anyway had he the supplies to spare. Luckily he managed to fix the issue with the taste, otherwise he might have been doing more harm than good. Anyway, the things he made had to go somewhere. He found that when he made food he couldn't simply convert it back into the black dust, it seemed fixed as whatever he had created. Suddenly the quiet, serene atmosphere was disturbed by a strangely loud bird call. Naruto looked up into the relatively clear sky but didn't see anything. However, not even moments later the same call cried out, even closer that time. Deciding to ignore the annoying bird, Naruto turned his attention to the sea. Besides bounding between Kaminari no Kuni and Mizu no Kuni, he never had the opportunity to actually enjoy the ocean before. Naruto! Shizuku's scream of surprise jolted him into action, turning his head this way and that to see where she was. However, to his horror, the girl was high up in the air, tightly bound in the talons of an enormous eagle that was flying out to sea. She was out of range of his Banshou Tenin before he could even blink. Quickly getting a grip after the strange sight, he took off after the girl, only for the large bird to fly even faster, quickly fading into the distance. He heard his name briefly on the wind before he lost sight of the girl and the bird altogether. Shizuku. Chapter 28, Water 4. War does not determine who is right, only who is left. Bertrand Russell. Shizuku. Getting over his shock, Naruto immediately raced forward, running out onto the surprisingly calm ocean waters. However, the bird was very fast. He had already lost sight of it by the time Fia caught up to him. Damn it! He quickly molded his chakra, about to summon something that would let him catch up to her when he felt a hand quickly grab onto his arm, stopping him from slamming it down. Naruto! The blonde rounded on Fia angrily, surprising his fellow Jinhuriki by the determination in his eyes. What, Fia? We don't have time right now. The girl held his gaze for a moment, her grip on his arm tightening slightly when he went to pull away and complete the technique. Calm down, Naruto, you have to think. Fia knew this would be difficult for the monk. He was very emotion-driven, and when he got carried away he tended to act without thinking first, especially when it came to his friends in trouble. Of course, there was also the fact that with every second they wasted, Shizuka was being carried further and further away to who knows where. But Naruto was about to argue, but something in Fia's hardened orange eyes made him falter. Relenting for the moment, he stood up straight and took a deep breath, calming his worry and anger. He nearly slapped himself for being so stupid when he realized what he could do instead of going after Shizuku. Damn, I could just summon her back. Fia smiled, a relieved sigh leaving her as she stepped back on the water. She was glad Naruto wasn't too taken by his emotions. Cookies. Naruto was feeling a little sheepish. He had gotten so carried away over such a simple problem, at least until the smoke from his technique cleared to reveal nothing. What the hell? At this, Naruto began to panic again. There was no way the bird could have possibly gotten outside of his range yet. Hell, he didn't even know he had a range for summoning. He hated to think it, but even if Shizuka had been killed, he should have still been able to summon her body. What's wrong? Naruto just turned to Fia helplessly. He didn't know why his animal path suddenly wasn't working. It had never happened before. I don't know, something's blocking my ability to summon Shizuku. Fia frowned at that. It meant they would have to go after her after all. The only problem was they had no idea where that giant eagle, that now she thought about it had to be a summon itself, had gone. Naruto seemed to share her thoughts as he immediately slammed his hands back down again, pouring in more chakra this time. Cookies. Again the smoke cleared only to reveal nothing. The chakra Naruto had used rushing back into him from the failed summoning. Damn it, we'll have to go after her. This time when he slammed his hand down, the ceiling matrix spread out as it should have, encompassing a large area of the water they were standing on. Cookies. A large squawk sounded through the area as the smoke this time parted to reveal that same large drill-beaked bird Naruto had summoned in Kaminari no Kuni. Get on. Both quickly jumped up on the bird's back, the creature seemingly paying them no mind as they grabbed onto the spike sticking out of its neck. With barely a thought from the blonde, the bird pushed its enormous wings down, lifting them into the air at an astonishing rate. Naruto had considered trying to summon the bird that had taken Shizuka, but he wasn't sure what would happen then, if Shizuka would be brought with it or not. He didn't want to risk Shizuka being dropped into the ocean from such a height. Chakra training or not, that would surely kill her, or at least injure her enough to make her be paralyzed and drown. Without any clear destination, Naruto had the giant summon fly in the direction they had seen the eagle go, northeast out to sea. As the minutes trickled by and they continued to see nothing, both Naruto and Fia grew more worried for their friend, Fia hiding it better behind her expressionless mask. Finally though, when they had begun to enter a slightly more turbulent and stormy area of the sea, Fia spotted something. Over there. Naruto nearly fell off his summon as he turned so suddenly, peering out in the direction Fia pointed. His superior eyes easily made out the small dot of an island a few miles away. It was the only lead they had, so Naruto steered his summon in that direction. As they grew closer, they soon saw the island wasn't as small as they had originally thought. It looked around 2 miles wide with a volcanic-looking mountain to one side mostly shrouded in thick forests. The two shared a look as they approached the out-of-the-way island, nodding to one another. If the eagle took her to its nest, it'll be high up on the mountain somewhere, and if it returned to its summoner, the most secure location will be inside the mountain anyway. Naruto just nodded. He had similar thoughts and quickly directed the bird towards the mountain. As they passed over the shore of the island, Naruto began to look out for any kind of structure beneath them that would give them an idea of where Shizuka might have been taken. Unfortunately, he was looking off the wrong side of the bird and missed the sudden attack. Look out! Luckily Fia was vigilant enough, but still wasn't able to react in time to stop the long golden chains that suddenly appeared around the summon. In seconds it had been ensnared, the movement of its wings suddenly halted, making its trajectory suddenly plummet. More surprisingly though, what Naruto had at first mistaken for long golden chains actually appeared to be glowing golden symbols, threaded together like a rope. Soon they tightened too much and the summon was forced to dismiss itself, suddenly leaving Naruto and Fu in midair. Phew! Naruto tried to reach out a hand to grab his mint-haired friend, but they were already too far apart and falling too quickly. Turning his attention to his own plummet, he missed as a cloak of red chakra suddenly ignited around the girl, wings spreading out and quickly halting her fall. Naruto wasn't so lucky, as unfortunately reducing gravity's effects on him would do nothing while he was already falling, and he had only seconds before he would hit the ground, not enough time to summon again. It left him with only one choice as he neared the dangerously approaching earth. Shinra Tensei. A few feet of the ground, Naruto braced himself, firing out a wave of gravitational forces he hoped would be enough to halt his downwards momentum. Unfortunately it only slowed him down. He still hit the ground with enough force to create a small crater. If his body had not subconsciously reinforced itself with chakra, he would have surely broken more than a few bones. As it was, he found himself lying in the ground, groaning in pain as he felt his consciousness drift away. The last thing he saw was a flash of red hair before his eyes closed. Fu drifted to a gentle stop on the ground in the nearest clearing she could spot. She had lost sight of Naruto when he fell. She thought he was somewhere to the east of her. Quickly she allowed her Baijuya cloak to drop, shuddering as she felt the vile chakra retreat back into the seal over her left breast, right above her heart. She still despised using that chakra. She wanted to be strong by herself, not by borrowed power. She only used it as a last resort or when there was no other option, like when she needed to fly. And that had definitely been a time she needed to fly. She was beating herself up a little as the potent chakra fully receded. If only she had acted quicker. If she had noticed faster, she might have been able to fly after Shizuku before it was too late, but she had hesitated out of shock. If she had only noticed the strange golden chains sooner, she might have been able to warn Naruto in time for him to deal with it. She cursed her own inability to protect her friends, and now she was out here in the forest, all alone, not knowing if they were safe or not. Pulling herself out of her own pity, she quickly ran off in the direction she thought Naruto had landed, knowing he would have come up with something to at least cushion his fall. He was just resourceful like that. She probably wouldn't admit it, but Fu really looked up to Naruto. Apart from the fact he saved her, he was also strong. He was the first person to ever defeat her, even if it was only sparring, and he did so without any borrowed power. While she conceded his Rinnegan gave him certain advantages, she admitted that was the same for any bloodline. It was the fact Naruto never used his own jujutsu arrogantly or to the extremes, only when it was necessary, and even then in moderation. In a way, Fu was a little envious that he could use his jujutsu, making him less reliant on the Baijuyu inside of him. She was shaken from her thoughts as she entered a small clearing with a roughly human-sized crater. Unfortunately for her, it was empty. Frowning, the girl looked around, knowing that if Naruto had stayed conscious through an impact like that, which was doubtful given the speed he must have hit to make a crater like that, then he couldn't have gone too far. She crouched down, touching the floor gently as she pulsed out some chakra through the earth. Soon enough a few insects gathered around her, feeding her information in their unique nonverbal way that she could only understand thanks to her tenant. It was another unwanted, but undeniably useful gift her status as the Jinhira key of the Nanabi gave her. However, she became worried when the insects informed her somebody had been here, but they had been taken away by a different chakra source. She quickly picked up their trail, dashing off as fast as she could, only hoping that she wasn't too late once again. However, before she got too far, her danger senses kicked in, allowing her to throw herself to one side in time to avoid the attack of some large animal. When she jumped to her feet from her roll and turned, she was surprised to find a giant centipede staring straight at her, its mandibles clicking ominously. Fu remained quiet as the human and creature stared the other down, wondering all the while why she couldn't communicate with this particular insect. With a start she realized it was a summon, too late to capitalize on that fact before the giant bug launched forward, obviously intent on bisecting her with its sharpened mandibles, dripping with an interminable fluid. However, even as she dived out of the way of the linear attack, the mint-haired girl was running through hand seals, finishing as she got back to her feet. Takigakuraiwa, Mizukiri no Yaiba. Before she was even finished speaking, a long blade of water materialized in her hand, drawing from the moisture in the air and from the water in Fu's body. She crouched into a careful stance, eyeing the centipede for any more signs of an attack. The creature didn't disappoint as it lunged forward again, obviously not the most intelligent summon with such predictable and repeated attacks. This time though Fu was ready. As the clicking mandibles came closer, she sent chakra to her legs, allowing her to jump up and over the insect. The massive arthropod tried to follow her with its head and adjust its attack, but it was already too late. Fu slashed down, cleanly slicing through the insect's head and continuing with the cut as she fell, neatly bisecting the entire creature down the length. When she landed in a crouch, she cancelled her technique and sighed, standing as the summoned animal slowly split apart, falling to the floor before vanishing in a brief cloud of smoke back to its own realm. Fu was about to take off again when a decidedly angry hissing noise caught her attention. When she looked around, she was greeted to the sight of an enormous snake, its scales mottled in pale green. It hung from one of the larger trees in the area as its dull yellow eyes stared at her intently. Fu could only sigh as the water-cutting sword once more grew from her hand and she settled back into her stance. How inconvenient. When Naruto woke up, he put a hand on his forehead, groaning slightly from the intense headache he had. From the light streaming through the windows of wherever he was, he estimated it had only been around an hour since he had fallen unconscious. Speaking of which, he looked around, noticing he was in some kind of bedroom. The walls were stone but were painted a warm red. It was fairly Spartan in all, only the bed he was lying on and a desk in the corner providing furniture. He swung his legs off the bed at the same moment somebody walked through the door. "Oh, you're up already." Naruto just blinked at the girl who had walked in. He was rather surprised to see she had a look of genuine concern on her face as she hurried over. She had long red hair, tied up in two bangs at the front by a simple white headband. She wore a rather ornate blue and yellow kimono-style dress that ended in a short skirt. Most strange though was the long translucent ribbon that streamed behind her like two tails, that and the fact she was barefoot. Where am I?" The girl just fumbled her hands over one another, looking oddly nervous for some reason before finally hanging her head, ashamed. "I'm really sorry. When I saw the bird flying overhead, I thought you were an enemy, and Matsumoto-sensei told me that if I saw anybody like that I was supposed to capture them." She looked up, her arms waving in front of her desperately. "But I didn't mean for you to fall like that. My technique is only supposed to be used to bind things." Again she looked down, obviously upset with herself for nearly hurting somebody. It's okay, nobody got hurt after all." Suddenly though his eyes widened as he looked around. "Wait. Where's Fu?" The girl just looked at him, obviously confused. "Sorry, I only found you. If your friend also fell, then they're somewhere out in the forest." Naruto immediately got to his feet, already making for the door when he felt a hand grip his arm. "Wait. You can't go out there. The summoned animals will attack anybody they don't recognize." Naruto paused, looking around at the girl who was looking fearful for his safety, odd considering she was the person who made him fall in the first place. "All the more reason to go find my friend. If she's hurt out there, then she could be in trouble." He was about to break away from the girl and leave when he stopped, once again nearly slapping himself for his idiocy. The redhead simply watched in confusion as Naruto took a breath before slamming his palm into the wooden floor of her room. "Cookios." The girl watched the seal matrix spread out, which she instantly recognized as a summoning contract seal, before the room was bathed in white smoke. "Naruto, I was wondering when you might summon me." Naruto had the decency to look slightly sheepish as Fu gave him a blank look. "Give me a break, I've been unconscious for how long?" Fu blinked once before allowing the water blade that had been in her hand to disperse, annoying the red-haired girl seeing as it got water all over her floor. 32 minutes. At that Naruto blinked. She had counted? "Whoa, how did you summon a human?" Both Naruto and Fu turned to look at the girl who seemed to have gotten over her annoyance at her floor being soaked in favor of staring at Naruto in awe. The blonde just chuckled and rubbed the back of his head as Fu looked around their surroundings to see where she had ended up. "It's just an ability of mine." The girl just nodded dumbly, still obviously amazed by the unique ability that theoretically shouldn't be possible. Summoning was a very complex contract between a human and a summoning creature that allowed them the use of a space-time ninjutsu briefly. To manipulate it to apply to another human, even just one, was unheard of. The only thing that would come close to it was a reverse summon, but clearly that was not what she had just seen. Suddenly realizing she had been gawking at the pair, she straightened up. "I'm Anoka, by the way." Naruto smiled pleasantly, glad the conversation was moving away from his abilities. "This is Fu and I'm Naruto Uzumaki, we're dash." He didn't get a chance to say any more as suddenly Anoka was across the room, looking at him much too close for his comfort. "Did you say Uzumaki?" Naruto just nodded warily, unprepared for when Anoka suddenly screamed out in excitement, tackling the blonde to the ground. "I can't believe it. I thought I was the last one." She sat back, uncaring of the fact she was straddling Naruto rather intimately, a beaming grin in her face. "I'm Anoka Uzumaki." Naruto's eyes just widened in surprise before his expression became saddened, confusing Anoka. "I think there's been a misconception." The redhead just blinked in surprise as she got up off of Naruto, staring at him anxiously. "Listen, I'm an orphan. I'm pretty sure the name was only given to me at random. I don't think I'm a genetic Uzumaki, otherwise somebody would have told me by now. I don't have the red hair, or purple eyes." By now Anoka was shaking her head in denial. She had finally found some family and he was saying it wasn't actually true. "No. But you don't know for sure, right?" Naruto just shrugged sadly. He couldn't think why the Hokage would ever keep the fact he had a family, even if they were now mostly wiped out, from him. "Well, I don't believe you." Her face suddenly brightened, even if it looked a little forced on her part. "The way I see it, you're practically family." She beamed at him, making Naruto give her a meek smile back. The whole situation was rather awkward for him. For the longest time in his young life he had wanted what all the other kids had: family, parents, somebody to go back to at the end of the day who would love him. However, now that he might have found it, it was tainted by the nagging doubt that it might not be real, that he might not be a true Uzumaki. A part of him desperately wanted to ignore that, to just take happiness in the moment, but he also couldn't do that to Anoka. It would just be fake. Luckily the girl finally seemed to snap out of her family-crazed stupor, looking at him more intently. "Either way, Matsumoto-sensei will want to speak to you. We're researching summoning animals here and that ability of yours might help his research." While interested in the fact the people here were looking into summoning animals, Naruto had to quickly raise his hands in protest. "Look, we only came here because our friend was kidnapped by a giant eagle. We wanted to get her back." Anoka's eyes widened at that and she nodded quickly in understanding. "Well, that's perfect. Matsumoto-sensei's summoning contract is with the eagles, so he'll be able to tell you where your friend is." While Naruto was somewhat relieved to hear that he was rather cautious about meeting these people. After all, they were conducting experiments on summoning animals, essentially weapons for shinobi, on an isolated island just off of a warring nation's coast. To him that sounded like a military operation, and he couldn't be sure if these people were working with the rebels or the loyalists or if they were some kind of independent faction. "Well, alright." Anoka just grinned in a way Naruto found oddly familiar, but couldn't quite place, while Fu just looked between the two, wondering if they were in fact family. The redhead happily led them out of her room, making quick progress through the forest towards wherever it was she was taking them. All the while Naruto couldn't help but worry about Shizuku. She had been separated from them for a long time now. Catching his worry, Anoka sent him a disarming smile. "I wouldn't worry about your friend. The eagles are a very noble summon. They would never harm anybody unless they were asked to by their summoner, and Matsumoto-sensei would never do that." Naruto returned the smile, but he wasn't so sure about the girl's sentiment. Either way, it only went a small difference in easing his worry. "All right, we're here." The redhead gestured to the door set into the mountainside. It was just a simple wooden door. There was nothing all that ominous about it. However, once she led them through the passageway behind it, the space opened out into what Naruto could only assume was the crater of the mountain. Although he would have to correct himself, as it was clearly a volcano given the large lake of molten lava bubbling away at the bottom of a wide shaft they were navigating around. Anoka saw their surprised looks and giggled to herself. It was the same when she had first seen the lava. Matsumoto-sensei is really smart. He uses the natural heat from the volcano to power the machinery. The molten metal inside the lava also disrupts chakra sensing techniques, making the facility very hard to locate by normal means. Naruto just nodded, still looking into the bubbling molten rock below them with curiosity. Finally they reached the facility itself, built into the volcano on the other side of the crater, where a young man was seemingly waiting for them. Anoka! Where have you been? Matsumoto-sensei has been waiting for you, the initial stage of the experiment is beginning. The redhead's eyes widened slightly beneath one of her stray bangs, looking up in shock at the young man in a lab coat. Already? I thought it wasn't for a few more days. The young man quickly shook his head. Come on, he has been searching for you the last few hours. Yagura-sama wanted the experiment accelerated, so Matsumoto-sensei had to bring it forward. The girl nodded quickly, worry evident on her features. On the other hand, Naruto nearly froze in place, as did Fu. They now had confirmation these people were working with the Loyalists, or at least Yagura. He now had to continue very carefully so he didn't reveal anything about himself to these people. Wait, I have to talk to him first, something has come up. She tried to motion to Naruto, but the young man seemingly ran out of patience, taking her arm and leading her into the base, all but ignoring Naruto and Fu in his haste. Having nothing else to do and knowing this was their only current option to get Shizuku back unharmed, Naruto followed them into the facility. He was surprised by the inside, it was like nothing he had ever seen before. The floor was all bleached white tiles while the walls were carved from the surrounding volcano, giving the whole place a very secret base feel to it. Scientists were scurrying about from various workstations and consoles, some moving around on the catwalks suspended from the ceiling that all surrounded the center of the room. That seemed to be the center of it all, an enormous rectangular metal tank that Naruto couldn't see into from his angle. Almost as soon as they entered, Anoka was approached by an older man with receding gray hair and an impatient look on his face. Anoka, it's good you're finally here, the procedure can begin now. He quickly took her hand and was about to lead her away, but the girl wrenched her hand out of his grasp, much to the man's obvious surprise. Wait, Matsumoto-sensei, there's somebody you have to meet. The man took a look behind the girl, his eyes glancing over Naruto and Fu with a great deal of suspicion before dismissing them completely. No time, Anoka, we have to begin the procedure. Seeing that this man was the holder of the Eagle contract, Naruto was about to step forward, but Anoka beat him to it. You don't understand, sensei, Naruto has the ability to summon humans. Suddenly the older man paused, his eyes flitting back to the blonde where they lingered, now decidedly more interested by the young monk. He seemed to have an internal debate with himself before stepping over to Naruto and looking down at the boy. Well, if what Anoka says is true, you and I will have much to talk about later, Naruto-san. Unfortunately right now I am very busy. You should stay and watch, what we are about to do will go down in history. He turned back to the red-haired girl and looked like he was about to walk off again before Naruto stepped forward. Wait, Matsumoto-san, I understand you hold the Eagle contract. A friend on mine was taken by what I think was one of your summons. We came here to retrieve her. I would be happy to answer any question you may have, but could you please return her to us? The man turned slowly, observing Naruto for a moment, obviously displeased he was being held up so much from the procedure. He just sighed. In his opinion, the chance to talk to somebody able to break one of the very boundaries of summoning was well worth the small inconvenience. Very well. He ran through a small string of hand seals, his chakra moving in ways Naruto was intimately familiar with. Cookios. He slammed his hands down, and when the smoke cleared, many of the scientists looked up in surprise at the large eagle suddenly crouching in the middle of the room. More important to Naruto though, was the young purple-haired girl hanging onto its leg, shivering slightly. Shizuku. Naruto happily ran forward, grabbing the girl into a tight hug as the eagle disappeared behind them, obviously confused with the strange location of its summon. Naruto. The girl seemed confused and disoriented, no doubt from going through yet another summoning, this time not even from Naruto. 1 second I was up in the sky, circling some island, the next. She suddenly tilted forward slightly, her face gaining an unhealthy shade of green as she looked about ready to heave her lunch. By now Matsumoto had grown tired of the reunion, now much more focused with getting on with the experiment. Very well, now that is taken care of, Anoka. This time the girl just nodded complacently, following after the older man to a ring of seals on the ground, where she crouched down and began to channel her chakra. You should watch this young Naruto, what we are about to do, is create the ultimate summoning animal. Begin the revival process. Naruto was surprised by the man's words, wondering just what he meant by that as he watched on in interest. The scientists that were at their various workstations all started to carefully watch various monitors as the liquid in the tank began to glow with a faint green light. Matsumoto merely smiled as the various machines in the room hummed with power, electricity beginning to spark around the tank. A gray tentacle suddenly sprouted from the liquid, splashing the area around it with the viscous substance before being joined by more. Test successful, Matsumoto-sensei. The creature is conscious and chakra flow is positive. The balding man just nodded to the scientist who had called out, motioning to the redhead near him. Excellent, the test was a success, you can begin to suppress it now, Anoka. The Uzumaki girl nodded with a smile before her face twisted into a look of intense concentration. To Naruto's surprise, the very same lines of golden symbols that had attacked him before seemingly peeled from the floor. Like chains controlled by some invisible puppeteer that lashed forward, intent on surrounding and suppressing the creature that had emerged from the tank. It mostly looked like an oversized maggot with large squinted eyes and an open, toothless mouth that seemed trapped in a perpetual yawn. It had a few tentacles emerging from its body at random that seemed to try and fight off the golden chains that quickly wrapped around the beast, holding it onto the ground. Seemingly everything was proceeding as it should. The beast was subdued and was slowly being forced back into its tank. However, suddenly a look of discomfort appeared on Anoka's face at the same moment one of the beast's tentacles broke free from its shackles. Something's wrong. One scientist on the catwalks cried out, panicking slightly as the readings on his monitor fluctuated. The creature has more chakra than we anticipated, we have to abort before it breaks loose. This time it was a woman who shouted, her screen displaying similar results. Matsumoto seemed momentarily shocked before his features hardened. Anoka, can you restrain it? The redhead looked up, sweat beginning to gather at her brow as she focused intently on the ceiling. I am trying. However, Naruto could clearly see what was going on. The beast was slowly absorbing the chakra from Anoka's ceiling chains, weakening them and strengthening itself. Stop. It's absorbing the chakra from the seals. You have to stop now. Matsumoto turned to the blonde with a sneer, irritated by the interruption to what was supposed to be his masterpiece. Quiet boy, you don't understand anything. Anoka is an Uzumaki, they can seal anything. However, as if just to prove him wrong, another tentacle broke loose, flailing madly above the catwalks much to some of the scientists' concern. Anoka too winced in pain, her control over the technique slipping as she felt her chakra diminish at an alarming rate. I can't hold it. To emphasize that point, one of the beast's tentacles suddenly wrapped around a scientist who couldn't avoid it in time, instantly pulling him down, and to the shock of everybody there, absorbing him into its body. There was a moment of pause before all hell broke loose. The four remaining scientists all began to run towards the exit to get away from the creature while Anoka's control finally broke, releasing the beast. Naruto could only watch on in horror as two more scientists were succinctly captured and absorbed into the beast. Before it could grab any more, it was suddenly hurled back by an unseen wave of force. When the remaining scientists and Matsumoto looked around, they saw Naruto with his arm raised, Rinnegan eyes blazing angrily. If you won't stop this, then I will. Chapter 29, Water v. Only the dead have seen the end of the war. George Santayana. Matsumoto stared at Naruto in horror before his gaze drifted back to the creature, still collapsed over on the other end of the room, a crater in the wall marking where it impacted. Naruto was about to walk forward and finish the creature when Matsumoto ran out in front of him, arms spread out wide as if blocking the blonde's way. What are you doing, Matsumoto? Didn't you see what that thing did to those scientists? We need to do something before it's too late. The graying man just shook his head firmly, his knees shaking slightly from seeing his co-workers die as well as the power Naruto had displayed. Why, you can't. Some steel seemed to return to the man's eyes as he straightened up, his stance growing more rigid. Even so, Naruto could tell that while he may have received enough training in chakra to summon, the man had no experience in taijutsu. It's my life's work. Everything I've ever done has been for this. If you destroy it, my life will have been a waste. We need to simply contain it, not kill it. Behind him the maggot-esque creature stirred, almost languidly getting back up using its many tentacles as supports. "Move aside, Matsumoto. Now." The man stood firm though, even as the creature looked around, its insectoid compound eyes focusing on the balding man. Naruto made to use his Shakyujiao to incapacitate the scientist for now, only to realize it wasn't in his hand. With some shock he realized that it must still be in Anoka's room. He never took it with him. In his moment of hesitation, one of the creature's tentacles lashed forward, intent on snaring Matsumoto, no doubt so he could join his co-workers. Banshao Tenin. Just before it could snag the man, he was pulled forward by some invisible force, the tentacle closing on nothing but air. Naruto quickly caught the man, pushing him to one side before they could both be crushed as yet another tendril slammed down where they had been moments before. The creature let out a loud and high-pitched shriek at its targets getting away, its large eyes glaring intently at the blonde. Shinra Tensei. Naruto raised both hands this time, wanting to make sure the creature didn't get back up from this hit. However, even as the invisible wave of gravitational forces slammed into the beast, its eyes briefly began to glow an ominous red. Naruto could only blink in surprise when the creature didn't even budge from its position. He watched as the chakra was merely absorbed by the beast instead of impacting with it like it should have. Well, that's not good. He dived out of the way again as another of the creature's tentacles tried to crush him mercilessly. He rolled to the side, near where Matsumoto was now propping himself up against a desk, panting heavily. That won't work. The creature was designed to absorb chakra from ninjutsu. Naruto glared at the man, grimacing to himself. That was a lot like his Preta path and would certainly make things difficult, especially without his Shakyujiao. Is there anything else you can tell me about it that will allow me to defeat it? The graying man just looked up at him hopelessly, obviously having an internal struggle on whether or not to help Naruto. On one hand, the chances of them making it out of here alive were growing increasingly slim. On the other hand, he couldn't bear to see his life's work be destroyed only minutes after he had finished it. You can't destroy it. Please. By now the man just sounded desperate, making Naruto turn away in disgust. He couldn't stand that this man would allow innocent people to die just to save an experiment. Unfortunately, any more thoughts were interrupted by Naruto having to jump out of the way of another attack. Damn, I need to do something about those tentacles. He sprinted across the room, ducking and weaved between various gray tendrils the creature kept sending after him, obviously identifying him as the main threat. However, before Naruto could come up with a plan, he saw a green blur race past. A moment later, the creature let out a deafening shriek as one of its many tentacles suddenly fell from its body, green liquid spurting from the wound. Need help? Fio landed next to him a second later, two long swords made of water held in each hand as she glared at the creature. Naruto merely smiled at her as he began to think about what he could do. If I can hold it still, do you think you could deal with the tentacles? Fio narrowed her eyes at the creature, which was now staring at her intently with murderous blood-red eyes. She nodded once, settling into her stance as she avoided a barrage of crushing attacks from the beast, slicing away at its flesh when she could. Naruto just watched her before nodding and channeling his chakra quickly, hoping to deal with the creature's many limbs all at once. Cookios. When the smoke cleared, the creature looked around, staring at the new arrival with hunger. Naruto ignored that as he jumped up atop the enormous octopus he had summoned, the Rinnegan eyes it had telling him it was not a real summon. From the corner of the room, Matsumoto stared up at the enormous invertebrate with awe. He had never heard of an octopus contract. Get ready, Fio. Without so much as a word, the octopus moved forward with surprising speed for a creature so far out of its element. A moment later, the beast suddenly found all its tentacles ensnared by the limbs of Naruto's octopus, the suction cups keeping a very tight grip. Knowing that was her signal, Fio dashed forward, nothing more than a blur to most in the room. In seconds it appeared to be over. Fio skidded to a stop, her water-cutting swords falling uselessly to the ground as the jutsu ended. When he looked back, there was a moment of pause before the creature once more let out a terrible shriek of pain. As one, all its tentacles slid off of its body, the limbs spurting green blood up into the air as they thrashed about. However, before anybody could capitalize on the creature's sudden disadvantage, a new tentacle that had been hidden behind its body suddenly whipped out, faster than the others. In only mere moments it had wrapped around the body of the octopus and slowly began to reel the giant cephalopod towards it. Naruto had to jump back as his summon was immediately absorbed into the beast, as if it had never been there in the first place. I told you, nothing will work against it. Naruto had landed near to where Matsumoto was cowering behind a desk on the far side of the lab from the creature. It has the ability to absorb other summons to expand its abilities and grow stronger. Naruto simply stared at the man in a mixture of frustration and disbelief. He wondered what had possessed him to make a creature this difficult to control. Naruto. The blonde swiveled on one foot to see an enormous tentacle, thicker than the ones before, about to slam down on his body. Thinking on the fly, he suddenly blasted away into the air, one arm looped around the doctor's waist, as he used a quick Shinra Tensei to get him away. Milliseconds later, the clean white tiles were smashed into shards as the thick limb crashed down on the floor, leaving a long and deep imprint. When the blonde looked at the beast, it had regrown all of its tentacles, except they were longer and thicker now, each having a single row of suction cups running their length. He set Matsumoto down on one of the higher catwalks, hoping the man would be safe here, although the chances were looking increasingly grim. Ninjutsu and his techniques using chakra were useless. His summons only made the beast stronger, and if he got close enough to use taijutsu, he would most likely get absorbed. He had no intention of finding out which of their abilities to absorb chakra was stronger. Damn it! How do I beat this thing? He looked to Matsumoto again, but the man was no use. He was just staring down at the maggot-like beast with wide eyes, shivering occasionally. Before he could think of anything though, his eyes widened in surprise. Below them Anoka had run forward, already flashing through a long chain of hand seals. When she got close enough, she crouched down, slamming her hands onto the floor as an enormous sealing matrix spread out. Anoka! What are you doing? The girl just ignored Naruto as the long lengths of ink-black sealing symbols began to peel off of the floor, shooting out like chains. The beast struggled beneath the bright lines of light but slowly began to be pushed to the floor. However, its eyes once again flashed that ominous red. The change was obvious as Anoka grunted from the exertion, sweat beginning to gather on her brow. Please. Do something quickly. I can't hold it for very long. The redhead's cry broke him from his surprised stupor as he vaulted the catwalk, dashing across the ground as a long black chakra rod slid from his sleeve. He wasn't sure if this would work, but he didn't want to give up an opportunity like this. Apparently Fia had shared his thoughts as she too sprinted towards the beast, water-cutting blades once again extended from her hands. They moved past one another before moving towards their targets, Fia jumping up into the air. Naruto ran to the nearest tentacle, slamming his chakra rod down into the tip, driving both it and the limb into the floor. As soon as he did, he rolled over the tendril, another chakra rod already slipping from his other sleeve. As soon as he reached the next one, Hao repeated the process, driving the sturdy rods straight into the beast's flesh and ignoring its pained cries. As a monk, he hated seeing any creature, even one created for the sole purpose of killing, hurt in any way. However, he would never allow this thing to escape uncontrolled. Takigakuraiwa, Keikujo. As Fia descended from her jump, the two swords in her hands suddenly grew outwards, extending past their previous limits. With a cry, the min-haired girl brought them down, slamming both into the creature's head all the way up to her hands. She stood there on the beast's bulbous head for a moment, panting slightly as she maintained the chakra-intensive technique for a moment longer, making sure it killed the creature. However, her orange eyes suddenly widened as she felt her chakra ebbing away, flowing out through her swords and into the beast. At the same moment, she also felt her feet start to sink. Naruto. The blonde looked up before he could impale the last of the tentacles, seeing Fia slowly being absorbed into the creature. He was about to throw his hand up to draw her back, but the beast used that moment to slam him with its last remaining free limb, sending him flying across the room. He twisted his body before it could impact painfully with a wall, landing feet first so he could flip back down onto the ground safely. Fia no. Naruto would have attempted to save the girl, but his Banshao Tenin wasn't that accurate from this distance. Before he could sprint over there to help her though, the same golden tendrils of light suddenly broke away from the creature, freeing it, but at the same time wrapping around just Fia. In a few seconds she was free of the beast as Anoka drew her back, leaving the green-haired girl panting on the floor beside the redhead, her eyes widened in fear. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief before he too opened his eyes in shock. A shadow begun to descend on the two girls as the beast brought a tentacle down in a sweeping motion to crush them both. However, before it could, they suddenly flew backwards, as if yanked back by invisible strings tied around their waists, both crashing into Naruto's opened arms. They lay there on the floor for a moment, Fyu and Anoka taking small breathers while Naruto was trapped due to their bodies lying on his arms. Fyu? Anoka. The two girls looked up at his face for a moment before blushing and looking away, quickly scrabbling back to their feet. Naruto got up slightly more slowly, keeping an eye on the beast as it writhed on the floor, obviously in great pain from being impaled through its tentacles and stabbed twice in the head. He was surprised the thing wasn't dead, but then again it had already proved how resilient it was. No doubt it had absorbed a lot of the chakra from Fyu's water blades before they could do the damage intended. How do we get rid of this thing? Even as the blonde watched, the beast began using its one free tentacle to slowly draw out each chakra rod from its limbs, shrieking in pain with each one it removed from its flesh. Suddenly they all saw Matsumoto appear from the catwalks, walking slowly towards the beast, Anoka's eyes widening in horror. Matsumoto-sensei. What are you doing? The older man ignored her though, slowly walking towards the beast with his arms opened wide. The creature kept one eye on the man, its free tentacles swaying slowly as it continued to remove the rods from the rest. Yes. That's right. You recognize me, don't you? It's me, your creator, your father. The beast continued to gaze at the man, unmoving for the moment as Naruto, Fyu, Anoka, and Shizuka could only watch on, wondering what would happen. Listen to me. You should stand down and return to your tank, that's an order. The beast's head cocked to the side slowly before its gaze drifted across to the metal tank in the center of the room. That's right, listen to my orders as your creator. Slowly the beast's limbs rose into the air, as if in compliance, eliciting a large grin from the aging scientist. Yes, that's Ariga. Everybody's eyes widened as Matsumoto suddenly doubled over, spitting up blood from his mouth as he looked down with a shaky head. Protruding from his stomach was a long gray tentacle with a sharpened tip, stained red from the man's blood. He grasped it between his shivering hands before looking up at the creature, his eyes widened in shock that never left his face as he slumped over. Before anybody else could react, his limp body was raised into the air before swiftly being absorbed into the creature. No. Matsumoto-sensei. Anoka was the first to break out of the shocked silence that had enveloped the room, running forward only to be grabbed from behind by Naruto and pulled back. Just in time too, as not a second later one of the tentacles slammed down in front of them, crushing the tiles in the spot Anoka was just in. No. Let me go. Matsumoto-sensei. She struggled against the blonde's firm grip, unable to break away as Naruto suddenly jumped back again, avoiding another attack aimed at the two of them. Anoka, stop it. He landed back down on one of the upper catwalks, closer to the entrance of the facility, holding Anoka back as she struggled against his grip. Let me go, Naruto. I have to stop it. Naruto just kept holding her down, passively using his Preta path to weaken her slightly until she stopped struggling. Below them the creature thrashed about, obviously displeased it had lost its target. In the meantime Fyu had recovered, dashing back in with her water blades in order to sever the beast's tentacles again. Anoka, stop, there's nothing you can do, it will just absorb your seals. Finally the red-haired girl dropped, resisting, falling slack in Naruto's arms as she quietly sobbed. But I have to keep fighting. What about Matsumoto-sensei? She sobbed again, louder this time as she latched onto one of Naruto's arms, pressing it against her chest as tears trickled down her cheeks. Naruto just patted her on the back, knowing what the loss of a loved one felt like as he did his best to comfort her and keep an eye on the creature. You don't have to fight anymore, Anoka, leave it to us. Suddenly the girl bit back her tears, standing up before Naruto could grab her. No. I can't just sit here while that thing runs loose. I need to fight because it's what I believe is right. Before Naruto could stop her, she dived over the edge of the catwalk, rolling to her feet when she hit the floor. She immediately crouched down, speeding through hand seals as fast as she dared, different ones this time. When she slammed her hands down that time, another sealing matrix spread out, however when the symbols peeled from the floor they were a deep red, almost as if they were set aflame. As Fyu darted and weaved between the various tentacles, slicing and cutting any exposed flesh she could while keeping out of the beast's reach, Anoka's seals rushed forward. However, instead of suppressing the beast like before, the new seals seemingly seared straight into the creature's flesh, leaving deep black marks on its skin. Like before, the beast shrieked in pain, glaring at the two girls as its eyes glowed red in anger as it thrashed about. However, like before, it eventually became too much. The creature just had too many limbs, and in the end it simply forced them back or threatened to crush them. Fia panted from her position, the water blade in her hand finally bursting back into its harmless element. She suddenly straightened up, her fists clenched in anger as an oppressive aura suddenly spread out across the room. Everybody looked to the girl as virulent red chakra gradually spread across her body like a cloak, two crisp, insectoid wings rising from her lower back out of the corrosive shroud. Faster than most could see, she darted forward, fist cocked back as she approached the beast. She ducked underneath one of its tentacles, intent on swatting her away like a fly, although flew past it would be more accurate. Her vibrant chakra wings beat incredibly quickly, creating a slightly hum as she schemed across the floor. Finally she reached the beast, slamming her fist right into one of its eyes with a sickening squelch. Time seemed to slow a little as he fist sunk into the creature's vulnerable eye, the beast crying out in agonizing pain, raising a tentacle to strike her. However, Fia moved out of the way, allowing the beast to slam itself over the head with its own limb. However, in its anger it lashed out with all of its tentacles at once, now furiously met at the floating Fia. The girl was fast, but not enough to avoid all of the tendrils at once. One long tentacle wrapped around her body at the waist, squeezing her tightly. She tried to smash her fist into it, hoping to get the beast to let her go, but it had the opposite effect, crushing her even tighter as it coiled. She grunted in pain as she felt her bones begin to creak, her features twisting into a grimace. Suddenly she gasped as the corrosive chakra around her body slowly began to ebb away, sinking into the beast's tentacle as its remaining eye glowed. As the vile but protective shroud began to dissipate, the beast squeezed even harder, slowly drawing the girl towards its body. However, before it could begin to absorb her, everybody suddenly saw a streak of black fly across the room. With another sickening cry, the creature dropped Fia roughly to the ground, its tentacle waving madly in the air, allowing everybody to see the long black rod impaled all the way through. Banshao Tenon. A moment later and Fia was safely in Naruto's arms, being gently laid on the floor to one side. They had a brief moment of respite as the beast thrashed about, mourning the loss of its eye and trying to lessen the pain in its limbs that were healing at an astonishing rate, no doubt thanks to the enormous amount of chakra it absorbed from Fia. Naruto just frowned, struggling to come up with a way of defeating a creature that could shrug off most attacks. Damn it, chakra-based attacks don't work, we can't get close to it, Baijuyo chakra is useless and anything I summon just. Suddenly an idea struck Naruto, his eyes widening in surprise at not thinking of it sooner. He suddenly turned around, dashing away from the creature and towards the exit of the facility. However, before he could get far, Fia grabbed his hand, halting him for a moment as she looked up to him. "What are you doing?" Naruto just gave her a small smile, surprising the girl given the serious situation they were in. "It's a summoning animal, right?" Fia just nodded in confusion as Naruto grinned and sped off again, sprinting as fast as he could towards the exit of the facility. He raced past Shizuku and Anoka, the two girls giving him matching looks of confusion that he ignored. Finally he reached the outside, skidding to a stop at the edge of the ledge that dropped down into the boiling lake of lava beneath them. The blonde stopped, turning back to look into the lab where he could see the murderous red eyes of the beast staring straight back at him. He merely answered with a grim smile. "Cookios." He slammed his hand down into the ground, right at the edge of the cliff so that the ceiling matrix actually spread out into thin air. He leapt back as the area erupted in a cloud of smoke, only to clear and reveal the beast itself. Its red compound eyes widened slightly as it suddenly found itself outside, balanced precariously over the ledge. It tried to slam one of its tentacles down on the ground as an anchor, but Naruto saw what it was doing. "Oh no, you don't." The blonde leapt forward, stabbing a chakra rod straight into the tentacle before it could get a proper grip. The creature shrieked in pain as it let go, its remaining eye widening as it suddenly fell backwards, unable to balance any longer. Naruto didn't walk forward to look down, he didn't want to see what was happening. The horrifying cries of pain and anguish were bad enough to listen to as the beast slowly melted to death in the molten rock. He nearly jumped when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked around to see Anoka staring towards the ledge. "Are you okay?" Anoka just nodded sadly, dried tears staining her face as she sniffed back more. Naruto just gave her a weak smile before patting her on the shoulder and walking past to see if Fu and Shizuka were okay. The four young preteens were back in Anoka's room, Naruto thankfully reunited with his Shakugao. He had been surprised to find that Anoka had actually carried it with her when she found him in the forest, which led him to believe she had a surprising amount of chakra. He briefly wondered if that was an inherent Uzumaki trait, a question Anoka couldn't answer due to her not knowing her parents. Apparently Matsumoto had found her in an outlying village in Mizu and Kuni in an orphanage, taking an interest in her due to her name. He took care of her over time, raising her and training her in any Uzumaki techniques he could find. Naruto discovered that the Uzumaki clan were not only famous for their seals but also incredibly apt in them. Most teenage Uzumaki were able to surpass what passed for a sealing master anywhere else in the elemental nations. It made Naruto wish he had looked at seals more in depth, but at the time he was more interested in finding a way to help Sora, and sealing would have taken too long to learn, and that was gambling on whether or not he was a real Uzumaki. Despite all of Anoka's insistence that she could somehow feel that he was family, Naruto could never quite remove that nagging doubt at the back of his mind, something he may never be able to get over. Now the four were discussing what would happen now the facility was shut down. They had been unable to find the two remaining scientists who had run off when the creature first started absorbing their co-workers. Anoka didn't really know any of them too well, only having proper contact with Matsumoto, but she worried for them anyway. The forest was now a dangerous place with all the summons running about without any contract holders to direct them. This point brought Naruto onto something that had been bothering the blonde for a while now. Anoka, you've been researching summons for a while now, right? The redhead nodded from her position sitting cross-legged on her bed. Shizuka was in a chair on the other end of the room while Naruto was leaning against the girl's desk, Shakugao safely in hand. Fu was more content to simply lean up against the wall, quite close to the door in case they had to leave quickly. It was a remnant of her conditioning in Taki she hadn't been able to break. Do you have any idea why I was unable to summon Shizuka when she was being taken away by the giant eagle? The red-haired Uzumaki blinked before looking up thoughtfully, the question interesting her due to her inherited interest with all things to do with summoning she had gained from Matsumoto. I'm not sure, I would have to know more about your ability. Naruto just nodded, giving the girl a rundown of what he could do and had done with his animal path up until then. As he continued to explain, the odd and fascinated look on Anoka's face only grew. At one point she rushed over to her desk and grabbed a notebook, quickly scribbling down what Naruto was saying. When he was done, the girl simply stared at her notes in thought for a while, going over everything in her head. Well, I can only give you a hypothesis until I could get more data, but the only reason I could see would be because of Matsumoto-sensei. The girl's voice was quiet at the end as her head tilted down mournfully. Naruto thought she somehow blamed herself for her mentor and father figure's death. However, when she looked up and saw all of their confused faces, she cleared her throat and wiped away the tears percolating at the edge of her vision. I think because Matsumoto-sensei still held a viable contract with the Eagles, you were unable to summon them, and by extension anything connected to them at the time. It must mean that you are unable to summon animals with a pre-existing contract with humans. Naruto frowned at that. The logic was sound after all, and it was a good explanation, but there was a problem. But I can summon the chameleons, they're an actual summon and they've had a contract with humans before. They told me so. It was Anoka's turn to frown at the new information as she returned to her notes, skimming over them briefly. Are their summoners still alive? Naruto blinked at the question before shaking his head slowly, making Anoka smirk. If there was anything she enjoyed, it was confirming a hypothesis like any good scientist. When a summoner dies, something happens with the contract. Their name remains where they signed it, but it fades slightly, freeing the animals from that summoner, unless they were already called upon before their death. So if the animal has no living summoner, then you are able to call upon them with your ability. If they do, you cannot. Naruto just looked at the redhead, impressed by how quickly she had gone through all that. Matsumoto-sensei may have been able to tell you more, he was the expert after all. She looked down again, obviously saddened and barely holding back her tears. He would have loved the chance to talk to you, you could have revealed so much about summoning. At that she finally broke down, sobbing quietly to herself on the bed with her hands bunched up into fists. She didn't even look up when Naruto walked over, placing a comforting arm around her shoulders. She simply turned into his chest and cried deeply while Naruto let her, allowing her to cry out all the grief she had bottled up. A day later and the group were standing on a beach on the west side of the island, the sea breeze making their hair and clothes flutter about. The trio were saying their goodbyes to Anoka, who was tearing up slightly. Shizuku too was saddened. In the time they had spent together, the two girls had become fast friends with a lot to talk about. But in the end they had to go their separate ways, much to their mutual displeasure. "Are you sure you don't want to come with us? There's always room for one more in the group." Anoka just gave the blonde a sad smile as she moved forward and captured him in a hug. "Sorry, but this is something I have to do. Matsumoto-sensei always promised that one day he would take me to the ruins of Uzushio. I have to make sure that I see that promise is kept. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? Your family after all." Naruto stepped away from the hug, looking at the shorter girl with melancholy in his eyes. "Anoka, we've already talked about this. You know he was cut off as the girl placed a finger against his lips, a light smile running across her features. "No matter what you say, Naruto, you're family to me. Blood does not make a family, bonds do." She giggled into her hand as she stepped back, waving to the two other girls who waved back, one with more enthusiasm than the other. Naruto thought it might actually be for the best she didn't join their group. For some reason Fu didn't get along all that well with the red-haired Uzumaki. "So I guess I'll see you around, Itoko." She gave him a beaming grin that Naruto couldn't help but return with a small smile of his own. "Yeah, in any case I want to thank you." Anoka just blinked at that, looking up at the blonde in confusion. "Thank me?" Naruto just nodded as his smile grew slightly. He looked away for a moment as if remembering a fond memory. "You reminded me of something my own sensei once taught me, something I had been ignoring until now." He looked back to the redhead, pulling her into another brief hug, this time annoying both Shizuku and Fu, although the former was still uncertain as to why. "He told me that being a pacifist is not about avoiding all conflict, but about knowing how to choose your fights." He pulled away, leaving the Uzumaki with a slight red hue to her cheeks. "You reminded me of that, so thank you." He suddenly moved back, molding his chakra as he walked before slamming his hand down. Cookios. When the smoke cleared, Anoka recognized the animal as the same strange bird she had knocked Naruto and Fu off when they had arrived at the island. "Wow, I don't think I'll ever get tired of seeing you do that." Naruto just grinned as he hopped up onto the bird, Fu and Shizuka quickly following him, despite the violet's slight hesitation. As they took off, the bird's strong wings beating downwards to lift them into their air, Anoka waved the group off, however she couldn't help but call to them one more time. "What are you going to do now?" She saw Naruto's grin as he waved to her even from that distance. "What else? I'm going to choose a fight." The redhead just smiled as the group slowly flew off into the distance. When they were finally out of sight, she turned, scratching her head once. Where did they leave the boats again? Chapter 30, Water 6. Wars have never hurt anybody except the people who die. Salvador Dali. In a lifeless area of Mizu no Kuni, surrounded by destroyed trees and burnt-out foliage, the mists were particularly thick. The sun was setting over the horizon, casting an eerie orange glow through the dense fog. The air was bitingly cold, evidenced by the layer of frost coating everything. It was always like this in March for the residents of Mizu no Kuni, and most had gotten used to it. Of course that didn't make the complaints of one Kirigaku or Shinobi any quieter as he and his companion made their normal routes through the deforested area surrounding their base. "I mean, seriously? Do you think it would cost them that much to spring for some warmer flak jackets?" The man was fairly young, barely out of his teens, with messy light blue hair falling about the sides of his face, only kept out of his eyes by his headband. He wore the standard Kiri uniform complete with the dark navy flak jacket with protruding shoulder guards. "Shut it." His companion, a much older and more grizzled man with a scar running across his face diagonally, was in a much less talkative mood. "But then again, I guess some warm scarves or something might do as well, just something to keep the frost out, you know." The younger man walked out in front, his hands up behind his head as he glanced about, only using the minimum awareness for his surroundings. They had made this route countless times before and had never seen hide nor hair of any rebels. They were far too deep in their own territory. "Shut it." The younger man simply ignored his companion, the man never said much other than to try and get him to be quiet, and not in particularly nice ways. Today was a good day, he hadn't been threatened him yet, so he planned on enjoying it while it lasted. You'd think if Mizukage-sama wanted us at our best to beat those bloodline freaks, he would at least want us to stay warm, right? The man walked on a few more paces before blinking in surprise. It was rare for his fellow shinobi to simply ignore his inane ramblings. He put his arms down at his side as he turned, frowning slightly at the change from the norm. However, he was instantly on alert when he saw the man was nowhere in sight, the mist seeming slightly stronger than normal. "Hey Kura!" Slowly he began to reach for his kunao pouch, eyes darting about to spot anything in the all-too oppressive mists. He was too late though. One moment he was standing and holding his kunao, the next he was buried up to his neck in the ground. He managed to notice that it was oddly soft, like sand, before he felt something tap his forehead and his world went dark. Well, that was surprisingly easy. Naruto wiped a stray bang out of his face as he replaced his Shakugao safely on his back. In the few months since the incident on the summoning island, he had allowed it to grow out quite a bit. He hadn't exactly had time to get it cut. His spiky ponytail was beginning to reach his shoulder blades and the bangs around his face had begun falling over his headband in a rather irritating way. Shizuku had told him it made him appear more handsome, but Naruto merely thought it was distracting. "Did you expect anything else?" A green blur dropped down beside him, revealing itself to be Fu. Like him, her hair had also grown out, now touching her shoulders. Both had rather surprising growth spurts recently, now standing at 5'2" and 5'1" respectively. The most noticeable change though was Fu no longer wore her bright white outfit, instead opting for darker navy and gray tones to better camouflage with the mists. "I suppose not. How do you think Shizuku and Kojuro are doing with theirs?" Fu just raised an eyebrow at the monk, to which he just waved her off with a slightly irritated expression. "Don't be like that, I'm allowed to worry about her, okay?" To be honest, he had no real reason to be worried about Shizuku. Kojuro was strong by his own rights, but that wasn't to say the Violet couldn't take care of herself. The last few months had certainly been interesting for the trio. After leaving Onoka, they had sought out the rebels. It hadn't been hard. Thanks to Naruto's near-perfect memory, he had been able to spot more than a few of their camp positions with that single glance into their command tent. It had taken a few tries due to them moving about, but eventually they had tracked a group down. They of course were suspicious at first, as they had a right to be, but that was soon sorted out. "Look, we don't mean you any harm, we merely wish to offer our help." The tall rebel shinobi simply looked down at the shorter blonde. A guarded eye drifting to his two female companions stood behind him. And I should believe you're not spies, why? How was it you were able to find our camp?" "That's not exactly something that makes me drop my guard." Naruto looked around, noticing they were drawing the attention of a few more shinobi around them. "I told you, Nezumuro told me how to find you guys if I ever decided to help." It was a lie, but he thought the alternative sounded far more suspicious and was likely to end up with them in custody. "How do you know the name of Mei-sama's cousin?" Naruto just sighed, resisting the urge to rest his head in his palm. He knew these people had a right to be wary in order to preserve their secrecy, but this was becoming ridiculous, bordering on paranoid. "Look, I said dash." Suddenly a shout cut through any other conversation going on as everybody turned to look at the speeding orange blur that many of the rebels recognized. "Naruto-kun." The blonde only had time to widen his eyes before being tackled to the ground in an undignified heap. If he didn't know for sure she was standing right behind him, he would have sworn it was Shizuku. However, when he looked up, he was staring straight into a pair of sparkling emerald eyes, framed by burnt orange hair. "Nezumuro." Naruto smiled fondly at the memory. During their time helping the rebellion, Nezumuro had become a good friend. Among the bleak realities of war and the even drearier climate of Mizu no Kuni in winter, she was like a perpetual ray of light. There was literally nothing that ever kept her down for long, not even her injury that had her only doing light exercise until recently. Even now she wasn't allowed to go out on any missions until she was back to her old self again, but that didn't stop her from getting the occasional spar out of Naruto or Fu, and sometimes even Shizuku. That was another big surprise. Shizuku had finally mastered the second stage of the water chakra exercises. After that she had begun to soak up water ninjutsu like a sponge. All the rebels who taught her were just astounded by the rate she picked them up. Not only that, but she could use them even when there wasn't any nearby source of water, drawing the moisture straight from the air. The mists helped, but even so some of the best water specialists in the rebellion couldn't do that. Apparently it was comparable to Kisame Hoshigake or the Nidame Hokage. Either way, she had become quite the combatant but had never lost her innocent personality. Even now, after months of helping the rebels, she was loath to hurt people, taking on Naruto's mantra of suppression as opposed to killing. Most of the time she would use a special technique she had developed in order to painlessly suffocate her target, knocking them out. She had nearly broken down crying the first time she used it outside of a spar, but luckily Naruto was there to calm her down. He still remembered the shock he got when they had first discovered her latent abilities. Shizuku stood firm at the center of a training ground, her hands up in the taijutsu stance Naruto had been teaching her. With the discovery of her amazing water affinity, Naruto had decided to try and teach her one of his styles in the hopes that she could use it. Technically his Mizu no Mai should be useless to anybody other than him due to it requiring his Preta Path ability. However, Naruto didn't want Shizuku to get hurt, and it was his second most evasive style behind the Kaze no Mai, but she lacked the training in wind-natured chakra for that. So you know what to do, right? The Violet nodded to the young monk, taking a deep breath as her eyes focused. Naruto gave her a moment to prepare before rushing in, starting off with a standard jab to her stomach. He was only going at half his regular speed so that the girl had a chance to warm up to the stances in an actual combat situation as opposed to simply running through the kata. To his satisfaction, Shizuku skillfully swerved to one side, rolling with the motion until they were back to back. Before he could lash out with his other hand, she dropped down, pushing off with her hands to skid between his parted legs. At the same time she had already begun to turn, hoping to remove Naruto's base by sliding his legs out from under him. The blonde jumped up in time to avoid it but was forced back again as Shizuku completed the motion by thrusting up, keeping her hands on the ground to come up spinning with her legs in a perfect splits. Naruto smiled as he leant back underneath the kicks. He had added a few more offensive moves to her kata to make up for the lack of his ability. That's good, Shizuku. The Violet preened under the praise as she landed back on her feet, throwing her head back to let her hair fall into place behind her. Like Fu, she had undergone a change of wardrobe, but not as drastic. She had altered the colors of her kimono top and hakama to light blue and purple respectively to better blend in with the surroundings. At the same time it had the effect of making her opponents underestimate her, while in fact the clothes gave her a surprising range of movement. Try it again, this time with what we've been practicing. The girl nodded firmly as they rushed back together, meeting in what onlookers might have mistaken for some kind of high-speed dance. Their bodies twisted around one another in increasingly complex maneuvers in order to try and pin or bring down the other. Of course Naruto wasn't going full out, but that wasn't the purpose of the training. Naruto had thought Shizuku might be able to compensate for her lack of his Preta Path by circulating water chakra throughout her body. It had been an idea he himself had toyed with, but in practice it proved to be too difficult to simultaneously focus on that, the moves themselves and his chakra absorption technique. He figured Shizuku shouldn't have the same handicap with only two things to focus on. The idea was to use the water chakra flowing through the body in order to increase one's flexibility, sometimes to almost ridiculous degrees. It also acted as a shock absorber, carrying the impacts through the body and dispersing the energy more economically. Naruto smirked as he saw an opening in Shizuku's form. She had overextended on the last move instead of flowing through to the next kata, and he decided to point out the mistake. He turned on one foot, using chakra to increase the friction and turn faster, and intended to give her a light tap on the shoulder. However, his eyes widened when instead, his hand simply passed straight through the girl, her body parting like a liquid around his hand. When they parted again, the two looked at each other in shock. The Kiri ninja who had been watching them out of boredom didn't fare much better. It had taken quite a bit of explaining, but eventually they had discovered that it was a jutsu developed by the Haujiki clan called the hydrification technique. It involved them literally turning their body parts into water, maintained and held in shape by their chakra. The only thing that confused the rebels was the fact that it was only usable by a Haujiki, not only due to their high water affinities but their unique genetic makeup, making it something on the border between clan specialty and Kekkai Genkai. Not only that, but the only remaining Haujiki clan member had disappeared not too long after his brother had died a few months beforehand. This finally confirmed it for Naruto and Fu, Later on they had taken Shizuku aside and explained to her what they had found in that base back in Tanokuni. At first she was simply disbelieving. After all, few could take the fact they are a genetic clone of an extinct Kirigakure clan member with genes from the Nidaime Hokage spliced in. At least it explained where her absurdly powerful water affinity came from. It had taken a few days, but Naruto had managed to get through to Shizuku again, comforting her as she came to terms with that. The worst blow was probably the fact she had no real parents. She was more of a creation, an experiment than a human being. It had taken a while for Naruto to get that concept out of her head, to convince her that she was just as human as he was. That had been the first night the two spent together, just lying next to one another and enjoying the company. Since then they had slept in the same bed every night aside from the ones where they were on separate missions, but those were rare. At first their responsibilities were mostly guarding various cargo movements as they went between the various camps for resupplies. Naruto was okay with that. Most of the time they went by undisturbed, and the only problems they had come across was the occasional ambush from loyalists. Luckily, due to Naruto's ability to scout ahead with his sand, those were quickly turned on their heads, not expecting the rebels to know about the ambush ahead of time. He had earned quite the reputation amongst the rebels for his refusal to kill anybody, yet still always managing to deal with all his opponents. There was also his unique skills that never failed to catch the enemy off guard. Most useful was his ability to increase the gravity in a specific area, which he was slowly controlling better and better with each passing day. It sometimes allowed him to completely negate fights entirely, something greatly appreciated by the rebels as it saved them valuable supplies and lives. Of course nobody knew where his skills came from. He had yet to tell a soul about his Rinnegan. It wasn't that he didn't trust the rebels, far from it. He had made more than a few friends amongst the younger shinobi. It was simply the fact he couldn't risk word getting out about a Rinnegan user wandering the elemental nations. It would bring a lot of attention on him and his friends. So far the only people outside of his group that knew were Nezumuro and her Aunt May, due to her letting it slip by accident, one of the reasons Naruto was so cautious to tell anybody else. Thankfully the buxom leader of the rebellion was very understanding of Naruto's situation, at least after she had gotten over her excitement at seeing a legendary Jujutsu. Naruto smiled again at the memory of the normally mature and powerful leader acting like a giddy schoolgirl. She understood all too well the feeling of not wanting a bloodline to come to light in fear of how it may affect one's loved ones. In that way all the bloodline clans fighting the Mizukage could relate. It was the very reason they were fighting the injustice in the first place. He also couldn't be certain, but Naruto suspected Ao knew as well. He didn't think May had told anybody else, but he had seen the older man give him curious and penetrating looks on occasion. He was never too far from May's side, and sometimes even when Naruto wasn't in the same room he felt Ao's gaze on him. It was highly disconcerting, but other than that Naruto found the man to be very competent, if not slightly stuck in the past. Although it did make for some amusing situations when May seemingly misheard him. Since then Naruto and his friends had gone on increasingly important missions for the rebels. It was anything from sabotage of buildings to ambushing supply caravans similar to the very ones he had been protecting not long before. Really it was anything in order to cripple or slow down Yagura's forces, mostly guerrilla tactics that would hit hard and fast before leaving without a trace. It was something Naruto had quite the knack for due to his exceptional stealth skills. Many of the rebels were still completely amazed at how easily he could move undetected. It helped he hadn't told anybody about his Boitagakuer technique. That led up to here, where he and another group of rebels were slowly surrounding a large facility fairly deep into the loyalist territory, but more importantly, dangerously close to Kirigakure itself. It was one of the largest missions he had been on, involving a hefty chunk of the rebel forces. If this mission went wrong then they would suffer some serious losses, something Naruto would try to avoid at all costs. He had spent too long fighting alongside the rebels to see them fail when they were just beginning to see a change in the tide of the war. "Are we ready to go?" The blonde looked up at Fia with a smile. Despite his best attempts, Fia hadn't really cracked from her usual expressionless persona. He had thought being around people would make her loosen up and learn to trust people other than him and Shizuku. It seemed to have the opposite effect. The min-haired girl hung close to him even more than before. He couldn't tell if he was intimidated by the others or was simply reminded of her time in Taki. "I think so." The young monk placed his hand on ground, palm flat against the damp ground. He took a deep breath as he spread his chakra through the soil, converting it slowly into sand that he could use. After around a minute he finally opened his eyes, a small smile briefly playing over his lips. He looked up, noticing that Fia had been conversing with a few insects as well. I count 20 guards outside, 56 prisoners. I can't tell what's happening inside the buildings though. Fia was quiet for a moment before nodded slowly, agreeing with the estimate. Not only had Naruto's Deva Path skills improved over the last few months, but his ability to control sand. Specifically, his ability to sense people's chakra through the sand as long as they were in contact with it. Right now he had a very thin layer spread out across the entire facility. Every time anybody took a step on the ground he knew where they were exactly. It was exceedingly useful for reconnaissance and information gathering, vital aspects of warfare. Ao-san was correct then. Naruto just nodded. Ao had an uncanny ability to scout places out. Nobody even knew how he did it, even though Naruto suspected it had something to do with the eye underneath his patch. When he had asked about it though, the irritable man had simply told him to mind his own business. When he had asked others they could only tell him he lost it during his time as the head of the Kiri Hunternin branch of their Umbu. Are you ready? Fia paused for a moment before nodding once, the two suddenly disappearing in a blur of motion. The Loyalist facility was oddly quiet for such a large compound. Usually there would be the sound of the guards idly chatting or the groans and various pleas of the prisoners, quickly ended by the guards kicking the cages. However tonight it was almost silent. An odd aura hung in the air that had many of the guards on edge. It was one of those sixth senses you gain from spending too long fighting. Something was going to happen tonight, but nobody knew what. It was officially a prison. In reality though, it was simply a large collection of cages where any captured bloodline holders were kept until they could be safely transported to more secure locations. Numerous chakra-suppressing seals lined the long series of cages, making sure anybody held inside wouldn't even have the strength to stand. The prisoners were grouped together in 4s or 5s, left in whatever clothes they had been captured in, regardless of condition. The Loyalists were indiscriminate about who they captured: women, children, non-combatants. That didn't matter if they had a Kekkei Genkai or spoke out against the Mizukage. The only noise that broke through the silence was the soft crunch of the guards' sandals against the frosty ground as they made their patrols. Of course none of them noticed as the ground beneath their feet grew ever so slightly softer. It all happened in an instant. The guards never stood a chance as the ground itself suddenly rose up to swallow them all. From the wall of the facility Naruto crouched down, his body cloaked to both eyes and sensors alike as he held out his hand. It took a lot of concentration for him to manipulate the sand so finely to capture multiple targets like this. Finally though it was over, all of the guards lay on the ground, cocooned in a layer of tough, chakra-enhanced sand that covered their mouths before they even got a chance to cry out. Moments later multiple blurs appeared within the compound's walls, dashing across to the cages as fast as they could. Those prisoners that were still awake and not on the verge of unconsciousness due to hunger or dehydration were able to spot around 10 Kiri shinobi. Fu, Shizuku, and Kojuro were among them while Naruto stayed in his position, keeping the guards restrained while watching out for reinforcements. They had to be fast. One downside of his ability was that he was unable to deconstruct concrete or other more sturdy building materials into sand. That meant he was unable to see what was going on inside the buildings, no doubt used as barracks for the guards posted at the facility. That was why all the shinobi selected were able to use water ninjutsu to a high degree, so they could all silently slice off the locks on the cages with a bastardized version of Taki's water-cutting sword that only surrounded the user's hand. Once the prisoners were free they went about quickly handing out food and water, enough so that they would have the energy to make it back behind their own lines. The rebels had made a great effort to push forward in the past few months, and the contested zones had now reached the area around Kirigaku or Nosato itself, towards the more southern region of the country. It was no secret that the Loyalists were beginning to feel the strain. Yagura had no allies, no backing from the daimyo or any higher power. He only had the powers at his disposal, namely the village itself. While they could produce their own weapons and had a steady supply of food for their forces, they lacked long-term financial stability. With the civil war taking up most of his attention, Kiri's income had taken a serious blow, what with the fact they had lost many jobs and clients due to their abhorrent regime. The rebels on the other hand had a few allies in the smaller countries, backing them in hopes that when they won against the Loyalists it would put them in good favor when Kiri returned to full power. In the last few months, with the great progress they had made pushing south, they had more time to allocate their forces on missions for money and funding. It also greatly helped that they controlled most of the northern and western ports that connected Mizu no Kuni with the rest of the continent. Naruto watched as the stronger of the prisoners, the ones that had been incarcerated most recently, carried the weaker or younger ones on their backs, the shinobi that had arrived to rescue them doing the same. Naruto would have offered his assistance with sand stretchers, but right now it was taking his full concentration just to keep the guards restrained. Luckily they were being knocked out one by few. With each that stopped struggling, Naruto felt his control increase. A small smile couldn't help but play upon his lips as he watched the prisoners get evacuated. If they were in good enough health, the rebels had gained a few more shinobi for the fight. If they weren't, then they had saved many people from an unfavorable fate. Either way they won. The benefit to the rebellion, being mainly bloodline clans, was that every person fighting was a huge benefit. It was sometimes unfair to say, but most often true, that a shinobi with a bloodline was usually worth 3 or 4 regular ninja, as they took less training to be just as useful. The main downside to them was simply they were more limited in what they could learn compared to other ninja. Naruto stayed behind for a few minutes, making sure that nobody in the buildings realized what had happened before the rest had time to get away. They should have timed it so they caught the guards right after a shift change, giving them ample time to get away. However, an error like that could have cost them the entire mission, not to mention all of those prisoners' lives. After 5 minutes, Naruto figured that was enough time, his body quickly vanishing into the surrounding night to rejoin with his comrades. There would be a lot of celebrating back at the camp that night. A single shinobi jogged through dimly lit white corridors, the walls having a small sheen of moisture from the mist hanging in the air outside. His sandal-clad feet made rhythmic thumping sounds against the clean tiled floor. He didn't look left or right. Already knowing exactly where he was going, the woman by the door didn't even look up as he passed. He had been there so many times before it had become practically routine. Stopping and straightening up, he caught his breath for a moment. He knew his leader hated it when his shinobi appeared out of breath. It was a sign of weakness. The Mizukage did not tolerate weakness in his ranks. As per procedure, he knocked 3 times on the door, calmly waiting for the call for him to enter. When he heard it, he straightened his uniform before carefully opening the door. His leader had been in a rather bad mood lately, and it wasn't unheard of for messengers to be met with kunao upon entering. Luckily for him, the Mizukage had his back to the door, staring out of the large panoramic window that looked out over Kirigakure. In the waning hours of the day, when the moon had begun its ascent into the sky, the village was often cast into an almost ethereal glow. The moisture clinging to the clean white walls of the cylindrical buildings reflected the pale moonlight which was captured by the mist, creating an almost mystical scene. The streets themselves were completely barren of life, as if the whole village was abandoned. Of course, everybody was simply inside due to the curfew. What is it? The Mizukage didn't bother turning in his chair. There was no need for him to see the people giving him messages. If they had gotten that far into the village, then they were either an exceptional spy or just another of his subordinates. One way they left without hassle, the other, they didn't leave at all. There was a reason he was the Yondaime Mizukage. Report from the bloodline holding facility. Mizukage-sama. If the shinobi was a lesser man, he might have stuttered in the presence of such a powerful man that could kill him in the blink of the eye, especially with the information he was giving him. Well then, place it on the desk and leave. The shinobi gave a curt nod, knowing that his leader could see it in the reflection of the window. He cautiously set the manila folder on the large opulent mahogany desk, careful not to disturb the files and papers already neatly stacked there. With that, he gave another quick nod before retreating from the room without another sound. As the door closed, the large swivel chair slowly turned with a creak, revealing the man sat there. He was surprisingly short for one who cast such an intimidating aura, the light grayish hair also contrasting that image. Otherwise the man could have been mistaken for a teenager, although the stitched scar running down from his left eye told that he had seen battles. Much of his body was cast into shadow from the moonlight streaming into the room from behind him, but his cold pink eyes were perfectly visible in the shadows his hair cast. Slowly he leafed through the report, his hand slowly tightening into a fist as he read more. Calmly he placed it down and stood from the chair, walking leisurely to the window where he stood, just looking out over his village. To one side a large staff leaned against the wall, on one end what appeared to be a large flower, while on the other a curled hook. For a while he simply stared out over the village, His eyes narrowed slightly, before he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Very well then, I believe I have humored Terumi's little rebellion for long enough. Check the description for the links to the author.